Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. One small step, one giant leap. But this song ain't complete without that famous NASA beat. That land of please. It's an arts and crafts mess. Curtain rods, duct tape, and full past the test. No blast crater, no dust kicked up. And yet that rover riding like a Tonka truck. Astronauts floating, but their voice is steady. Mics don't shake while the whole suit's heavy. How did they handle cold and stepped into the heat? If they lied, then we paraded liars through the streets. We called liars heroes, gave them gifts and praise. While they played pretend in Nevada for days. They gave the Dutch a rock, nah, it was a fossil. Petrified wood from earth, that's colossal. So either NASA lied or they can't tell stone. Either way, I don't trust what they've flown.
Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
They say we crossed the Van Allen belts, but the suits couldn't block that radiation melt. Even NASA now says it's a problem today. So what changed back then? They had luck along the way. Soviets were watching with their scopes on max. If it was fake, they would've dropped those facts. Unless Cold War chess had them both on script, sharing secrets like cigars in a guilt trip. Flags waving with no air to be found. Shadows pointing all ways on that shaky ground. Press conference, moon crew looking beat and broken, like they saw a ghost or some dark truth unspoken.
Walking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
Hoax or legit, did they go or had to fake it? If we went, then that shit is truly amazing. But many think NASA has never gone to space, while others would say that's absurd on its face.
Walking through a Hollywood haze, bouncing around in those wireframe plays. No stars, no curve, no truth on deck. But they planted that flag and cashed the check. Still asking, still reaching. But damn, this dream keeps bleaching.
Why'd they lose the tapes? Why's the telemetry gone? Why can't modern tech redo what was done? Why do the Rover's tracks just stop? Why does Buzz punch people who ask him to talk? Moon rocks missing all over the globe. Black budget cash got the truth in a chokehold. Cool brick rumors, camera tricks, front projection, slow-mo flicks. 1,000 questions, no real reply. Just more CGI and suits who lie. So I ain't saying nobody flew that far. I'm just saying that the story got more holes than stars. We went 250,000 miles, a half century back. Now we go 250 and that's 1,000 of that. Grissom, White, and Chaffee met the demise. A capsule filled with oxygen and they burned him alive. Thomas Ronald Barron, he ended up dead. His report caused NASA drive a train over his head. Liars gonna lie, haters gonna hate. But do we trust the president who was behind Watergate? The astronauts wouldn't swear on a book. This is not advised as it's not a good look. Aldrin found a bottle, Neil was a recluse. Collins saw no star while he orbited the moon. Where they halfway to the moon or in low Earth orbit. It's about time we looked at evidence and so
Moonwalking or just faking the dance. With not one return trip, not even a glance. 55 years and they still playing dumb. But we see through the script, the hoax has come undone. Moonwalking or just faking the dance. With not one return trip, not even a glance. 55 years and they still playing dumb. But we see through the script, the hoax has come undone. Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
Just asking, not preaching. It is time for another episode of the Jeranism Show, or whatever you want to call it, Unplugged, Friday Unplugged. It is Dave McKeegan and myself. We're going to discuss the Apollo Moon Missions, number 2, part 2. So we're going to do it again. Keep it a little shorter this time. We're going to try and keep it at 2 hours. Let me bring Dave on, see if he's there, and we should be ready to go. Dave, how's it going, my friend?
Going very well. Looking forward to this. I think we got a bit carried away last time, so yeah, we'll definitely try and keep it
a little more
shorter
dialed.
This time.
Yes. Oh, I see Rusty's there. He's on camera. I don't know if he knows that. You might want to tell him. He's not hiding.
Oh, he knows.
Okay. Good.
No, he knows. He said he wanted to have a word with you.
Oh boy, does he? Let me get.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that he thinks the Earth is flat because his vision has got to be he doesn't see very far to the horizon, so he probably thinks it's flat.
If I throw a tennis ball and I throw a frisbee, he always goes for the balls.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, they're not my balls, so I don't mind.
That's good. That's good. I'm glad for that. At least we got that much straight. All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Yes, it is Dave McKeegan. Dave, just tell everybody who you are real quick in case they don't know and where they can find you and all that. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm. You just Google Dave McKeegan. Easiest way to find me. I have a debunking channel that covers both moon landings and flat Earth, and yeah, I'm sure most of your audience are probably familiar with me. Half of them probably hate me, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know how to get around that part. I do recognize that flat earthers don't watch me anymore, so I know that they also tuned you out real early on. How do I know that? Because I did. So if I did it, I'm sure that they're doing it as well. And I think it's just a desire to not want your beliefs questioned or brought into serious turmoil, which is what TFE has done. Speaking of that, I just want to ask you one thing real quick about TFE on the lines of the moon landing. If somebody were to ask you today, let's say it's a King Nico or one of these people that thinks, maybe a flatzoid, if they said to swear on the Bible that you went to Antarctica and it was all legit, would you do that?
Well, I'm not religious, so that'd be a waste of time for me. But
so even that you're not religious, though, would that even be more reason for you to say yes, that you would do that?
Well, I'd have no objections to swearing on a Bible, but
right. Well, that the Apollo astronauts, a couple of them were asked, even said that they would be given $5,000 to charity if they swore on the Bible, and they refused to do that. Now, I get the argument that somebody's going to say, "Oh, well, it's because they went," and they're like, "Screw you." But yeah, I went to Antarctica, and if somebody said they'd give $5,000 to charity, I cannot picture in any world that I would say no, because it just doesn't make sense. It's going to look bad. It's going to look like I don't want to swear on the Bible that I went somewhere that I'm claiming I did. That's what.
The problem with that argument is that several of them did swear on the Bible. So if you're going to take the position that not swearing on the Bible means you didn't go, then you have to. Sorry, I just want to check. You didn't hear anything in the background there, did you? Was it too?
Oh, we certainly heard. Do you have motorcycles in your house? So normal thing?
I've got the window open because it's a bit warm in here, so I'll just apologize. I'll go and shut the window in a minute if it's too loud. Yeah, if not swearing on the Bible means you didn't go to the moon, then surely swearing on the Bible would mean that you did go to the moon, and several of them did swear on the Bible.
Okay.
I believe the bigger issue with regards to why they wouldn't is because Bart was quite pushy with them, misled them quite a lot, which is how he wound up getting punched by Aldrin, because he'd set up a completely. He arranged a meeting under completely false pretenses. I think he told Aldrin that it was something to do with charities or something, and then Aldrin got there and found out it was a setup and seen his ass with him. So I think that a lot of them were really on the case of just not wanting to entertain conspiracy theorists, and I think in reality we both saw Whitsitt swore on the Bible, didn't he, that we were in Antarctica,
and it was just used against him.
Yeah, exactly. How many people actually believed him? Because if you then swear on the Bible, all they'll do is just turn around and say, "Oh, you're besmirching the Bible. You can't call yourself a Christian because you're lying on the Bible."
That's a good point.
Because they're just convinced it's a lie. So,
yeah, and I've seen that. I mean, if there's anything that's good evidence of what happens when people get on a line of thinking that something is fake, is then what they do is they'll just take anything that they see about an Antarctica, no matter what it is, and they'll create something out of it. And it's very easy to do, right? I mean, there's no merit in taking a real event, a very real event, and then trying to find something wrong with it. You become, and I do see the dismissive nature of the astronauts, because I have the same dismissive nature, right? Like I saw him go up to, I don't remember who it was, one of the astronauts, and he just said, "I don't care, whatever you want, believe what you want." And that's kind of the point I'm at, right? If somebody comes at me and says, I don't think you went to Antarctica, I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, think what you want. Go ahead. I mean, it's not going to do you any good. You're going to end up in the wrong line of thinking. And I've already seen this from the Flatzoids, the Sobs, right? They've already made the predetermined decision that we didn't go. So from there, everything they do, everything they see, all the evidence they look at, they put through this filter first of, well, it's fake. So now let's address it. So, I mean, I definitely see the issue with that. And so you have to be careful if you are a moon landing hoaxer to not fall into that trap and just do the exact same, because then you look silly. I mean, from the outside, it looks silly. It actually shows your what it's doing to your nature, to your soul, to basically imagine that you could be wrong about what you've been saying for years. And so you just are ready to block it no matter what. So I think it's the same thing for many of these moon hoax people. Now, again, for me, I'm still in the camp that I'm not convinced that the moon landings were real. And we'll talk about that today for a couple of reasons, and I'll give you them why. Now, I also want to say, well, first, I just want to point out real quick to your audience, if I could, as well, that if you don't know who Austin Thompson is, he is the creator behind the channel Melodome, was a flat earther for years. He actually was starting to see the light before I did. Probably a couple months before, he was starting to do some sun observations and noticing that the sun certainly seems to be a physical item, certainly seems to be spinning. He helped us a little bit with our sunspot observations when we were down in the Antarctica. And so he's been doing a great job, and he obviously is no longer a flat earther. So we set up a GoFundMe for him, or a donation campaign, because he had been talking about a hydrogen alpha telescope. And if anybody's ever seen those, they're amazing. They actually show the details, the features of the sun, what are they called? What are those things called? The prominences, or the coronal mass ejections, CMEs. So it does a really good job of that. So anyway, we put up a GoFundMe for him, and it's been up for like a month, and we're having a little issues funding it completely. So I'm just going to mention it again, and you can go to tinyurl.com/melodome1. So it's tinyurl.com/melodome1. And all we're trying to do is get him a hydrogen alpha telescope. And then what's cool about that is he posts all this stuff on his channel. So if you go to his channel now, you'll see some time lapses for the past year of all his sunspot observations. He's also a heliocentrist rather than a geocentrist, because he has shown that the tilt of the sun coincides with the heliocentric model and the Earth traveling around the sun. So I think he's doing great work. If people don't know also, he raised over $25,000 for flat earthers throughout the last, maybe it's 2 years. He did charity or trivia for charity, where he would have two prominent flat earthers come on and have a trivia match. And then it would be all for some good cause, whatever it was. Somebody in the community needed money, new baby, maybe they got some things robbed from. I don't remember all the details, but anyway, it was over $25,000. So I just want to kind of help him give back. So I'm just going to show you this real quick, and then we will get going. So if you guys are looking for a good cause and you want to follow a channel that is a former flat earther, and just we are getting destroyed in views and everything, and I guess it should be expected. It shouldn't be surprising. But for some of us like myself, I mean, this has made me, I spent pretty much yesterday and the day before dropping more resumes and applications. I got to go back to work. This will no longer make it for me. YouTube, which is not your problem. It's not, and I've always said that people will vote with their support, whether they want somebody doing YouTube or not. And for somebody like me, who had a VIP group, who had a certain amount of views, I've lost about 2/3 of my VIP group, and the views are just, not way less than half of what they used to be. So it's not easy for us. Hopefully people don't think that it is. And I don't think it should be. It's not something I say, oh, we were former flat earthers, now we should be funded by the globe community. I'm certainly not saying that. But I am saying we've got 35 supporters, so thank you guys so much. We're at 1848. The hydrogen alpha scope information is right down here, what the scope that he wants to get, the adapter that's needed, the blocker, all this stuff is not like extras. It's required to do what he wants to do. So anyway, thank you to those who have supported recently. Leland, Corbin, thank you very much. David Conklin, thank you. Donna Stewart. DP Debunks, thank you very much for that. And GE Phil, and then there's a bunch of other supporters too. So if you guys want to help out, we would love to see that get funded. In my 9 years, I guess 10 years as a flat earther, I've never promoted a GoFundMe that wasn't funded. So this is a first for me. Is do we pull it down? Do we just say, hey, buy this telescope for $1848 and you just should be happy with what you get? Or we'll give it a little bit more time. He's already been on Toon's show. I believe he was on Drunk Debunk show. He's a good guy. He's doing it for the right reasons. And I can just tell when somebody's out there for the truth. And there's not many flat earthers that are. Let me tell you, I expected a lot more truthers in the truth community. And I found out the hard way that it is not what I expected. So thank you guys for your attention to that. It would be greatly appreciated. Austin's a good guy. So good luck, Austin. We hope you get closer. All right. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you. And let's get back to this. Oops, sorry, you're big on the screen. All right. So did you have anything that you figured out from last week? Anything you wanted to follow up on? Oh, by the way, one more thing. I did put up a page. If you go to tinyurl.com/Apollo 2025, if you want to submit, I got a lot of messages after last time's show. And of course, everybody's saying, you didn't bring up this, you didn't bring up that, you didn't bring up this. And then some people just saying with no evidence that, well, come on, it's a hoax. And I say, yeah. So what do you want me to present? What, evidence? And they're like, what? Come on, it's obvious. Like, that ain't going to cut it, homie. We need to come up with something better than it just is a hoax. And I get it. And let me give my position on it, and then we'll get into it. In my opinion, I almost think we're at a point now that I'm not sure you could ever debunk the moon landings. And what I mean by that is when only one group, and I'll say one group, but you could say there's multiple countries. Okay, so there's multiple countries who have supposedly been there. But as far as an everyday person, you or I can't go verify different parts of that, right? So really, I think it's incumbent on those who claim that we went to provide the evidence that we did. Now, since nobody else can go there, it's kind of easy for them to come up with whatever evidence they want, right? So Dave, an example would be when we were looking at that picture that showed the lunar lander shadow went up to the edge of what looked like the horizon. And then you said, well, there must be a dip there, it goes downhill from there. And then we brought up the map and showed that there was no elevation change that would be required if that were the case. So at that point, that's an anomaly. That is a problem with the record of the moon landing. I went back and looked at it over and over again. I drew a 3-mile vision circle around the Apollo 11 site, and there is no elevation change of any kind that, according to the numbers that were given. Now, me saying that, let's say that you started to follow up on that, and NASA has the ability now to go in and change the elevation profile of that location, right? So, for instance, they could essentially always be cleaning up anything that hoaxers reveal. And so, essentially, NASA has the ability to never be found out as long as no other country goes there and exposes, hey, this is where Apollo 11 was supposed to land, and there's nothing here. Other than that, there would be no way for me to prove anything today. Right? If I said something that is shown to be evidence of the hoax, it can just be covered up. It can just be, one of the things we were looking at was the parallax of the rocks. And I said, well, we shouldn't be able to see that rock there. And you said, well, maybe it's a far away boulder. Okay. Or maybe it's a close. So regardless of whether we saw parallax or not, there's an answer for it that allows the pro moon landing group to be correct. And so I don't know if that makes any sense to what I'm saying, but I'm not sure it is possible at this point because for all intents and purposes, as far as what we teach, as far as what people know and accept, we did go to the moon. Now, whether or not you believe that happened in reality is another story. But as far as for all practical purposes, we went to the moon. So now, was there discoveries made because of it? Was there technologies that came about because of it? Not so much. But I think where I have a problem is certainly in the going back. To me, everything that I understand now about orbital mechanics and how things would work, it just seems to me like not that difficult of a task as it's turned out to be if we've, 55 years now since we've sent man there. So, that's a technology that's gone backwards. It's a technology that means that we're doing today 1/1000th of what we did 55 years ago. And then here's another thing I've discovered in my YouTube career, that you must placate to your audience. It's the only way that you can do well on YouTube. If you think you can tell your audience that what they believe is wrong and keep an audience, you're wrong. Okay, there's nobody who signs up to YouTube channels so that they can figure out what they believe is wrong. People watch YouTube channels so that they can be reconfirmed about their beliefs. So that being said, if Dave McKeegan here were to come to the conclusion that the moon landing was fake, I don't think he could say so. That's just me, because it would destroy his channel. He's a science channel, a science backer, Apollo apologist, or whatever you want to call it, promoter. So to me, that's the problem, is that you now have these divisions. And this is why my channel will fail on YouTube, is because I'm in the middle. So I've already had numerous, and I mean like 20 globe proponents who have messaged me to say, hey, dum-dum, you were a dum-dum for 10 years. You came out of that and saw that your flat earth information was wrong. So you should wake up real quick and don't expect funding until you say the moon landing was real. So there's people out there that are actually encouraging me to say the moon landing is real in order to get funding, or in order to get support. And that is just one of the biggest red flags to me. And again, it looks like exactly what was going on the other side. So I'm just saying that when you're honest with yourself and honest with your opinions, often that doesn't translate to having a good channel. What's a good channel on YouTube is somebody who pushes a line of thinking incessantly. Dave Weiss, push the flat earth incessantly. Keep doing it. Don't pay attention to detractors. Just keep going. That's what will get you views and get you clicks and get you downloads of your app. And same thing with McKeegan, right? I mean, McKeegan, do you agree, Dave, that if you were to say, if you were to step out of line from the mainstream opinion of some scientific idea, you would not be welcome to do so? I mean, that's hard for you. I mean, you're not going to say no to that. You're going to say, let me word it a different way. If you did see errors, do you see any, like, if you saw any problems with the moon landing, do you think that you would be a little bit apprehensive to bring them up because of what the response would be?
No, because if I saw something that didn't make sense to me, I would be querying as to why it didn't make sense. As in, was there something I was overlooking? Was there something that I was missing? If nobody can then provide an answer to that, you know, if there was a major issue with something within, say, the footage, and I couldn't explain it, and then other people couldn't explain it either, then I'd have to be questioning things. Which is no different than, you know, obviously you did with Antarctica. And I think because the issue you've got is because you've spent so many years on one train and now you're completely flipped to a different train. So obviously you're going to have a major shift in audience. I know you've lost a lot of views from flat earthers who are turned on you, but likewise you've also gained views from globers who are sort of taking, who are seeing what you're doing. As far as I can tell, the only backlash that I've seen you receive mostly seems to be people who are sort of I don't know. I don't know. Some of it is people seem to have issues with the tone that you're going in, as though you because you've spent years telling everyone the Earth is flat, and then you went on the trip to Antarctica and you saw it, and then suddenly now everything is, you know, all flat Earthers are dumb idiots and stuff. So, I think that seems to be the issue. But you know, that's kind of going off the topic,
right?
For this one. With regards to with regards to your points about not being able to disprove the moon landings, though, I did want to bring that up because you'd said in the stream towards the end of the last one we did, you know, that even if you believe the moon landings didn't happen, there's no real way to prove that they didn't happen. And then someone asked you in your Q&A stream the next day, did I convince you of anything during our discussion? And you said, I'd only convinced you that there's no way to prove that the moon landings didn't happen. And I don't agree with that. I think there's no way that, given the amount of data, given the amount of material that is available for the Apollo program, and given the fact there were so many missions of it, if it was faked, there would be things there showing it being faked. You can't perfectly replicate the lunar environment and the behavior of objects within a 1/6 of gravity in a vacuum on Earth, especially not with 1960s technology and no CGI. It's just not physically possible. So if it was faked, there would be ways to prove it was faked. If it's real, there's ways to prove it's real. I don't think it's a question of can you prove it one way or another. It's a question of can people accept the evidence one way or another. So, and I want to make sure there's no misunderstandings with regards to the parallax footage, the rover. I wasn't saying it could be big object, it could be big boulders far away as a get out of jail free card of I can just now dismiss it. The reason I brought it up was more, it sounded like you were going down a rabbit hole when I was trying to help you avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
Because going into that discussion, you were absolutely convinced that the only rover footage left on the internet was one small clip from Apollo 15. And so when I then showed you how to...
Driving footage.
You what?
Said driving
Yeah,
footage.
the driving
Okay,
footage.
gotcha.
Yeah, you were convinced the only driving footage was that one clip from Apollo 15 that you've brought up numerous times. So after I'd showed you how to... there was other clips available, you then had a quick look through and found the Apollo 16 clip and brought it straight up, and you were watching it and going, those small rocks aren't moving as much as I'd expect them to. There's not as much parallax there. But to all intents and purposes, that was either the first time you've ever seen that clip, or at best you've not seen it for a number of years because you were convinced everything's been scrubbed off the internet. So the only thing that I was trying to sort of highlight to you is you were making that, you were drawing those conclusions based on the first time of you looking at the footage with no information whatsoever about how far the rover was moving, the focal length of the camera or anything like that. It was just the rocks appeared small in the frame, and so you were assuming there should be a huge amount of parallax, and there wasn't. And the only thing I was trying to stop you from doing the only thing I was trying to do was get you to sort of keep the open mind that at that time you didn't know how far away the rocks were. And I didn't know how far away the rocks were. I have no idea. I could,
Right.
I'd seen it the first time, really the same as you. I was just showing that there was some parallax there. Now, if you go into things and you do enough digging, you can probably find this out. You could, with enough time and effort, arguably work out how big those rocks would have to be and how far away they would be for that footage to work. You'd have to know roughly how fast the rover was traveling, be able to figure out how far it's then traveled during that time, measure, like I showed you, the parallax of the rocks. So if you can calculate the amount of parallax and you know how far the rover's moved, you can work out how far away the rocks are from the rover, how far they would have to be to cause that amount of parallax.
Right, but do you see that is you would never get to the conclusion that it's not real, because you would always find what works and then say that that's the fact, right?
No, because that's not that's not a case of what works. That's a case of that is calculating how far away the rock would have to be. There's no getting around the laws of physics with if you move your observer location from one spot to another, all objects will move in relation to the observer. So like I showed you with the picture in the wall, on the wall behind me, if it was a painted backdrop, there would be no parallax to the rocks. The fact that there was parallax tells you those rocks cannot be part of a painted backdrop. They have to be some distance away from the camera. How far away? Don't know.
Right.
Could be tiny rocks in a studio, could be huge rocks miles away. What you would have to do is work out how far away the rocks would have to be from the camera, or how far away those rocks are from the camera by measuring the parallax. Then you would have to figure out what the angle of view of the TV camera was, what the angle of view of the 16mm camera was, because they had 3 different lenses they could have been using. And you can then use that to work out how big the rock would really be. You know how big it is in the frame. If you know the angle of view, like I don't know if you saw the Apollo 16 video that I did just the other day, you can work out how big an object is based on that. So you could work out with enough time and effort how far away that object has to be to cause that amount of parallax, and therefore how big that object then has to be. And if you come to the conclusion that the amount of parallax, it means it's a 400-meter high rock that's 85 miles away, then you kind of know that something's not going to fit with that.
Right.
The only point I was, like I said, the only point I was trying to make was sort of, I think you still very much have that conspiratorial mind set.
Probably.
Even though you've ditched flat Earth, you've definitely still got that mindset of sort of looking straight for the faults and jumping to that before considering that you might be wrong about it. And so I got the sense that you were going down that route, and I was just trying to sort of pull you back from it and hope, kind of open your eyes to the fact that you didn't have all the information to make any more sort of detailed conclusions from. So
yeah, I mean, I think being skeptical is important, regardless of anything else. And I think that what a lot of people want me to do is to just jump into a belief without really following up on what my current thoughts are, which would be dishonest of me. That's just my opinion. That if I were to just say, I'm going to believe it because I was wrong about Antarctica and therefore it means that it's true, that's not a good assessment of why I believe that we didn't go, right? So a better assessment is to be honest with it, but be open to the fact that you could be wrong. That's why I think what I'm doing is important. And I think that from an observer standpoint, if I were to just say, you know what, we went to the moon, I was wrong about flat Earth, so I'm wrong about this, I'm actually going to have less people buy in to that idea, meaning, say, my audience. Less people are going to be like, what? Why? That's not reason. So what's better is to actually see the process that I have to go through to get to either, and again, you showed me some things last time. Like I said in my follow-up show, I do think some of it showed me, I'm not sure somebody could disprove the moon landing at this point, but you just gave us a way to do so. Or you think that if you can show that a rock is too big, or you can show something with the parallax is wrong mathematically, then you have something. And since we don't have that, then then we don't have anything. So I do agree with you there, and I've been shocked by the amount of people that have messaged me and said how cleanly this is a hoax. And then when I ask them for evidence, they want to dismiss that idea as well. What do we need evidence for? It's clearly fake. And I'm like, okay, but if you want me to come at Dave McKeegan with something, that's not going to fly. So get me something. And so anyway, I have that submission form. You can go to tinyurl.com/Apollo2025 if you've got something that's bugging you right now. If you're going crazy yelling at the screen saying, ask him about this or that. And one of the things that did come up is about Bart Sibrel. So I know I mentioned that to you. I was hoping that you could show us, because I know you've done a video on it. And then also you did a video this week on a image of the Earth. Can you just describe that real quick so people can check that out if they want to follow up with that?
Yeah, so again, this kind of that video kind of ties into what I was just saying about the fact that you can delve into this and make sure everything fits. So this was somebody who was looking through the Apollo 16 film magazines, and during most of the Apollo missions, they took photos of the Earth as they were traveling from the Earth towards the moon. So you can see the Earth getting smaller and smaller in the photos. But you can also see that there's rotation of the Earth as well. And somebody had done an analysis of these photos and calculated that based on the amount of rotation that we saw in the Earth, there would have to be about 35 minutes between the two photos being taken. But then when he did the angular size calculations to work out how far the camera would have to be to cause that change in size of the moon, the Earth, sorry, he got a figure of 4 hours between the photos, and obviously those two things don't fit. So he came to the conclusion that because the Earth's rotation didn't match the angular size change of the Earth, then those two photos can't have been real, and therefore all the other photos within that magazine couldn't be real either. But when you then dig into it further, you find that Apollo 16 actually had more lenses than he'd calculated for, and I reran the numbers for including the lens that he'd missed out, and actually they matched very closely to it being shot with one lens that he'd calculated for and one lens that he hadn't accounted for. And this is what I mean is every single. I would believe, or I would consider the moon landings potentially faked if somebody could bring some sort of evidence like that has nothing to refute it. But every single time, whenever I see an analysis of anything like this, when you delve into it further, you actually find the calculations are wrong somehow, or there's elements that have been missed or intentionally left out to twist the narrative to suit their predetermined conclusions. So
so what do you mean by different lenses? So you're saying that they actually changed the lenses on the camera mid-magazine, or are you saying that the whole lens was wrong, that he was going, meaning that the entire magazine was a certain lens and he just didn't even take it?
No. So the lenses, they carried multiple lenses with them. So that on the moon, there was usually only one lens. They would switch the lens sometime in the later missions. They had a longer focal length lens for being able to capture further away objects. But in the command module and the lunar module as well, they had, for the early missions, they had two lenses that they used. One was quite wide, one was a longer focal length. Because obviously, as they're then, say, getting into orbit around the moon, they might want a wider shot, they might want a longer focal length shot. So they would switch between the lenses as required. They could do that. There was nothing stopping them from doing it. I mean, I could change the lens. I could change the lenses on my cameras now, if I wanted to.
Right.
They could change it with a film camera anyway, because they had what they called a dark slide, which they would put into place to block the film magazine so that they could remove the lens without exposing any film. So they would swap and change the lenses as required. The lens that he'd overlooked was a UV lens, and they were set to do some UV photography. So they actually had a different film magazine specifically of UV film, and they took some photos with the UV film and the UV lens. They took some photos with the UV lens, but with regular color film. And then they took photos with color film and just regular lenses as well. So yeah, they were just swapping the lenses, but the person who'd done the analysis had just assumed that the lenses that were carried on Apollo 16 was the same loadout that they'd used on Apollo 11, not realizing that they actually carried more lenses.
Okay. And so that's just based on so I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that something, let's say that there was an issue with that photo and they realized it after, and I'm again going under the assumption that it's faked. Couldn't they just say that we included this lens? So what I'm looking at, okay, couldn't.
Yeah, I know. You say, could they just, could they change the story after the fact?
Well, that's what I think is essentially would be required of them, is to, if they have to keep this going, then that's what I mean by you can't prove it, because anything that you say can be corrected. There's nothing that you could say that couldn't be corrected easily, either with a change of an altitude of something. So for instance, like that picture that we talked about with the shadow ending early, or it looks like it ends right at the horizon, that there's no amount of evidence I could present that couldn't be refuted by NASA just saying, oops, we didn't put in the correct topography information. Now we did. Now it's correct.
Except the issue is, let me, if I can just screen share something here a second.
Whenever you're ready, here, I get it up there. Nope, that's not right. Okay, now you are... 1 second, it's on the wrong screen. Move it over there. All right, now you are on the screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is, you see that there, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the press release that NASA put out to the press on April 6th, 1972, which was prior to the Apollo 16 launch. They put this out, and in fact, I had a look. You can buy a copy of this off of Amazon, at least here in the UK. They actually sell it. So, and this goes through explicitly detailing in great depth everything they were planning to do with the mission, or everything they were planning to do on the surface, everything they were planning to do, even how they wanted all of the experiments set up. All of it was already planned beforehand, because they weren't just going to the moon and going, let's just wing it and we'll do what we want as we go. And
I mean, from a hoaxer's perspective, nobody thinks, because I hear this all the time, that nobody thinks they could go to the moon and just chose to fake it, right? The thought is that they couldn't go, and so they had to fake it. So you would go through all these steps, meaning you would have data, you would have pre-flight checklists, because you have to basically.
Sorry, Jeran, I've stopped my screen sharing, so currently your screen's black.
Appreciate it. So I'm just saying that then you would have this need to have all of it be simulated, and in order to be simulated, you would need real information. So you're still putting in all that information. The only thing that you aren't doing is actually going. So I think when you say, I don't think you're using that guide as evidence that they went. You're saying that in that guide, it shows that they had both the lenses or the different lenses. So it's not something they changed after the fact. That we knew that they took these lenses with them, is what you're saying. Yeah,
that's what I mean. That was already put out publicly, that lens was on the mission. So even if you were to say they didn't go,
right,
they'd already made it public before the rocket left Earth that lens would be on the mission. So you would expect then there's the possibility that some of the photos could have been taken with it.
Gotcha.
So,
let me ask this: do you think that there is? And I don't know if you've seen the videos. I've shown it a couple times. There's two different major ones. One just came out recently. One is a psychologist doing a body language assessment of the astronauts when they got back from the Apollo 11 press conference. And then the other one is a guy who's a linguistics expert doing language analysis on Armstrong. Do you find any credibility to either of those? Both those people are not moon landing deniers, or they might be now, but they weren't going into the assessment. And then they base that off, one guy came to the conclusion, well, either they're hiding something or that there's something they're not saying, but it doesn't mean they didn't go. It could mean that they went and saw aliens, or they went and whatever. That's his assessment. The other guy thinks that they didn't go based off Armstrong's reluctance to use, personal pronouns, I guess, or personal affirming words like I did this or I did that. He tries to go a little bit. I'm just wondering if you see any value to that, or anything at all to that.
I think the problem when it comes to reading body language is the fact that people behave differently. So you can't just look at that one interview and say they're not behaving how we'd expect them to behaving. You've also got to look at how they usually behave.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at, say, the Gemini 8 flight, Armstrong looks uncomfortable with that as well. Not as much as the post-Apollo 11, but...
So at least you'll admit that he looked uncomfortable.
They look uncomfortable, but then you've also... Don't forget, we live in an era now where everybody is so used to just being on screen.
Sure.
If you look back to my very first videos that I ever made, my body language is nothing like I am now,
right?
Because I'm just not used to. I wasn't used to how to act in front of the camera. Back in the 1960s, barely anyone was ever really on the telly. You see people being interviewed and stuff, like members of the public in old archive footage. Funny. They're always like, how do I behave? And
right.
And to all intent, for everything that I've heard from people who actually knew Armstrong, he was very quiet, very reserved.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, I was looking through some of the later interviews that they did. So there's a few that they did. Obviously, the big one that everyone knows is that one main press conference. But they did other ones, early 70s, I think it was, and then they did a few years ago. And somebody actually, one of the reporters on one of them actually asked Armstrong, why did he sort of basically disappear from the limelight? And he said he was still, I think it wasn't working for NASA. He was doing a load of education stuff, but he basically just doesn't like limelight. He doesn't like being the center of attention. And I think that is a lot to do with why he wouldn't use the sort of I's and the me's and the I did that, because in his mind, he didn't want the fame and the glory. He was there to do the job of being a pilot. And it's not like it's in his mind, and I can appreciate it. He didn't single-handedly go to the moon. And he was doing stuff that had already basically been done in Apollo 10. Was a dress rehearsal flight for Apollo 11. They'd done the entire flight of Apollo 11, descended most of the way to the surface. They were only 50,000 feet away from landing, and then came back up. So really, the only thing that Armstrong actually did was go the remaining 50,000 feet to the surface and climb down a ladder. He didn't build a rocket that got him there. He didn't do any of that. So to him, he was just one small cog in a very big machine. That
yeah, it's good. I mean, it's good evidence, because I see it kind of the same way. And he's a military guy, right? And military is always taught it's about the collective, not the person. I think he was a test pilot, but if I remember rightly, he was a civilian test pilot. All the others were military test pilots. But yeah, they were all very much of the mindset of the reason they all went with test pilots is because they knew it was going to be stressful situations. They wanted people who could think straight, react to things going wrong and not get flustered by stuff. But obviously that's in the work environment. Get thrown into a different environment, like in a room full of press reporters, it's going to be unnerving, especially when you, like, loads of people say they don't look like people who've just come back from the moon. They didn't. They'd been in quarantine for 3 weeks. Right.
It's literally a case of done the flight to the moon, then chucked in a quarantine container for 3 weeks, then bunged out of that and chucked straight in front of the world's media, getting hounded by all these questions. For people who didn't do the job for fame and glory. They did it for the thrill of being a pilot, essentially. So
right.
In terms of reading body language, I think it's very difficult to make concrete conclusions based on how people see modern people behaving in a very different world. But then the other aspect as well is to think, if you're going to look at, and again, this is kind of a not cherry picking information. This is having to look at everything,
right?
Because if you're going to look at the Apollo 11 press conference and say they all look nervous and they don't look right, and that tells me they didn't go. If you watch the Apollo 13 press conference, Jim Lovell is calm as anything, laughing and joking, and just is quite happy being in front of a camera, which would then surely have to tell you that they did go to the moon. And if 13 went to the moon, then all the other missions would have gone to the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's okay. I see what you're saying. I mean, if you want to look at one end of it, you want to look at both. I certainly
you can't cherry pick it.
Well, I certainly don't think that anybody should base it off just that, but I do think that it's interesting information to look at it and to assess. Again, it's just one of those things that adds to the list of anomalies or things that make you go, I do think, though, that when they call somebody a civilian, it just means that they're no longer in the military, right? So I believe Armstrong even was in the Korean War. So he was military and then got out, and then
I only know, I was watching, like I said, I've been binge watching a load of various archival footage, and I remember there was some mention that he was the only civilian test pilot within the original program. But now you mention it, I recall that. So yeah, I think he was ex-military.
Right, which I think that's it. So I mean, again, and that's just the only reason I know that is because I've thought often, because people will say, well, you say that because I think when I was assessing the whole Katy Perry thing, I was saying, these people are not lying to their children, they're not lying to, and then they say, well, how do you believe in the moon hoax? All those people are lying to their children, and I do see it as differently when you're a military. My brother's in the military; he's told me about, the oath that they take, and that they basically many military people have secrets. I think we all know that. So it's a little bit different for a military person to keep a secret than it would be for Katy Perry and Gail Kim, right? These are not military people. They're not going to go up there and it doesn't even make sense. There's no reason to pretend to go on a reverse bungee jump for whatever reason flat earthers think that would be the case. It doesn't even prove the shape of the earth. It's just they're throwing up really high and then they float down. So anyway, I just see those two things as different. I don't think when I see the NASA astronauts, I look at military guys who may have an oath and may have been told, hey, this is for the betterment of the country. We're going to eventually go to the moon. So you guys are just kind of jump starting that, get people's minds working, get the money flowing. And that's essentially what I think is going on. Now, the reason I think that, just to bring it back a little bit to going back, is now we have the most recent thing is the SLS looks like it's going to be canceled. These are things that I have been saying for a long time that would happen. You can go back and see me in my video. I did a documentary called NASA Going Nowhere Since 1958. And all that's meant to do is to show you that every president kicks the can by going back and forth between the moon and Mars. So go listen to Obama, and he says, we shouldn't go to the moon. We've already been there. Buzz has already been there. Let's go to Mars. And then that's the focus for a while. And then Trump gets in and no, we're going to go back to the moon. And then Biden gets in and, we're going to go to the moon. He keeps going with that. Now Trump's saying we're going to go to Mars. So it's, I'm not sure if your side of the argument, the people that back the moon landings, I think that they all know deep down inside something's wrong. I think that they know that it can't possibly be just politics like they all want to say, because it really is. It shows the ineptitude of the organization. NASA has done a very, very bad job. If they cancel this SLS, I mean, you're talking about billions of dollars that has gone down the drain. Billions. And there's no other company that just, maybe the military industrial complex, but there's really no other industry that gets away with stuff like that, where we've just been putting all of our effort into a certain launch system. When we had the Apollo, we had Saturn. Saturn worked, it did it. So yeah, we've lost that technology. Okay, so now we're going to build new technology, but we can't do it. We keep putting money into it and it keeps failing. There is no mechanism to get people to the moon right now. There just isn't. They've talked about a gateway. They've talked about a space station, a refueling station. And at this point, I don't know if anything is actually happening. It's all kind of just floofery. And it looks like it's placating, right? It looks like it's just putting things out there so that people say, okay, it's coming, it's down the road. I mean, at this point, we're talking 2040s probably until, if they cancel this now, what happened to all that money? What happened to... So to me, I almost think it's easier just to challenge. I wish everybody said the same thing. I wish everybody said, you know what, we're no longer going to believe in the moon landings. Go back. Because they should be able to do that. And I think it's a sign that something is not right, in that they can't do something that, now again, I know people say, oh, but they put all this money into it back in the 60s and it was the focus of the government. Yeah, but don't we have some really smart scientific people that would be able to set this up and get it into action? It just seems like they want us to believe that it's this impossible thing. But really, if you think about it in terms of that you guys understand or that you know, it's not that crazy, right? It's not that difficult. If you can get into orbit every other day like they do, then you just are going to fire your thrusters at a certain mathematical position and speed to get into the moon's orbit. And you're just going to be free falling there at a certain point after you've blasted off. And then you just need to slow down, which, by the way, I have a person who wanted me to ask you that specifically. They don't think that you'd be able to slow down to get into the moon's orbit because there's no atmosphere like there is on Earth. So if, we don't imagine people coming back to Earth 25,000 miles per hour with no atmosphere. Would just firing your retro rockets slow that craft down by the needed amount to safely just land on Earth? Of course, coming back to Earth, they have a heat shield and everything else that they try and do because they say that the temperatures are way too hot. So I know it's a lot of questions in one, but really what I'm kind of trying to get at is what is the holdup, and at what point do you start to call foul? At what point do you say, there's a problem here? Or could it be 2080 and them still kicking the can back and forth, and you just say, well, we did go in 1969, and it's just politics that are causing us to not go back, because these they keep getting all this money, and then people are like shocked recently because they got like $5 billion cut from their budget for next year or something, and everybody's shocked, and you got to get. But NASA is doing nothing with that money. They really aren't. I mean, when I say nothing, okay, do they have a James Webb telescope that was 10 years too late and $10 billion over budget? Yes. I'm not saying they do absolutely nothing. I'm saying that they're a jobs program, that they are an industry economic driver, NASA. They employ people. They work in the area of research and development. But as far as like humans traveling outside of the low Earth orbit, I don't think that they're anywhere near that personally. Whether it's because they can't bring people back safely or whether they don't really know how to do that. I can't say that for sure. I don't know what is the reasons behind that, but that's my opinion because of the fact that they don't go back. And if it was a matter of them saying the whole time, we don't need to go back, because then that's one thing, but they never said that. They keep saying, we will go back. We're going back and we're going to stay. I could show you George Bush saying, we're going back for good. We're going back for a permanent presence. So usually you would think that if you're NASA and somebody says something like that, you would get it done, not just keep floundering around till you have to cancel every new system. And I don't really understand the new system. I don't understand why you need to do something different than the Saturn V. Isn't it true that they have not produced a rocket of that capability yet as the Saturn V? The Saturn V?
So Starship has a greater lift capability than the Saturn V, as far as I'm aware.
Mm-hmm.
The issues you've got, there's an awful lot to try and go through there, Jeran. So I'll answer the Saturn workings first,
okay,
and then into the why we haven't been back. So getting to the moon is not quite as straightforward as just you're already in orbit, just fire your thrusters, because you need fuel to fire the thrusters, which is then more weight, more mass that spacecraft has to have,
right?
Which is then more mass that you've got to get into orbit in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Once you then get to the moon, like you point out, if you don't slow down, you're just going to go sailing around the moon and come back to Earth. So you then need fuel to slow yourself down. You need a way of getting onto the surface and back up again, whether that be that one craft down and back up, or a second craft, which is then more fuel, you need either a bigger craft or two craft.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is more mass. All of that is additional weight that you have to get into orbit in the first place before you then fire your thrusters, which is then obviously a much bigger rocket, which is why if you look at Apollo 7, they just launched the command module into orbit,
right?
And they only used the Saturn 1B for that, because the Saturn 1B could do that very much like a Falcon 9 can get a Dragon capsule into orbit,
right?
But then for Apollo 8, they're then trying to fire that command module to the moon. The orbital velocity, you need to be doing 17,500 miles an hour to get into orbit.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get up to 24,000 miles an hour
mm-hmm.
to reach the moon. So
you
need enough
to leave Earth.
Well, you technically never leave Earth. It's just your orbit goes from a very close orbit to Earth.
Gotcha.
You do the burn, and your orbit just becomes more and more elliptical.
Okay.
Until you reach an elliptical point where you get to the same distance as the moon.
Okay.
If they were to fire the rockets at the wrong time, they call it the TLI, the translunar injection burn. If they did it on the wrong side of Earth, they would reach 250,000 miles from Earth. They'd just be nowhere near the moon because the moon would be the other way. So it's more just a case of making sure that you do the burn at the right time, that when you get to that distance away from Earth, the moon's there.
Right.
So yeah,
the Saturn V that you were mentioning, the Saturn V has a certain amount of weight that it has to take up for. So shouldn't things be lighter today? 50 years later in technology, I would think that we would be lighter, we would be more efficient, we would be tighter, we would have better controls. So really just using the same technology we already used is the best method, but they seem to be wanting to do something different.
So the issues you've got is, if you actually look, I'll pull up, hang on, let me just find the figures. So I need to find the Saturn V figures.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, yeah, there we go. So the empty mass of a Saturn V... Oh, no, sorry, not the Saturn V. So the empty mass of the first stage of the Saturn V was 3,000 pounds, 137,000 kilos.
Okay.
At launch, it was 4.8 million pounds. The actual first stage itself, not that heavy. All the fuel that was in it is the bulk of the weight. If you break down the empty mass of a Saturn V versus the launch mass, most of the weight is fuel.
Wow.
So there is I can't remember the exact figures, but it's basically like, for every kilo that you try to get to the moon, you need so many more kilos of initial rocket to get all of that into orbit and to lunar distance in the first place. So that's the problem. Yes, you can make things lighter to an extent, but if you actually look at how much lighter they could make it, it's not that much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, if we were to take boats across the Atlantic Ocean, and they did it 6 times in the 50s, and everything went pretty fine, okay, there was one little leak and they fixed that, okay. So then if 50 years later, there was an organization saying that they were just trying to go back across the Atlantic and they were trying to invent new technology, why wouldn't it be okay to say, hey, we went 50 years ago, go recreate the same boat? You got there, no problem. What is with this desire to, we have to do this whole new system? It's like, well, no, you already did it, so just do it again. I mean, I guess that's where people struggle, is why are we reinventing the wheel here if the wheel works?
Because frankly, the first wheel that they invented wasn't particularly good. The whole point of the Apollo program was simply get a man on the moon so that we can brag to the Soviets that we beat them at doing something. That ultimately was it. So if you consider the amount of money that they spent something in the equivalent of $250 billion in today's money on the Apollo program. Every single launch, after all of the development costs and everything else, every individual launch was $1 billion at the time. To achieve the sum total of put 2 people on the moon for
hours, really.
Yeah, pretty much hours, and then come back home with a few hundred kilos of moon rocks. There's limited amount that they could do, and in reality, there was pretty much nothing that they managed to do with Apollo that they couldn't do with an unmanned rocket, with a lander. The Soviets were landing craft on the moon at the same time as Apollo, completely unmanned, that were able to bring rock samples back to Earth. That's how one of the reasons the Soviets knew that the Apollo had done it, because they've done comparisons of the rock samples they brought back versus the rock samples that Apollo gifted to all the different countries, and they match.
So the Soviets, I just want to make sure I understand this. So the Soviets, you're saying in the 60s or 70s, took craft to the moon, gathered rock, and brought it back to Earth. That's okay. You don't know the mission offhand?
the lunar. I can't remember the exact ones that first did it, but they were the lunar LUNA flights.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Luna 5, if I remember rightly, it was Luna 5. Definitely one of them happened at the exact same time that Apollo 11 was flying. The Soviets launched a day or two before Apollo 11, got to lunar orbit, but for some reasons or another was delayed in getting. They wanted, ideally, they were in a race that they knew they couldn't get a man on the moon first. They wanted at least the bragging rights to say they got moon rock back first. But they weren't in a position to land on the moon. Oh, sorry, Luna 15. Somebody's just Monkey in the Works has just put in Luna 15, I think it was. Oh, that might have been the first to bring rocks back, but either which way. Okay. The Soviets were tracking their own craft and Apollo 11 at the same time, and they wound up actually basically reaching out to NASA and telling NASA exactly what the orbital position, the flight plan of that lunar craft was, what radio frequencies it was operating on, everything about it, because what they didn't want was the craft colliding with one of the Apollo crafts, because everything was all in secret, and they basically didn't want to risk kicking off World War III by killing Americans in lunar orbit. So the Soviets were in a race to try and at least get something out of going to the moon, even though they knew they couldn't get a man there first. But they did manage to get rock samples back at some point. And they did various,
but not before Apollo, right? I think you said before Apollo.
No. Okay. They were trying to do it before Apollo.
Okay, gotcha.
Wound up not achieving it. I think the one that they had in orbit at the same time as Apollo 11, from memory, actually flew over the Apollo landing site because the Soviets wanted to get photos of it, but it wound up crashing.
Right.
So they never managed to get those photos from that particular mission.
I think that's 15.
But the Soviets. Somebody's put Luna 15, but they just put Luna 15 in the chat, so I don't know if they were referring to Luna 15 being the first to get rocks back, or Luna 15 being the one that was.
I think if I remember right,
same time as Apollo 11.
Then that's 15. 15 was the same time as 11. It was going to look, but it crashed, right? I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's 15.
It wound up crashing, but
okay.
So, but the point is, if you look at the rocket that Luna 15 launched on, was so much smaller than a Saturn V, because you don't need space in it. You could have a craft that is the size of a table. It's not gonna suffocate. It's not gonna need food. You've got all the life support elements to it. You know, the no amount of reducing material weight is gonna reduce the size of the humans that you've got to accommodate. You've got to give them ample space for that period of time, you know, and the food and the air supply and water and everything else as well. All of that, regardless of what you do in terms of making a couple of computers a little bit smaller, the bulk of the weight of a Apollo command module was for keeping the crew alive,
right?
Which even now you would still have to do. And the issue is going to be, in terms of going back. One, the Saturn components were all hand built. They didn't have like computer aided design or anything. It was all technical drawings and hand built parts from people who were used to building hand built parts. People nowadays can't work like that. They've got all of the blueprints for the Saturn V. No one knows how, struggles to build like that anyway. Even if they did know, none of the factories are fitted for building the Saturn V components. So you'd have to completely refabricate all of the factories as well, to wind up with a rocket that is essentially just achieving what you've already done.
Gotcha.
You know, it's a case of I can see from the mindset of you if you're thinking they never went in the first place, well, just go again and show us how you did it. But from the mindset of those who actually did it, I mean, it's how many people do you think would turn around to you and say, you've been to Antarctica, go again? Whereas you'll be thinking, I've been, I'm not wasting my time going again. If you don't believe me, you go and check yourself.
Yeah, I can get that. I do think that if you look at the conspiracy world, I mean, the moon landing is probably the biggest one, right? Ranks up there with 9/11, maybe. So I do see importance into getting that settled, whereas it seems like the science crowd and the NASA crowd pretends that there's no benefit to it, yet they have problems with all conspiracy theorists and they constantly combat against them when it just seems like something like that would be important to people that have such a problem with conspiracy theorists. Well, the first thing you should look at is, well, why is there a conspiracy? Oh, well, because nobody's gone back. And that's really the crux of it, right? I mean, if we were going back in the 70s and 80s and 90s and there's a base there, that's a different story. But the fact is that they haven't gone back. So all we have are some old footage that looks pretty suspect in and of itself. Plus, you hear all these stories about them giving a moon rock to the Dutch that ends up being petrified wood. Granted, whether or not that came from NASA now is questionable. Them taping over the moon land. I mean, wouldn't you say that going to the moon is the greatest achievement in the history of mankind?
Yeah, but I'm assuming you mean with regards to the lost tape.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just pointing out things that make it a very easy conspiracy to get behind, because there is questionable things like that just don't make a lot of sense. If you were told that humanity did the greatest thing it ever did and has recordings of it, the very first thing any of us would do would be protect those recordings. Nobody would be so flippant to just, oh, we taped over them, we lost them. But that's the greatest thing you've ever done. So
I think the thing to remember with that is they still have the recordings. You know, the only recording that they've actually lost is the Apollo 11 EVA from the TV camera. And by lost, the only bit of it they've lost is the original slow scan feed. They still have copies of it because we can all see it. We've all watched it. The version that went out to all the news outlets still got. In terms of keeping hold of it, yeah, I think ideally they would have preferred to have kept hold of it. I don't think they intended to lose it. But if you look at the number of tapes that they've got and the amount of back and forths that they did, they from memory, they had all of the tapes in Houston. They sent them off to, I think it was the Smithsonian. They shipped them all off to be archived and stored and kept. And then they had a shortage 20 years later of the tapes, and they needed data tapes. So they requested a load of them back. And somewhere within all of that, one tape that they weren't intending on getting rid of, they got rid of. Which, when you consider the amount of tapes that they're dealing with and the logistics of back and forth, is not unheard of.
So what's the amount of tapes that you think they lost?
No. So they say they didn't lose. In terms of when you say they lost the tapes,
okay,
they recorded over a load of the tapes. But the one that everyone knows that was an issue was the Apollo 11 EVA. Because I don't think they intended on getting rid of that one. They knew they were re-recording over a load of tapes because they had a shortage of tapes. I think they were getting rid of a load of unnecessary engineering, sort of the telemetry tapes. So they recorded everything. So everything from the radio transmissions, the video feeds, all of the telemetry, every piece of information that went back and forth between the spacecrafts was all logged and recorded. So that the only reason that they actually recorded most of that stuff was if any of the missions went tits up and they got lost, it was like a black box recorder from a plane. It was a way of being able to go back and see what was going wrong at the time. How did, what was the issue? a lot of the recordings, a lot of the documentation that they did of like the rover driving around and the various other bits and pieces, a lot of it was done so that engineers could see how everything was working, and was there any problems, or was there any areas that needed improving or whatever. So a lot of what was recorded, once they got back home and they were safe, was essentially redundant. It's like arguing and saying that you went on a once in a lifetime holiday. Why did you not keep all your itinerary sheets and every printout of every passport, visa, and most of that stuff, once you've been there and done it, is surplus to requirement. So the video footage they were keeping for prosperity, and one of the things got lost, but they've still got all the other flights as well. They've still got the recordings of 12, 14 and onwards, because they managed to restore all of those. It was the one tape that they were trying to find and couldn't, was the Apollo 11 EVA.
Okay. So I guess I'm confused, because I do see two different sides of this that I'm hearing from both sides. So do you realize that it's not, they didn't lose one tape. They lost thousands of boxes of tapes.
So they reused thousands of boxes of tapes. The one that the lost bit was, they reused them all during the shuttle program because they needed telemetry tapes and they didn't have any. So they said, let's reuse all of we don't need all of the ones from Apollo. We don't need all of the telemetry information from Apollo missions that have come back 20 years ago. So we'll have to retape over those. We need tapes. There's a load of tapes that have got irrelevant information on. We'll reuse them. Somewhere in amongst that, I think they were basically going, let's reuse all of the tapes that we don't need, and we'll keep the video ones, the video feeds of everything. We can keep those ones. They got rid of a bunch of excess ones, wound up getting rid of the Apollo 11 feed that they hadn't planned on getting rid of. So several years ago, when they then had newer technology to be able to restore the slow scan feeds to a better quality, they went looking for the EVA feeds, and they found all of them, but they didn't find Apollo 11, because Apollo 11 was some of the tapes that they got rid of. They still have a load of the tapes, hence why they were able to find so many of them. But the Apollo 11, that particular EVA one, was one that they were trying to find and couldn't find it. That was the one tape, if you like, that they were after, that they couldn't find.
Okay. And that includes the telemetry too? Same deal?
So in terms of the telemetry, they documented all of the telemetry. Mm-hmm. The tapes were those original recordings, the original documentation that they did. They digitized most of it, so that, like, people say they've lost the Saturn blueprints. They've not. They stored them as digitals. They scanned everything in. Mm-hmm. It's like how all the library books and everything, library books from God knows how many years ago that you can't find a hard copy of anymore, but there'll be digital copies online because they've been scanned somewhere along the line. They did the same with a lot of the Apollo data. So I've got somewhere, I'm not even sure I'll be able to find it, I've got a telemetry map of the Apollo 11 orbit that I've actually used in a video somewhere. It's a big long, like, projection of like, not a Mercator, but a big long projection, and it shows the orbital paths of Apollo, because I used it in a video and I wrapped it into a ball, and I was able to show the exact path that they took and where they did where they were over Earth when they did the translunar injection burn. All of that information is still there. If you look at the Apollo in real time website, mm-hmm. the one with all of, they've still got all the radio recordings, they've 17. Still got all the transcripts for the radio, but they've also got, within that, they've got all of the conversations that were going on between, not just between Houston and the spacecraft, they've got the conversations that were going on between controllers. You can listen to the entirety of the Apollo 13 flight with every single individual controller and see the conversations that were going on internally between them all.
Right.
That weren't even getting relayed to the spacecraft. So all of that information is still there. They've still got it. It's just they might not have it as a hard copy data tape.
Right.
Because they needed them for the shuttle.
So you understand like air level analysis on digital photographs, right? So you can put it into an air level analysis and it shows you where maybe there's some abrupt changes to the pixels that would be evidence of fakery. But if you took a photograph of a photo, there would never be any mistakes. You would never see any ELA issues because the photo that you took of the photo would look very consistent and would pass as far as being real. So I look at it the same way, is that what we're missing, though, is the original video feed. And what we have is filmed off of a TV screen. It's filmed off of a monitor. And what that would do is essentially eliminate any possibility from anybody ever using the data from those tapes to claim fakery, because it's not going to show up as anything weird, right? Like if you did let's say you did a green screen and you had a different background on you right now, that if then somebody filmed that off of a screen, and then the goal was to prove that that was fake, that you had a fake background, don't you think that would be much more difficult, because we actually filmed a screen with you with a green screen? Wouldn't that be harder to determine than if you actually had the original footage of you with the green screen? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean the original scan would have been a higher quality, which is why if you look at what they've tried to remaster it as best they can, but
Right.
They would have got better results had they had the original tape.
But let's not talk about quality again, because you could say the same thing. Oh, well, the picture of me with the green screen was better quality. Okay, agree. But I'm saying if you're trying to determine whether it's real or not, wouldn't it be determinable if we had your original video, whereas if we had filmed you off of a screen, to determine it was fake based on that video would be pretty much impossible, because you can't show any anomalies. You can't show that something doesn't match because it's filmed off of a screen. So it is consistent. Right? Does that make sense? That what I'm saying, like if you put a green screen right now with a different background and I took a photo of it, that for somebody to use that photo to determine whether or not you had a green screen would be very difficult, because it's going to look like there's a consistent coloring, everything. Whereas if we had the actual original video of you with your green screen, you might be able to determine it by, turning up some dials, doing things like that. You would know better than me. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I'm relating this to Antarctica at the moment, because I have all of the original files from Antarctica,
right?
And yet all of the anomalies that the flat earthers have found haven't been from my original. They've been from compressed uploads from YouTube.
Right.
And that's showing more issues,
so that's
not
kind of the
less.
Opposite. Yeah, it's kind of the opposite. Okay.
Well, that might be that might have been an argument if that was the only footage of Apollo 11 and you go, well, you've lost that. But
no, I mean, they have what they filmed off of the. Again, I'm taking this from a hoaxer standpoint. What they would believe is that there was some feed that came into the NASA headquarters that was pre-approved, that had already been seen, that was approved to go out as the real-time footage, and then they told the news companies to film off that screen. So what you're essentially doing there is, it seems like to me, you could hide anything that could be used against you by filming off of a screen, because there's nothing you could get from the screen now. It's consistent. And maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I don't understand that completely, but the air level analysis that I've seen done on photos, you can definitely see, let's say I go into a photo and I brush out my arm and move it or something. If you then go to an ELA on that digital photograph, it's going to show that there's some anomalies there. It's going to show boxy. It's going to look like there's a correction there. Again, it's not foolproof. You can't just determine if a photo's fake from that, but it would at least allow you to see that there's some anomalies. But if you took a photo of the screen of that same, so let's say I do that, I edit it, then I put it on the screen, then I take a photo of that. Now I hand it to you. Now you cannot do an air level analysis on that and determine anything, because it's going to look like a real photograph, because I took a photograph of a real item. It's a real photograph of a real person, and their arm's a little twecko. So that's where I think that the originals are important, because the originals would have that ability to see air level analysis type artifacts. And I know it's not digital, But I'm saying you would be able to see artifacts like that. Maybe you can't when you film off of a screen. But that's what I'm asking you. Are you saying that that's not the case with that with video footage?
I think you might be able to arguably use that if that was the only footage that had been filmed on Apollo 11.
Okay.
If that broadcast video was the only thing from Apollo 11 that documented anything,
Right. Okay.
then you could arguably say that. But the issue you've got is one, that Apollo 11 not only had the TV camera, but they had the 16 millimeter film camera running in the window, which is looking towards the TV camera, and you can see the movements of the astronauts match the two perfectly. And you've then got all the photos as well, and you can often see where Armstrong's actually taken a picture. You can see I've done this somewhere on a video where I've shown the TV broadcast, the 16 millimeter, both showing Armstrong and Aldrin moving around and posing for photos, and then bringing up the actual photos as well, and all three correlate with each other. The other problem you've then also got is that might only then apply for Apollo 11, but you've got all the other missions as well.
Okay.
And like I said, this is where you come to the thing of,
if you're going to call one thing right, then you have to be able to say the other thing.
It's going to be every single mission that will have had the exact same thing. And okay, apart from like Apollo 12, like I showed you last time, they fried the TV camera, which again is, if anything, evidence that they were on the moon, because the only thing that could fry one of those TV cameras was the sun, not any studio lights. So I think you've got to look at everything collectively. And like I said, if it was all faked, you look at any film set, right? You have a camera set up, you have you frame up your shot, you make the set look exactly how you want. You put that camera somewhere else, or you move to a different camera that's facing 90 degrees to you, you can see plain as day you're in a studio.
Right.
All the behind the scenes footage, you're making something look real one way in a very confined space is easy to do. Trying to do it, when you're then filming two directions at the same time, is an entirely different. Is entirely different. It's why look what we did in Antarctica when people started suggesting that the drone was, or that Jonathan's thing was a green screen,
right?
And we went out with the drone, and we had 4 or 5 people all filming simultaneously from different ways to show that this is not some green screen studio when we're walking off here, there, and everywhere. And I think the bigger issue with it when it comes to the moon landings is if there's something that you think doesn't fit, it's not just to go, that doesn't fit, therefore the moon landings would be fake.
Right.
You've got to explain how they faked it. It's exactly the same as we've been dealing with Antarctica.
Yeah, but
someone
I guess
says
the difference
you didn't go to Antarctica, you didn't see the 24-hour sun. Our first question is going to be, how did we do it then?
Right, but we also could tell them to go themselves, right? So that's the one thing missing from the moon thing, is that we really are dependent on either trusting the people or the record or not, right? There isn't a option for us to go do it ourselves, whereas people can do that on Antarctica. So,
I don't think that is necessarily the case, though, Jeran, because how many people have you had you went to Antarctica and you saw the 24-hour sun, and how many people have actually taken you at your word and gone, you've gone, I've seen all the footage, everything fits, I'll accept that you went.
Oh, some. I mean, certainly not none.
I'm not saying not none, but
right.
There's
More
been
have not.
enough people. Yeah, but so just to loop it back, because there was a lot going on. So in terms of somebody's question about how they slowed down to get to the moon,
please, that one.
You what? Sorry,
I said please, that one. Yeah, so going about 25,000 miles per hour, right?
So they were doing 25 or 24,000 miles an hour to say escape the Earth. They weren't doing 24,000 miles an hour when they reached the moon. the reason they had to get up to 24,000 miles an hour is, consider it, I think the best analogy is, consider you had a tennis ball, right? And you're standing outside of a building, and like 4 stories up is someone on a balcony, and you're going to throw that ball to them.
Okay.
Right? You've got to put a huge amount of speed into the ball when you first throw it, but by the time it reaches them, it's near enough stopped.
Right.
Right? Or if you're trying to, say, if you're in a car and you're going to try, or on a bike, let's say you're going to ride a bike to the base of a hill, and you want the bike to stop when you reach the top of the hill, but once you hit the top of that, once you hit the base of the hill, you're going to stop pedaling, and you're just going to freewheel up the hill. Right? The moment you stop pedaling, you're then slowing down as you're going up that hill, and you're trying to find just the right speed that when you get to the top of the hill, you're pretty much stopped. That's exactly what happened with Apollo. The orbit that they were doing,
but they're falling. They're falling towards the moon, right?
So only when they got very close to the moon. So if you imagine that this is Earth, right, and they're orbiting around the Earth, okay?
Okay.
So we're going that way with it, right?
Okay.
They're orbiting around the Earth, and then they do the burn, right? That's not just going to send them flying off into space, right? If you burn your engine, all you're actually going to do is make your orbit go a little bit further, and then you're going to swing back around again, right? So what they were aiming to do was,
and that's based on the thrust that you put into the craft at the time you do.
Yeah. So like the space station, right? The space station will regularly change its altitude,
right,
to avoid debris, to avoid space junk and stuff, right? So they will burn either in the direction that they're going, which will raise their orbit slightly, or they burn against it, which will lower their orbit slightly. They only do it by a very, very small amount,
right?
But if you increase your orbital speed, you'll go slightly higher away from the Earth.
Right.
And if you burn again, you'll go even higher. So all they were doing was basically, let's find an elliptical orbit like this, that gets us at just the right distance, that it reaches the where the moon would be, the distance away for the moon. And then it's just a matter of time that burn so that when you're then reaching this point and you're about to start falling back down to Earth, the moon's come around, and you then get picked up by the moon's gravity. So can't remember the exact figure off the top of my head, but the speed that they were traveling when they reached lunar orbit wasn't 24,000 miles an hour. It was only about 3,000 or 4,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
There is the exact figures somewhere within it, but if you can kind of see this if you look at the Apollo in real time, and skip ahead, it shows you pretty much a real time track of how fast the spacecraft was going at the time.
Right. Okay.
And the point from the point that they finish that burn, the speed is basically just constantly draining off, which is why they managed to get through. They managed to cover the first 20,000-30,000 miles getting through the belts in a matter of hours, and yet the remaining sort of 200,000 miles that you would think, if you were doing that same speed, if they're doing 24,000 miles an hour and the moon's 240,000 miles away, they should be at the moon in a matter of hours, right. And yet it takes them 3 days, because in reality they weren't doing 24,000 miles an hour all the way to the moon. They were constantly slowing down. So the burn to park themselves in a lunar orbit was actually rather small, because they were already going at a fairly slow speed relative to what they were doing beforehand. And then likewise, the burn to get them out again was pretty small, because whereas in the first place they're trying to escape 1G, the huge gravity of Earth, and trying to get far enough away from it to escape Earth's gravity and get picked up by the moon's gravity, when they're coming home again, they're only trying to escape the relatively low gravity of the moon before they then get picked up by the gravity of Earth, which is why they're then going much faster when they're coming home, because you're getting pulled in by the Earth all the way back.
Okay.
But it's a difficult one to try and explain, particularly without graphics and stuff. I have done a video somewhere about the speeds of Apollo where I kind of explain it all out.
So let me see if I can understand, because I've seen that they do like a figure eight. So which doesn't really seem like an elliptical orbit to me, but it kind of could be if you're saying as soon as they cross. They
don't really.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't really do a figure eight. Is the problem?
Oh, they don't. Okay, so it is just a big orbit with the different.
The reason they paint it as a figure eight is because that's showing you the entire orbit, but without the moon actually moving.
Oh, got you. Okay, because the moon's coming along, and then you're going out.
The moon's constantly moving around, so they fly out to the moon, and they get caught within the moon's orbit. Okay. But then by the time they're then coming home again, the moon's moved. So when you paint that, they paint it as a figure eight to kind of show that. But obviously, you can also see it sometimes where it'll show the Earth, and it'll show like two moons, and it'll show the inboard route and then the outboard route. But that one looks more like a cock and ball. So I've
seen that one a lot of times. Yes, thanks for that.
Yeah. There was a couple of points because we'll really just sort of talk. So there was a few points I wanted to expand on. This is helpful, by the way,
so I do appreciate it. This is helpful for me, so I assume it's helpful for others. It's just good to talk about some of these things and to at least understand the position of, what they say, what they claim, and it just helps to kind of get a better idea. Anyway, go
ahead. So you asked last time about the putting the suits on in the lunar module,
right?
And compared it to the fact that on the space station they have to climb sort of up into the suits, and how did they manage all that within the lunar module? I did ramble quite a bit, and in reality, I probably shouldn't have done.
Okay.
Because there was a fair bit of speculation within that. Probably tiredness as well. I'd completely overlooked.
Okay.
For all of the how did they practice, how did they train, I'd completely forgot. On Apollo 9, they'd done a full EVA
prep
during Apollo 9 when they were in lunar orbit. In low Earth orbit.
Oh, gotcha.
So they'd already had to put the suits on. With regards to the suit and how difficult they were to put on, again, I'd forgot, when they descended from lunar orbit onto the moon, they were already in their flight suits. So the reason the ISS ones you have to climb up into them is because that entire top section of suit is basically like one big unit.
Right.
It's like the jumper with a backpack sewn onto it, and the backpack's much bigger as well. So trying to lift that whole thing up over your head would be really difficult. So they have it already rigged up that you can just climb into it. Apollo wasn't the same, and so I'm going to bring up some photos to try and demonstrate it. I did also find an amazing documentary that literally goes through and shows. It's an archival one showing how they made the suits.
Okay.
The women who
all the layers and everything. I think I've seen it before.
Yeah. It's something like 15 layers of mylar foil that they've got inside it for all of the heat protection and
micrometeoroids,
protection against micrometeorites and stuff. So yeah, there was a load of development put into it. I did actually find a short clip of an astronaut or a man at least starting to put one of the suits on Earth. So I just need to find, and then I'll
and if people want to look at, you can go to apolloinrealtime.org, and then there's Apollo 17 and 13 and 11, just some really well laid out information that you can go through and follow in real time, see the pictures in order that they were taken, matching those with the video in the order it was taken.
Right. Just trying. I'm probably going to mess this up again because I did this last time.
And then he's right. It does show the speed. I'm trying to find exactly the period of time that we were looking for, but you can see the speed that the craft is going.
Right.
Yeah,
I've just put in a screen share thing, Jeran. If you could just
go ahead. You are on. Oops, let me not.
Thanks. I'm just going to. Sorry, bear with me, everybody. I'm just trying to.
Okay, I think that's kind of good.
Fix my end as well, just so my audience can see what I'm about to be showing. So obviously this is Armstrong on the moon, and you've got this entire suit, and you're asking how did they put all of this on in the lunar module? Yeah.
Hold on. Now I see your chat. Maybe I need to move.
What? Where? Oh, have I put? Oh, sorry. Hang on. I put the wrong screen on.
Can move it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be seeing the picture of the guy on the moon?
No, it's all right. It's
okay.
My bad. I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. I think, yeah, that's the one I should be sharing.
Okay, now we see, Buzz.
Yeah, okay. So you were asking this suit, how did they put it on? Yes?
Right.
Okay. So...
Well, I've seen the lunar module is very small. So I'm just wondering real quick, are you saying that they put it on before they got into that module? So
it's in multiple parts. You've got the backpack bit is not actually integrated into the rest of the suit like the ISS one is. The ISS one is like one complete unit. This was like a separate backpack. So this flight suit bit, the white suit, they were already wearing when they descended to the lunar surface. What I noticed, and I probably should have twigged this earlier, is... where did I...
So then they plug the backpack into the suit with those little things in the front, the knobs.
Okay. So that is... I can't read the name on it, but that's one of the EVA suits, okay?
Okay.
But without the backpack on, but there's the helmet, and there's the...
Right, so that's not... It doesn't need two people to get into then, what you're saying, is it? That's just
exactly. They were already in this suit bit. The gloves, I think this helmet... They wore on the flight down because it was like a fishbowl. They could see clearly around them.
Right.
The gloves, they didn't wear the thick gloves. Those were the EVA gloves. They just had the thinner black ones.
Okay.
So they only had to put... Well, the only things they would have had to have done is put the covers over their boots. They didn't change the boots. They were just covers over them. Change the gloves, both one-man jobs. Change the helmet, one-man job. And then put the backpack on, which is literally just two straps that they put their arms through, which one person could lift and the other put it on, and then it's connect up the hoses. What I also noticed, just as a fun little side note, is note on the configuration slightly different, but the hose connectors, they're actually different between the suits, and I hadn't even realized. This is the Apollo 11 crew.
Mm-hmm.
And then I noticed Armstrong and Aldrin's suits have both got 6 connectors, but Collins has only got 3. Because obviously they were going out on the lunar surface. Collins wasn't, so he actually had a different suit than what Armstrong and Aldrin did. Okay. And then I noticed this is them suited up, heading out to before the launch. And Armstrong has got 6 connectors, Aldrin's got 6 connectors, but Collins has only got 3.
Wait, so but that's supposed to be them launching?
This is them. So they were inside the whatever building this is. They were inside the building while they got all suited up and geared up. So these are personal oxygen packs that they carry. They come out of this, they get into the truck, that then drives them off to the launch pad. So they didn't get suited up at the launch pad. They got suited up in a building beforehand and then driven to the launch site,
okay,
to the actual tower, and then up in an elevator to get into the rocket and get strapped in. But then, and then this is a photo of Armstrong whilst training for landing on the moon. And you can see he's training in the flight suit as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they were already in the suit before they descended to the lunar surface. And like I said, somewhere in amongst all of this, I'll have to. I've now just got a playlist on YouTube that's just called Jeran Moon, and it's just every time I see a video that thinks I think there's some details in there that would be good. Problem is, I've now got that many in the playlist, I lose track of them all.
So it looks like, from what I can tell, then I think you're right, about 5,000 miles per hour. Looks like it's when they got there.
Yeah. Just to expand on everything as well. So I did actually find, because we obviously talked about why didn't they film it, and I was saying that there was logistically trying to put suits on and film at the same time, not possible. I did, however, manage to find one little clip. Let
me bring that up for you.
My favorite stab is.
Okay, we got that.
Here we go. So this is just I can't figure out exactly where it is. It just says it's on some stock image website, Science Photo Library. But this is a clip from Apollo 16, right? And it's upside down. It's difficult to tell, but this is inside the lunar module, and that's the two astronauts that went onto the lunar surface practicing putting the suits on inside the lunar module. So they were already making sure that they knew how to do it.
But this is with them in orbit. I mean, they're floating.
No. So this is while they're on the way to the moon.
Oh, right, got you.
This is while they're coasting to the moon. Because at this point they're still docked with the command module. This is the command module pilot is filming them whilst they're doing their practice.
Okay, gotcha.
So when I then saw that and read that it was they're Charlie Duke and John Young practicing suiting up for their EVA pressure suits on board the lunar module prior to landing, I then went into the Apollo 16 radio transcripts and had a look through. I've downloaded the entire document of the radio transcripts for the entire flight, and there was actually talk. I can't find the bloody picture now. No, not that one. Let me just check screenshots. I found basically a conversation that they were having at the time. This might be it. There we go. So this is 2 days, 7 hours into the flight.
Okay.
They were talking about how difficult it was to suit up, get the suit done or get the zip done. And that's 2 hours 6. So about an hour beforehand. CMP, which is command module pilot, says, okay, we're in the lunar module trying to get some pictures of the suit zipping up. Like I said, this is just screenshots I took of the entire transcript that you can find. But yeah, so there's records on the radio conversations of them trying to practice suiting up in advance. So again, any problems that they would then have, they knew how to fix it before they got onto the moon. And this is just another thing of everything all fitting together, basically, which ties me into another point that I wanted to cover, which was, the rock shower you were bringing up?
Yes, please, yeah.
So,
which was Apollo 15.
16 as 16. Well, I think. So that was the picture, wasn't it? That was...
Well, the picture, yeah. And then there's a video of it, too.
Yeah, so in terms of what the rock shower was, I think this is dust just getting kicked up in front of them. I don't think it's anything sort of specifically coming down out of nowhere. I think it's dust kicking up, right? And just to try and highlight sort of the intricacy of how detailed all of this documentation is, I found this photo, right?
Right.
And from that, I was able to look at it and go, right, this is... AS 17362
16,
right? Yeah, AS 16. So Apollo 16, right?
Okay.
This is 2 photos beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
This is 1 photo beforehand, and then the dust kick up. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, they've just drove down a hill. So that is sort of rover driving along, then you lose sight of the horizon, so the rover must be pointing downwards at some point. And then it's almost like they hit the bottom of a hill and dust flies up and then they're off again. So I had a look. here, this is obviously the photo of the dust shower. Next photo, then this is the next photo. So these are the next two photos. I'm like, okay, so they've done a drive. Now they've stopped here, wherever this may be.
Right. So
and I had a look back the other way, and I said, I found before that, this is the previous photo before they were on the rover. So this is, they were at one place, then they've driven. Here's the dust shower bit that's happened, and then they're at another place. I had a look through. I was able to work out that this was while they were at a place called House Rock.
Okay.
Then they've had a drive, and from House Rock, they were then at this place, which is Shadow Rock. And I found there's somewhere I've got tabs for it all to show it all. I've got too many fucking tabs open, is my problem.
I know that issue.
Yeah. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, I found Apollo 16, House Rock. There's photos of it there, so I knew, okay, that gives me a pinpoint. That's where they are. So whatever that dust shower was happened between them being at House Rock and getting to Shadow Rock, which is that one there.
Right.
So I had a look on Google Moon. I know you can't really see that too clearly because it's too big for my screen. But Shadow Rock was what they called Station 13.
Okay.
Yeah, Shadow Rock. And House Rock was there at Station 11.
Right.
So according to Google Moon, there's a half a mile between those two sites. Okay, so that dust shower bit has happened in a half a mile drive.
Okay.
Next, what I then did was go back through the radio transcripts and found that between them leaving House Rock and getting to Shadow Rock, which is only a half a mile drive,
right?
They're actually talking, obviously, whilst they're doing the drive.
Right.
And it says there, LMP EVA, look at that slope. Be sure you've got the brakes on. It's at least a 15-degree slope we're going down. Then brake, laughing. Easy, John. Man, are we accelerating? Super. I should have had the camera pointed forward. Hey, Tony, that was, I think it was 170 at 4.4. Then CRD, which is the commander, goes, look at that. We just went down the rim of the crater here. We've just set a new world speed record, Houston, 17 kilometers an hour on the moon. And then Houston replies, well, let's not say any more. So I think that all just fits together of the dust shower happens when they've gone down a hill. In the radio transcripts, they're talking about going down a hill at a crazy speed. And I think why they never actually mentioned the dust kick up is because they were more laughing at the fact that they've just hit a land speed record on the moon. And so yeah, I think your issue was what the rock shower was, and I think in reality the rock shower is actually dust from where they've gone down, sort of dropped down a slope. As they've hit the bottom of the slope, it's kicked up a bit of dust. So it's not so much rock raining down on them; it's dust being kicked up in front of them. And
I'm not sure
if that's happened anytime they go down a slope, then it's probably something that they were familiar with happening anyway.
Well, I don't see any other videos or photos of that. And then also, why would you ever have dust fall on top of you because you're going down a hill? You still
no. So not gone down a hill. It's as they've got to the bottom of the hill. If they've gone down the edge of it, if they've driven down a hill, and then if they're driving down a hill, you've got momentum carrying you one way, right, and momentum sort of pulling you down as well, haven't you? You know, if you're going down a hill, you've got momentum
forward
vectors. Forward, horizontal, and vertical down.
And you're actually going to have more on the moon than you would on Earth.
When you hit the bottom of the slope, so if you drive down a hill, when you hit the bottom of a hill, if you've got a sudden change, if you're in a car, the car compresses down, doesn't it? Because it's got that momentum anyway. So if they've hit the bottom of a slope, going at a relatively high speed in dust on a dusty surface, it'll have dug in slightly and kicked up a bit of dust. So I don't think that what you're seeing in the footage, I don't think is rocks suddenly raining down from nowhere. I think it's dust being kicked up in front of them from them hitting the bottom of a slope. And then just one last bit, just to sort of tie into that, just because it links to the same thing within the EVA footage. Mm-hmm. So this was what I was looking at when I then found it to work out where the hell they were. They were at House Rock and then they were at Shadow Rock. They didn't film the gap in between with the rover camera because, like I explained last time, they couldn't use the TV camera whilst they were driving. But I wanted specifically to show you this one because I think it highlights how much it can't have been in a studio. So I'll play it quickly, but
yeah, I found the video, but it's just too small of a portion. All right, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Is it not showing up properly on your screen?
No, that's fine. We can see it. We just see the video. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So I'll skim through it just because it goes on for ages. But you see them obviously walking off into the distance, right? But they just keep going, and at this point, the camera's zooming in to follow them as well. So they've now gone a fair old way from the rover.
Yes.
And they're still going. Right? And then they stop here, I think, to pick up some samples.
Okay.
Okay. So you think, all right, at this point, they're a fair old way away from the rover. Right?
Correct.
And then I'll just play through a bit more because they pick up some samples. And then here we go. That's right. And then they're carrying on now even further away. And then
what would you guess? You think, at that point, 50 yards?
I don't know. I've not even bothered. But you're thinking of by this point, you're looking at that there, and you're thinking they've got to be near the edge of that rock now, haven't they?
They're not even close.
And then they don't. They disappear down a slope, and they're still going, and they're still going.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that.
No, so this is just part of that entire EVA thing. So there you go. I think he's now reached the edge of that rock. Right? So right. That's not forced perspective or whatever. That's a freaking big boulder that you would have to somehow.
Like I mean, a studio would have to be, a football field or something, or a hangar.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is the fact of and kind of again tying it all into what we talked about last time. Is you can see how far they've gone away. I mean, that camera's zoomed in on them as well to get that. If it was to zoom back out to where it was beforehand, you'd really struggle to see them. And if you look at, again, the lighting and the shadow casts, there's no drastic change between when they're really close to the camera to when they're really far away, which means the light can't just be like, it's not like they've just put that rock at the edge of a studio and the light's over there, because the lighting would be completely different. The light fall off would be quite drastic as they were moving towards or away from the light. So the light would have to be miles away from them to illuminate an area that big evenly.
Right, gotcha. Let me show you this real quick, just because I found it. And this is the one I was looking for. This is it should be open. Shoot, come on, get up there. This is the Apollo. Not getting a picture for you. 1 second. So this is Apollo 16. This is the rock incident, but I just wanted to show it because this is the actual good video of it. So I'll put it about there. So that should be good for you to see. So you'll just notice in the next few seconds here, as this is going, you'll see the rocks are going to start coming right about here. But look how long it happens for. So they are heading downhill, it looks like. Now, see those rocks? Now there's going to be, now watch, there's even more. They keep going downhill. Now there's more rocks. Now there's a lot more rocks. Now there's still rocks. Now there's a heavy barrage of rocks. Now there's more rocks. Now there's more rocks. So to me, that's the only time that that's ever been seen. And it's just funny they don't mention it. So I mean,
but I think again, like I said, if it was something that happened unexpectedly, then they may well comment on it. But I think if you judging by that, if you play that back slowly, that doesn't look like the rocks are coming down. That looks like they're flying up.
oh wait, good idea. Let me see. So to go slow playback speed, you mean? Okay.
Yeah. So if you skip to wherever it was appearing,
It's about right here. You should start to see it. Okay, so it looks like they definitely went downhill there. And I think that was the first sign of the... It's going to be right here about... They are definitely going downhill. No question there. Because I'm wondering if it's like a...
or even if they
so
just
here
hit
comes,
if there's a particular...
Here it comes. So there's some, and then it will keep coming here. Every 2 or 3 seconds, you'll see more. That first one's the smallest bit, and then this is kind of where it gets heavy. Still going downhill, so I could see that being... So here it sees more. Now more.
But yeah, they're traveling up the screen.
You might be right.
Which means whatever it is, he's getting kicked up from
So
in
it's
front
not,
of it. It's
so
not
it's
like
not hitting them. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it may well be hitting them. The clip that I sent you, you know, that the really big long clip of Apollo 16, and I said this is like 20 minutes of non-stop footage. There's numerous times there where they actually stop. I think at least 2 or 3 times. They get out and they dust off.
The
you know that
battery.
little solar panel that's on the top of the camera.
Yeah, that and the battery.
They
needed to be
dusted
dusted
off.
Yeah. Yeah, they said that there was so much dust on the battery that was causing the battery to overheat too.
Yeah, so I think there was an element of as they're driving along and it's kicking up dust. They were or in between stations, I think it might have been as well. They were dusting off. So there will have been an element of, as they're driving along, it's throwing dust up from the floor in front of them. But you know, like I said, if that's, I think if they were driving along and suddenly a load of rocks fell from above, they might have mentioned it. But if it's just dust kicking up in front of them, I don't think they'd.
Yeah, possibly not. I do want people to look at one thing though. I want you to know that by going to Flickr, and I can put a link in the chat, you can find the actual Project Apollo. What do they call it? Project Apollo archive, which is a 16,000 photos. So I mean, if there's any good evidence of it being legit, it's going to be the overwhelming amount of both video and photo documentation, and then also the overwhelming amount of... Go ahead.
I would just on that point in terms of the photos. Flickr's got all of the Apollo Surface Journal stuff, but I would suggest March to the Moon is a better one because those are the full original scans, and you can download them in PNG format, which all of the downloads are PNGs, which is uncompressed. Whereas if you go to Flickr or Surface Journal, they're all JPEGs. So whenever you know the argument people put up where they say there's crosshairs in the photo go behind objects.
Right, it's just the brightness usually.
It's JPEG compression gets rid of the tiny thin black line. But if you look at March to the Moon, all of the crosshairs are there.
I know it's time almost.
Right, I'm noticing. Sorry, go on, Jeran.
I just had a couple easy questions for you that people wanted me to ask, and then we can look at. I know we want to end pretty soon, but what about, so everyone was told that since you have one side of the craft in the sun, the other side of the craft is not, that you needed to constantly rotate it, but there's no real that anybody can see. Is there any evidence that they were actually rotating the crafts? For instance, if you're able to just show the Earth out the window, then we know that you're not rotating the craft because it should be turning, should be like a spindle.
Yeah, so the rotation that they put in was they called it officially, if you search PTC is what they called it, passive thermal control.
PTC
is the procedure that PTC, passive thermal control, but in the radio transcripts they always refer to it as PTC. It was just the abbreviation that they used. They weren't constantly rotating all the time. they went through phases of it basically. So they would go into PTC. They often called it barbecue mode as well, you know, like, because it's like a barbecue rotisserie that essentially is what they're doing. So they would say, like, you know, we're going to begin PTC, so they would put it into a very slow roll, but then they would also stop it at points as well. So for like the TV broadcasts where they were then showing the Earth,
gotcha,
they knew that they were going to be, you know, they'd say, okay, we're gonna do a TV broadcast, so they would stop the roll while they were doing it to be able to then show the Earth. Which is the Apollo 11 broadcasts. They did an unscheduled one to basically practice doing it.
Right.
The reason it was unscheduled is because the TV networks hadn't planned to show it.
Okay.
They had set points in the mission where they were going to do a scheduled broadcast, so all of the networks made sure they were clear to be able to broadcast it live. The unscheduled ones would get sent to the network so that they could like put it into news bulletins later on. But they did unscheduled broadcasts where they were able to show the Earth, and then they did the scheduled broadcast. And for those ones, they actually blacked out all of the windows inside the command module because they didn't want sunlight beaming in from another window,
right,
and putting reflections on the inside. So they covered them all up, which actually links nicely to Bart Cybrell's, if you want to cover that before we start to wrap up.
Sure. And then I wanted to show people this just real quick so I can make sure that if they want to research this, they understand. So these are in order, correct? So if you were to go, this picture here is 23030 up A17. So then 031 would be the next photo in line, right? 032, 033. These should be in order that they were filmed, correct? So you could go through it, and if you wanted to kind of run it through like a movie, I think you should be able to. I thought you could hit. Oh, I thought there was a forward and back button usually down here, but now I don't see it. Oh, it's down here. So if you now start going this way, you could actually track this. You can actually see it. You can actually see the features moving along as this thing's moving along. So I just wanted to show people, because there's a ton of, go back to the photo stream. Like I said, 16,000 images. Basically, you just search through down here, through your pages. So you can get to wherever. This is Apollo 16, and we're on page, get to the bottom here. So there you go, page 40 of 158. So if we go to 158, that's going to be Apollo 17, because now we're all the way at the end. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah, so Apollo 17. So if you wanted to go through these, I mean, Dave's given you some ways that you could show him now that there's issues. Otherwise, it seems pretty, concrete as far as some of these things that we see. So again, this gives people, though, I think people that have big issues with it, they need to learn to find evidence for their claims rather than just saying it's fake because we think so, which I know a lot of people don't want to do. But, then you can't really be upset at somebody for saying, well, you should believe it because you have not given sufficient reason for me not to. So if you really don't believe it, then I would go through this and find things that you don't think fit. My problems with it are all come down to, well, it doesn't look real. Oh, that mountain looks too close, or that, and again, I need to actually get some mathematical concrete issues with that rather than just, it doesn't look right. But, one thing I did find out the other day, Mount Rossman, which I thought was a certain height and a certain distance from us, I did some line drawing on that, and I got that it was like 1.7 miles only, and it was only 1,000 feet high. So because we were, when you look at us, we were 2,500 feet high, and that mountain peak is 3,500 feet. So it's only 1,000 feet high, and it's 1.7 miles away. So it's just if I keep going back to that picture in my mind, and I don't know how. What would you say from where we were right there, where we were riding bikes, say by the bathroom? What would you estimate that the height of Mount Rossman was as far as degrees? 15, 14, 13, somewhere in there? Because the sun at the lowest would be at 15 degrees, and it kind of was right skirting the top of that mountain, right?
Yeah, the shadow of the shadow from the mountain hit the bottom. It hit the southern end of the camp, but it didn't reach as far up as the toilets.
Right.
So I think it was just a fraction under whatever the lowest point of the sun was.
Okay, so if we put into an angular size calculator, shouldn't we be able to figure out what the degree should be from there if we knew the distance, right? And then we have the distance of between us and the mountain, we have the height of the mountain, and we should be able to calculate if the angle comes out correct there, right?
There or thereabouts, but
right. But it makes a difference in what your angle to it too is, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been a drastic difference if the height is measured from sea level and we're way above sea level. That's going to be obviously throw things way off. But also, there's if you search YouTube Union Glacier skydive,
right? I've seen that video.
There's a couple of so you can see as they jump out, you can see Mount Rossman, you can see the camp, you can see the great big valley
right
between the camp, the one that they told us don't go that way because you'll fall into a ravine,
right?
So obviously the base of Mount Rossman is even if the height of Mount Rossman is just the mountain itself and not from sea level, we were elevated from the base of it, so that's going to throw things off as well.
Gotcha. Yep. Oops, don't do that, please. I don't know why that happened. Okay, so you want to show something you're going to show. So anyway, many people have seen the Bart Cybrell thing, so I know we want to talk about that. Oopsie.
Yeah, just I will get onto that one, Jeran.
Okay.
Just while quickly, there was a couple of
place.
other points I just wanted to show. Where am I? Here, because it ties nicely to what we've been talking about as well.
What?
So if I could just screen share with you quickly.
Okay, gotcha.
Just resize this so people can see. So just with what I was saying before about the footage, the fact that there's more than one camera that you can then look at and you can compare. This is from Apollo 14. This is flag deployment 16mm plus TV. So this is the TV camera that they broadcast with. But here is a side-by-side comparison of the TV camera plus the 16mm that they had recording at the same time, facing the opposite direction. So you can see everything they're doing in the two videos obviously matches up correctly.
Right. I mean, again, from a person who says it's a hoax, they would just say, well, this is on a set, so of course it's real. It's real footage.
But, right, but you've then got the problem of, like, you know, what set? Where's the set? How the hell did you light a set like that where you can see as they're moving towards or away, the lighting's not changing? So you've then got, how do you create a set that's 360 degrees? And like I said, you can see where they're taking photos as well. The photos line up. And this is just one example that I found where
you got both cameras showing.
To sort of highlight the point that there are multiple pieces of video footage that when you then stick them all together, they correlate with each other. Just like I did where I've put like my 360 video from Antarctica in with Will's 360 videos and found that, you know, the clouds match because they were both shot at the same time in reality, not, you know, fake.
So you're saying
whatever.
if we knew the distance between those two cameras, then from that we could look at a distant mountain and we could draw a triangle, and if it's a backdrop, it would end at the wrong spot. Versus if it's a real mountain, then the mountain would end at a certain distance away, right?
Not specifically for this, but the point I'm getting with this is the fact that you've got two different cameras recording and photos being taken, and if they're actually on the moon, everything's obviously got to match up with everything else.
Right.
If they're not, you would think, you know, you would get continuity errors in the same way that you get continuity errors with a film where they film something from one camera and they reshoot it and they film it from a different angle because they've reset everything and things don't always match up properly.
Correct. Yes.
I've found other ones like this where it's
they wouldn't have. I mean, let me just say, from a hoaxer's perspective, nobody's saying that they did multiple takes, that they did all these, that it would have been filmed in real time like they were really there. They would have been smart enough to know, hey, we can't edit this because any edit will be determined. So we have to continuously film as if we're there. You take pictures as if you're there. So everything is jiving in real time. So, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So, but then that's what I'm saying is a case of it's one thing to just say, oh, they could have shot it in a studio.
Got you. To actually,
the question then be how?
Okay, got you.
How do you rig up a studio that is, and again, we had this in Antarctica.
Right.
Once we put out the 360 video, where it's a case of you can see what's going on in all directions.
Correct.
Bang goes, it's a green screen. Then they have to go to, it's a 360-degree studio.
Right, and it's it's a CGI that's edited in real time and real engine.
Yeah.
Right, and I guess where the moon landing is different is because there really isn't that no 360 camera and nothing technically in what would you call it, like a live stream. Well, I guess that they say that was some of it was shown live, so I guess that would be equivalent. Yeah,
the TV broadcast was the TV camera was going out live, which is that's what everyone was watching. And that's what I'm saying. The TV broadcast of Armstrong and Aldrin on the moon, and for that too, all of that was broadcast for the entire world to see. But at the same time, they had a 16mm film camera recording that's a much higher quality,
right? That
was filming at the same time from inside the lunar module window, looking down on them,
right? And
they're taking photos at the same time. So all of that's jiving with each other,
right?
The other one I wanted to highlight was so I showed you the video clips that I'd snapped from the just random clips that I'd found from Apollo 16 off the rover, and I showed you the guy with what looks like a litter picker flinging that bag, and the bag flies.
Some of the best evidence.
Yeah. So
because we actually played with it. We actually played with it. A guy, Joel, who's been doing some of this stuff, it played with it and actually created I guess a GIF, if you will, a GIF image of what it would be in real time, and it was far too fast.
So this is a channel called Humans of Earth, like 6 years ago. Where's Wally actually linked me this, where they did a full analysis of it to work out the flight time of the bag, how far it's roughly traveled, the height of it, and I mean, I can send you there. They've measured off the size of the backpack. Yeah. They've estimated that it went approximately 4 meters in the air, this bag. And in terms of the hang time and everything, I'll send you the link to the video.
I think I have it, but
it plays on for a few minutes. But yeah, they basically establish none of that footage matches Earth's gravity and does match lunar gravity. And funnily enough, something that I'd completely neglected to realize is when you watch him fling it,
he turns
watch his
around.
arm. Not that. Watch his arm, and so if you think to throw something with a litter picker like that, and you're thinking you've got to throw it 4 meters in the air, you're gonna have to, you're naturally gonna have a big swing at it, aren't you? You're naturally gonna like arm back, throw through, arm up, and your arm would follow through with it like a golf swing, trying to throw it as hard as you can.
He just flings it like
trying to do it with that very limited movement. You don't get close to 4 meters, and God forbid if my neighbors actually looked out in the garden what I was doing the other day, because I was out there with a litter picker and just like a little plastic
I don't
toy
doubt that
ball.
At all.
So yeah, just like a little plastic toy ball, because I thought something that's got as little air resistance as possible, and just flicking this thing up, and I could get it to either go about double my height if it went pretty much straight up, or barely above head height if it was going off into the distance. I couldn't get it to go that high and that far. Like, you think 4 meters, that's like second story of a house at least.
And show it again, just so people can see. I think that I was looking at some, they show the shadow. I think you can see the shadow come racing in from the side after, because at first I was like, there's no shadow. Like there, it doesn't look like there's a shadow, but you'll watch the shadow come in here from the left and like,
and then there it is. So the shadow comes from way over here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they work out all the maths for it. So they come to basing it off the astronaut's backpack, which is a known size. There you go. They've managed to crunch a bunch of numbers and come to
So
given the hang time of it,
so right there,
they
I was just looking at the difference between. So if we take those numbers that it showed, what did it show? 1.57 and 9.8.
So they've got it there based off what they've done the maths for how long that took to come back down from a height of 4.1 meters, how long it took to fall back down from static to the ground.
Right.
They got the acceleration rate down to be 1.57 meters per second squared.
Which is
Earth's gravity is 9.81, but lunar gravity is 1.62, which means that footage is infinitely closer to being a match to lunar gravity than it is to being
and how fast
Earth
can
gravity.
you go if you go to the speed of the video? What can you change it to? As high as what?
So this is it now. This is so this one here restored original 1G condition. So they've accelerated it by 246% to match.
Let's watch that one.
If it was on Earth.
That seems fast to me, but I guess I need to. In
terms of the height, like I said, I did it. I just went and practiced it. I didn't do a bag because there's way too much air resistance from that. But just with a little litter picker, trying to flick.
But right here, you don't think this looks?
Toy.
Does this look faster than it would be on Earth? That looks like it falls faster than.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're saying that is the equivalent of Earth's G, but if you put that in, then it falls way too fast for Earth.
Yeah, that's what. No. So in terms of I think the acceleration rate is about right. If you take it if you dropping it here from static.
Okay.
So
they're saying, but like right here, this is on Earth. This would be what it would be like on Earth.
So yeah, they're saying, so if we take it that this bag is now suspended in midair on Earth and you were just going to let go of it now,
right?
Ignore the astronaut for a moment and just look at the bag and think that's falling from 4 meters in the air.
Oh, got you. Plus there's air resistance. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so yeah, if it's a case of if you were to drop like a tennis ball or whatever from 4 meters, that's kind of how quickly it would fall down to Earth. But everything else is completely wrong with it.
Right.
So yeah, in terms of, because I know last time I'd shown you the footage and then we were just kind of
it's good. I had a lot of people.
That could be, that couldn't be. But yeah, it turns out 6 years ago somebody actually already did the analysis of it and goes, that is matching Moon's gravity. It doesn't fit with Earth at all.
What people's problems with that was, or what they messaged me about, is they said make sure that you call out the fact that they are pushing towards a desired result. I don't really see it that way as much because I recognize that you can still look at the footage as presented and you can make determinations. That's what they're doing. They're saying, as presented, here's what the drop rate of that is. And yeah, as presented, it looks like it's 1 point something meters per second. So I guess I didn't understand completely their problem with it, other than them saying like, oh, you're trying to get to a certain answer. So, but again, the answer is 6 times different than the Earth. So if they are trying to get there, how could you get there from Earth? That's kind of the problem.
Exactly. Right. Let's get Bart Sibrel covered.
Yeah, let's do Bart. Let's do Bart.
So Bart Sibrel's claim. I'm just going to stop screen sharing while I clear up my.
And then yes. Before Bart Sibrel, I just want to put this out there. Have you looked into the Stanley Kubrick connection at all? Or have you watched like Room 237?
I know. Well, from all intents and purposes, from what I established, he was quite the fan of space, and he was very, he was very much a fan of space flight and the futuristic aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I've seen some people suggesting that it was contractually that he'd insisted that Eyes Wide Shut get released on the anniversary of of Apollo,
which it did.
Well, I've looked into it.
Mm-hmm.
I can find nothing that states he specifically stated it. They didn't They didn't finish filming it. They started filming it way beforehand, but then there was delays with everything. So
you didn't find evidence of that? Okay, I have some stuff.
I can't find any evidence that says he specifically insisted that that's the day it gets released.
Okay.
And the weird thing for me is, it's the date that I think it was July 16th from memory.
Correct.
It was the anniversary of when Apollo 11 launched from Earth.
Correct.
Not landed on the moon. did the moonwalk or anything like that. It was the day that it launched from Earth, which seems like a bizarre
that's true.
date to insist.
Yeah, I mean that's when the mission started, but I mean I do see what you're saying. It would kind of make more sense. I'll send you the movie Room 237. It's worth watching just to get an idea of why the hoaxers feel that way. There's things, any change that was done from Stephen King's book seems to be pointing towards the moon landing. So the room number is not 237 in the book, and it's changed to 237, which happens to be the miles, 237,000 miles to the moon. So there's things like that where any change, the kid's wearing an Apollo 11 sweatshirt. He's standing up on what looks like the Apollo 11 pad, the carpet pattern. Then if you look at he's typing, I forgot what exactly he types on the typewriter. In The Shining, it says all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, but all is spelled A11, not ALL. So there's little things like that they think are, and then yes, Eyes Wide Shut. Supposedly in his contract, he said that it needed to be released on July 16th, 1999, which would be 30 years exactly to the date. And then he died in between the end of the filming and the release of the movie. So in between there, he died.
So yeah, from at least what I recall reading is they wrapped up filming. They were going through the editing. It got shown to, I think it got shown to the actors, the two lead actors or whatever.
Correct.
First, then he died before it got released. Yes. I can't remember the exact timings, but yeah, I can't find. I've not seen anything. I can't actually see any concrete evidence that he did stipulate it. Okay. And I know, I've heard he was a big fan of spaceflight. That was why he was seen with NASA officials, and I think he visited the facilities and stuff because he was really, it was like that was his. He really loved space flight, which at the time, which was all new and new technology and stuff, and so I can understand that. And I think if you were really that big of a fan of something, I could understand why you would throw little Easter eggs of it into, references of it into your work. I could understand that. But yeah, I've not seen anything specific that says he insisted on Eyes Wide Shut being released on that day. And in terms of the whole Stanley Kubrick thing anyway, it doesn't fit because he did 2001 was the one around the same time.
Yep. 68.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was around that time. So everyone was going, he was filming space movies at the same time Apollo landed, or at the same time Apollo flights were going. But we circle back to the same problem of what I was talking about last time, which is the lighting and the shadows completely different. There's no zero gravity, true zero gravity stuff like you see in the moon landings in his film.
Right.
The lighting is all completely different because even Kubrick couldn't figure out how to perfectly replicate the moon. In fact, isn't this? I've not actually watched the film entirely. I've seen clips of it. Isn't it based on Mars rather than the moon? Or there's a scene of it that is on the moon, but you can tell it's green screened. It looks nothing like the Apollo footage.
Yeah, I mean, again, the hoaxer's position is that they had him do that so that it would be clearly separated from the moon landings. They wanted it to be very different. So
I think the hoaxer position is
whatever
reads an awful lot into stuff that's not there. I mean, you of all people, Jeran, in terms of writing all as A11, considering the shitstorm you had for eating a chicken flavored pot noodle.
Apollo. It actually was A11. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So people can read.
But I need to show people. I want to show people these things that if we can figure out the answer or see that there's another. Because here's what happens in the conspiracy world is that if they're not watching anything debunking, so they just keep here. It's like indoctrination times 10. They're just being repeated the same stories, the same lines, the same over and over again. So if we can show things like he never put it in the contract to change the day that it was, that those are huge things to reveal. I think some of the biggest things that I've gotten across with flat earthers is when things are shown that they thought were so concrete. Like one of the things when I say, oh no, the Antarctica is a continent, it's like, oh yeah, well, what about what Admiral Byrd said, that there's something on the other side of the South Pole, that there's land there that we never, and I said, listen, go look at a map of Antarctica, look at the South Pole, see what's on the other side of that Antarctica, right? Look how big that is. Go put a picture of the United States there, and you'll notice that there's an area as wide as the United States on the other side of the South Pole that has never been touched by human hands. So I said, so sometimes having to make them see that the storyline being told to them is not true is very important, because they are all adopting it as being concrete. They're truthers, so-called, right? And they believe that the people they're watching are so-called truthers. And so they don't even fathom the thought that they're being lied to by truthers. And so, for instance, I'm the same way, right? So when you say right now that you don't have any evidence, I'm like, what? There's definitely got to be evidence that he put that in his contract. But that would be kind of a thing for me. If I found out that's not the case, then you talk about a big thing being eliminated from my list. The Stanley Kubrick stuff is big. Is that I think there's a connection there. We have pictures of Kubrick walking around with NASA people right before all this happened, on set basically, or he was at NASA, or they were on his set, one or the other. But I'm just saying those things are huge to show people. They may not be huge to you because you already say that, or you don't really see any reason why the Stanley Kubrick thing is even brought up. But I don't think you guys realize how much of a linchpin some of these things are to a hoaxer, where if we can start to break those down and show that they're not even the case, that, because that's the thing about the flat earth, that most people will come to you and say, oh, what about this? And what about this? But when you ask them for, they say, oh, I definitely see too far. Oh, what do you see? Oh, I see a boat across the lake that shouldn't be there. I'm like, well, how far are you? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like 20 miles. Okay, so give me the exact data. And when you start pressing on that, they stop coming to you, because they're determining, once they go and look at it, and they're like, okay, well, actually I'm only 14 miles away. Oh, actually I'm 60 feet high. Oh shit, I am supposed to see that mountain, right? So it's hard to get them to see that unless you can show that they're being lied to. So this is huge, one way or the other.
Which that kind of is what I was trying to get at last time in terms of the rocks in the distance on the parallax, is you would jump into the conclusion that the parallax was wrong, even though you didn't know,
correct,
have any of the information there. So, right.
Yes.
Bart Cybral, let's...
Yeah, but let's do that part, because that is one, I've shown this on my channel many times. I think that it is peculiar, and I think if I remember well, we'll go ahead and let you tell it. I don't want to speak for you. So
the claim is that, and let me screen share again, Jeran, and I'll bring this up.
Okay, got it.
So,
oops, I did have it.
There's this a little bit easier for people to see.
And when you're happy with the positioning, then I'll move this so it fits everything good.
Yeah, okay, I'm good.
Okay, maybe just a little bit to the right. Yeah, right there is good. Thank you.
A little bit to the right.
Oops. The other way, sorry. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more. Oop.
Fuck, I'm off the screen here.
I don't know why that's weird. It's just not showing me the full left side. That's good enough. That's good enough.
Okay. So yeah, this is Apollo 11 TV broadcast transmission from halfway to the moon. So 34 hours into the mission. It starts with it's 35 minutes long, so I'll not obviously play the whole thing. And this isn't Bart's specific video. This is the bit that he's referencing for this particular claim.
Okay.
So it shows a view of the Earth. Quite clear.
Okay.
And then they zoom out the camera.
Hold on, but when you say they zoom out the camera, but where do we see the zoom or no?
Yeah. So this is the whole broadcast. I'm trying to give you the sort of the cut down version. So
okay, that's zoom. Seems like zooming, right?
The camera zoom out.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'll speed this up a little bit so you can.
So the thought would be, the camera is pressed to the window at the beginning, or no?
Right. So the official narrative of what happened is they are. I'll wait a second actually until this plays through, so we can see this lights now come into view, and then it's going to you see something blocking the Earth there, and then in a second it's going to brighten up. Let's skip forward a little bit here just because it jumps around a bit.
Yeah, something's getting in the way there.
Yeah, so Earth's getting obscured at this point, and then There we go. And there's Collins and a big bright window.
Okay.
So, what Bart claims is this isn't really them halfway to the moon.
Right.
That he thinks this is the Earth right outside the window, like they're in low Earth orbit.
Right.
And so they're faking being halfway to the moon by just staying in low Earth orbit. And then he says the way that they got the small circular Earth was by putting a cutout in that window so that it only let you see part of the Earth. And then they removed the cutout, which is where people were getting in the way.
Right.
So the official narrative of what happened is at the start of the broadcast, you see Armstrong is up against that window there with the camera pressed against the window, zoomed in, viewing the Earth.
Okay.
And then he's viewing the Earth for about 15 minutes, I think. Oh, no, 15, about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then Mission Control say something like, it'd be great to see all your lovely faces. Like, basically, stop showing us the Earth, get showing us you guys. So he says, okay, we'll have to reconfigure. He zooms the camera out, zooms the focal length back wide, so it makes the Earth small, and then moves way away from the camera, away from the window to the other side of the craft, and then changes the exposure settings to make it bright like this. That's the official version of events.
Right.
Bart claims they were never near the window, that they were always across on the other side, zoomed in to this cutout. Then they zoom out,
right,
take the cutout away, and open up the aperture of the camera to be able to see inside. That's Bart's version of events.
Okay.
Right. So the videos that I've done.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Jeran?
Well, I would say a good piece of evidence there against him would be if we can show that period of time where he's backing away from the window, because as far as I can remember, we only see the zoom out, and then that's the new size of Earth. Right. So good. So that's the key thing here, and that's what I can demonstrate for you as to how we know, even though we can't see it specifically because the camera settings are still exposing for the Earth, not the dark interior. So you don't see it specifically, but take note of what you do see here, which is Earth's big. Hold on, then the Earth is shrinking. Move it a little bit. You're blocking it a little bit. That's good there. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Oops.
I didn't even move it. What have you?
I don't know. You just.
Okay,
we're good there.
Okay, so yeah, Earth's big in the frame, so this is camera zoomed in.
Okay.
Right, and then. Where is it? There we go. Okay, so now they're zooming out.
Right.
Earth's getting smaller.
Certainly seems like a zoom. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that is either the camera's zooming out or the camera's getting suddenly much further away from the Earth very, very quickly.
But you can tell it's a zoom,
we'll go with
right?
it zooming out.
I mean, you can tell. You can tell it's a zoom. It's a smooth. It's not a person moving. Okay.
No. That's right. So that's a zoom. Okay.
Okay.
And then as it's zoomed out, this light now comes into the frame. Okay.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me go back down there. Couldn't see that. Okay. Rewind it just a little bit, just to where that light comes in.
Okay. So
we're here. Right.
Here we go. So again, for clarity, so Earth's big. There's the zoom out. There it is. Okay. So
now it's zooming.
Earth's shrinking. It's zooming out. Now the Earth has stopped shrinking. It's not getting any smaller.
Right.
And then this light then comes into view, right?
Oh, as if this is him moving away from the window. Okay.
And when they brighten the exposure up, you can see that is an interior light inside the craft. Okay. Well,
that's that's a hole, right? I mean, a window to the outside.
No, it's a light. It's a bulb. It's one of the interior cabin lights. You can see the bulb.
Oh, okay.
From what I can tell, at least anyway, that's they didn't have a window there as far as I know.
Okay.
Well, they might. Did they actually?
I've actually seen it. I've actually looked at the inside of the
Either which way,
okay,
it doesn't come straight into view.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. So it's a source of light. Let's just go with that. That's what we need. Right now.
So now to them, what is the brightness? So I guess one thing like that brightness coming through that window down there, it seems to me, based off of not focal length, but f-stop, that would be a very drastic for the Earth being 100,000 miles away. Out the window, it looks very small. So we're supposed to believe that if you turned up the f-stop enough, that you would see that brightness coming through from the Earth 100,000 miles away.
Yeah, if you have, bearing in mind, if you have very little amount of light inside the command module, which they did because they had, like I said, they obscured the other windows. So the only source of light from outside was that window. Try and take a photograph of somebody with your phone when they're standing next to a window in daylight. Like if you're inside and you get them to go and stand next to the window, your camera either exposes for outside to see outside clearly and they're just black,
right?
Or you tap on them and it exposes for them and the window just goes sheet white. But it will do the same if you do it at night. If you're in a room with no lights on at all and the moonlight outside, you can make the window look bright white just from moonlight.
Just from the moonlight. Okay, good. That's something people can try.
So, well, okay. I'm going to switch my camera now, so I'll stop screen sharing for a second. So I'm going to change my camera
back over here. That couch probably smells great.
Well, it's not got a dog on it now. He's just got down. So here we go. Right. So there we go. So this is just a camera I've set up. So I'm going to try and replicate the footage, both how the official narrative says it went versus how Bart says it went.
Okay.
Right. So I've got a little light there. So we'll say, we've got the Earth out the window.
Okay.
And then we've got this light source, right? So if we go with Bart's claim, let's imagine the camera's already across the spacecraft and it's zoomed in on Earth, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to have the light just here.
Okay.
For anyone who's got my stream on, I've got a second camera that's overlooking all of this anyway, so you can see. So as I now zoom out, the Earth's shrinking in size because I'm zooming out, but the light's now coming into view whilst the Earth's still shrinking. Right. So for the light to have come into view from it zooming out, the Earth has to have been shrinking at the same time. Right. Whereas, so reach my microphone over here. So if we now go with the other narrative, that now I'll leave the camera here, I'll leave the light there, but I'll move the camera closer. Okay. And we say it's zoomed in to begin with, and then it zooms out. Now the Earth stops shrinking. Then I move the light source back. Then I move the camera back.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's what looks more likely.
Yeah. So the issue with it is the Earth in the Apollo 11 footage stops shrinking way before the camera, way before that light or whatever it is comes into view, which doesn't fit with it being them. If the camera was already on the far side of the spacecraft and they were zooming out, I've stopped screen sharing, by the way, Jeran.
I agree with you too on that one. Okay. By the way, if you're wearing a fanny pack, we cannot be friends anymore. I'm not sure if I saw that right, but just to let you know.
No, I've got shorts on.
Oh, no. Good. I thought it was a fanny pack or something. All right, let's go back over here. Okay, you're on.
The other one, or another bit with regards to Cybrel's claims and what doesn't fit is if you look at the broadcast, bearing in mind it's one continual TV broadcast, no cuts anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's, have I still got it? Have I bin it? March to the Moon. So it's a 35-minute broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it starts with a view of the Earth out of the window, and it ends back at the window viewing the Earth again, but 30 minutes later. And I actually did a comparison.
Oh, nice.
I'll bring them up for you here. Where's that screen share going? There. So I've just requested screen share again, Jeran. If you
there
could
it is.
just
Okay, got it. Let me put that up. Okay, you are good.
Okay, so that is the Earth at the start of the broadcast on the left. Is that not showing again?
No, I fixed. I keep moving you. Okay, there.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's the Earth at the start of the broadcast on the left, and that's the Earth when they finish the broadcast on the right. And you will notice that the cloud formations are near enough the same, but they've twisted slightly. Yeah, seeing that?
You mean they've shifted?
got that kind
shifted
of-
a little bit to the right.
Yeah, so it's shifted slightly over the course of half an hour,
Mhm.
right? Which matches Earth viewed from a distance,
Right, should be
and it's
about
rotated
7 degrees or so.
about 7 or 8 degrees, right?
Mhm.
Now, versus Bart's idea, which is they're only 300 or 400 miles above the Earth and looking out of a window for, like I said, about 10 minutes non-stop, right?
Right.
Now, if I can just switch, how do I switch?
So I see what you're saying. So if that was the
screen
same outside view over a half hour, there's no way you could have the same cloud formation.
Exactly, yeah. I've broke this now. What
Don't
am I
break
doing?
things.
Screen share. I just want to switch to that one.
Okay, I see Apollo 9.
Yeah. So this is Apollo 9 EVA.
Wait, you might
Right.
have to. Now we just see a feed of stuff. I don't know what's going on. That's all I see on my side. Do you see? Look at it's just a feed of different videos, like the year.
Oh no, is it shifted? Oh, for fuck! How is it? Nothing ever works.
That is the case usually.
Right? Is that better?
Nope. Now we just see a white strip.
I've told it to just screen share the frame that I'm trying to show, literally the
now we see
screen
it.
that
Now
I'm
we
trying
see
to
it.
show you.
Now we see it.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay, good.
Right.
I see that.
Right. Okay. So this is Apollo 9 when they did an EVA in low Earth orbit, right? So this is what Bart is suggesting. Basically, they did for Apollo 11.
Right. You would see all
That
that
they were
movement.
just sitting in low Earth orbit, and yet you can see there is a circular window. Essentially, that is like the cutout that Bart is referring to, and the clouds are changing every second. So if they were really in low Earth orbit, faking it over the space of 30 minutes, the Earth that you see would look completely different from the start to the end. Now,
Yeah.
which is where Bart's claims falls apart. He acknowledges they have to have been in space because the broadcast has everything floating around like they're in 0G. But in order to make that fit, that idea, he's had to come up with this notion that they're not halfway to the moon, they're in low Earth orbit. But you can see it just like as the where is it there? Yeah, the clouds through that window, they're just
Yeah, they move.
they're constantly changing. So he's had to accept they're in space and then try and build this narrative that they're in low Earth orbit, but none of what he's actually put forward fits what the footage shows.
Yeah, no, I've never been a fan of his really, but I totally see what you're saying here. It doesn't seem like that is what if it's an insert or a crescent or something to show that, then yeah, if the craft is moving in orbit, then you wouldn't see stationary white and blue like is shown.
I've stopped the screen sharing as well, Jeran. So.
Sorry, I'm looking at it over here.
And then I know we're coming on for 3 hours.
We're already
we
over
said
our
we'd
time.
finish.
Yes.
Yeah. There is one last bit I'd like to leave you with, which is something that I had a little brainwave the other day, and I'm going to do a video about it because I think it's a really good point in favor of the moon landings. So,
NASA says so. No, not that one.
Yeah, close enough. So, I'm assuming is your position that you acknowledge that at least stuff can get to the moon. Landers and rovers and probes now can get to the moon. Other countries have been sending countries have been sending stuff to the moon. Yeah. Yeah,
I think so. I think before, if I was a flat earther, no, I would have had issues with all that. But once I accept the sphere, then all of a sudden orbits become acceptable, and then I think that they can probably send stuff to the moon, or I'm not 100%, but I think I'm okay with accepting that.
Okay, so
but as far as man going there, yeah, that's the issue.
Okay, so again, let me just screen share something for you here. So we'll build a
I did have a couple of documents that just it's just showing that it seems like they don't have any kind of mechanism to bring people back still today, but it doesn't mean that they didn't go though. Could be they lost some technology.
So I've put a screen share in there, Jeran.
Okay, go ahead. I got it up there now. Oops, I keep doing that. Okay, now it's up there. Go ahead.
Okay. Right. So this is from. So this is something called the Tarkovsky crater. I think it's Tarkovsky. Might be Tarkovsky crater. All right, but it's a crater on the moon, right? Mm-hmm. And it's pretty distinctive because it's got this like black ocean around it and then a mountain in the middle of it.
Okay.
This is captures from this Danjari probe, which is a Korean probe. Took them, I don't know what date it was. It said March 22nd, but it doesn't say what. I think it was 2023 that it captured it. Okay. So this is images from a Korean probe within the last 2 years. All right. This is from Apollo 13, AS 13 608637. Right. There's that same crater.
Mm-hmm.
So Apollo 13 captured that crater and did get some other photos of it as well. So
you understand why to a hoaxer that's not going to be evidence, though?
No. I'm not. Well, I know from a hoaxer. What I mean is from a hoaxer of who are just going to dismiss everything and say
no. But I'm saying that if we're looking for evidence that they went showing two things from space agencies and saying this matches this, well, that's okay. We would expect that.
You'd say that, but then, this is multiple space agencies that have spotted it. I mean, the fact that it's called, the reason it's called the Tarkovsky crater, it's named after a Soviet rocket scientist.
Mm-hmm.
It was named by the Soviets because they're the one that first captured it, right?
Okay.
So, bear with me here, Jerry,
sure.
Okay? Because there's a point to this, right? There's a reason of specifically picking up on this one.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find, I got a picture before of Apollo 15 captured it in great detail with their mapping cameras, right? So here you go. Here's pictures from Apollo 15. Okay. So there are numerous space agencies have captured detailed images of this crater in recent years, right? And they match the detailed images that Apollo got, like, that's the one I want. on. There you go. So that's one of the ones from Apollo 13, right? And there's the crater. Oh no, that's Apollo 15, AS 1591.
Okay.
12382. You can see the lunar module thrusters there. You can see the crater, right? The key thing with this one that gets me is the fact that I don't know the exact number, but I can guarantee you no more than 24 humans have actually seen that crater with their own eyes, because it's not on our side of the moon, it's on the back side of the moon.
Oh, okay.
So the only way it could have been photographed, it's not like they could have faked the render of it. The first detailed photos that were captured of that crater were during Apollo missions. Soviets had discovered it with one of their probes in 1959, but if you actually look at the picture that they got, it's just a black dot.
Wait, so wait,
Like,
NASA,
they knew there was
NASA didn't see it in any of its pre-flights?
So NASA saw it. They had orbiters that went over that backside of the moon, but bearing in mind that they didn't have the probes to get detailed shots. They didn't have the cameras on surveillance probes, of reconnaissance probes, to detail the backside of the moon. They got scans of it, but nothing that was enough detail to show everything like you see here from the later missions, from like this Korean probe.
Okay.
Right? The first detailed photos they got of that crater was on the Apollo missions. I think a 13 was the first one to get it, and then 15 went over it with the mapping camera, and they match the probes that have been since. Right, so they had to have got, and like I said, it's for me the fact that the crater is on the wrong side of the moon. So it's not like they could have just used a load of telescopes on Earth to get a detailed view of it and then create a render. The only way they could have seen that crater to get pictures of it is by going to the backside of the moon. And if you look at, I'll try and find it if you want. They do show you the original, the first.
TSIO.
There you go. Yeah, so that's the scan that they got from Luna 1, which was a reconnaissance orbiter that NASA sent around the moon in mid-60s.
Okay.
Right. So they saw the crater, they got the crater, but nowhere near enough detail to match what they then got with Apollo 15 and the mapping camera. Yeah, that one. So that's it from Apollo 15.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. So like I'm trying to find, I had all the fucking I had it all saved on tabs, but I've lost everything. So like I said, they got aerial views of it, like kind of overheads of low scans of it, but the first high detail shots they got with these ones were from Apollo missions, and since then people have gone back and shown that it actually matched. But like I said, it's not like they could have used telescopes from Earth to get them.
Okay.
So yeah. Anyway, right. I think
I'm just trying to look at.
I think I'm
okay. Yeah. Let me just see if there's anything other little questions I have else. Yeah, I wanted to check real quick, just super chats. I didn't been looking at the chat, but thank you for being. I would want to do it again because I'm keep coming up with better lists of questions.
I've stopped my screen share, by the way, Jared.
Appreciate it. Change that back. But I think it's good. It gives me stuff to work on. There's other people watching this that are then working on stuff because they're contacting me, and so I think that's good. Get people thinking. Let me make sure I did at least a couple things I wanted to do. I mean, I still have questions about that mountain. I have some other diagrams of that. I've got some paperwork just showing that they, it doesn't seem like in the last 30 years that they've been able to come up with a mechanism to get people past low Earth orbit, but it's nothing that is concrete. Let me just see if there's anything here that I had. I'm glad we got to Bard. And the Bard thing, I think you did pretty good at showing that. I'll have to relook at it again and see if there's any other explanation, because you're right. I do think you kind of want to show, and that's what he did a good job of, is, I mean, again, it's indoctrination because it doesn't seem to be true. But when he does his video and you have that lady who's doing the narration, it just seems like it's very easy to persuade people when you're in a movie like that, and then you have a girl speaking and she's giving a very, this is what's going on. It's just very easy to adopt that as what's going on. So by you to come in and show that it certainly doesn't look at all like what he's saying, because that light comes into play when it looks like he's moving away from the window.
I think the thing is with that kind of stuff is where you've got to, and maybe it's probably a mindset thing, that if you're already of the position that you think it was faked, you don't question the evidence. You don't question whenever people put forward his evidence that it was faked. You don't analyze it as much as you would if you were of the opposing position. And that kind of goes both ways, because like the PBS Stephen Hawking's thing that you bring up, I'd watch that. I hadn't noticed the duplication of the foreground. It wasn't until people pointed it. But the only people who are going to go and analyze it that critically are people who are looking for problems with it. So, right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lesson for people to really see to what conclusions you're drawing based on the information. Because, again, make sure you have the original document, or documentation, not the copy of a copy. I mean, all the people saying there's no footprints in Antarctica, and then you realize that they're looking at the shittiest copy of something. It's like your quick copy that you wanted to get uploaded when we were there, and then that's already going to be broken down, and then they're downloading it off of YouTube, so it's even worse copy. And then they're using that to say there's no footprints. Well, yeah, that's what compression does. Is it, when colors are alike on the screen, then to save processing power or whatever you want, rendering power, then it just brings those all back at the same color. So it's not taking the time to look at footprints. When you actually do look at the closer or the better version, the higher quality, then you do see it. And even that, it's ice, so it's not snow that you would expect footprints anyway. But anyway, what I'm saying is people tend to just jump to the conclusion that, and this, I think I told you this last time, this is the problem that I see in the future with the internet, with YouTube, is now there's a reward for getting things out quicker. If there was a space mission today, and I took an hour, or if I took a day or 2 or 10 to come up with the best video about that and looking into it and researching, that I'm going to be so far past everyone else who just puts up crap. They're going to be the ones who get the views. They're going to be the ones who get the clicks, because even if they're not even saying anything and it's all bad research, because that's just the way the world is now. So that's a scary thing to me, because back before there was live streaming, that's why your videos are good, right? Your videos are great because you're actually taking the time, you're re-looking at them. This is why you're able to put out a 15-minute video that's packed full of information and it's really good, whereas you might not even have that much good information in a 4-hour live stream. Nothing bad about you. I'm just saying that's how live streams work, is sometimes you're all over the place. We're all over the place. We don't have that kind of great production delivery. I miss the days of video making rather than live streaming, for sure. But now it just worries me as far as people adopting that stuff, because that's what happened, right? We were still on the trip, and people were coming to conclusions based off video evidence that they got downloaded from YouTube at 720 or something, even less. Yeah. So yeah. Let me see. I think that's all that I had for this. Let me make sure. Let me check one other thing. I had some stuff in my Notion over here. Let's see what I have here. Yeah, I mean, still to me, I would. It's more and more looking to me like, I could be wrong about this one as well. As far as much evidence as I'm seeing, so far the incapability of finding something that would be alarmingly anonymous or I mean, finding something that's like glaring. Now, again, I did say at the beginning, like, I think that they could have corrected some things, but there's some things that I don't think could have been. or they would have been overlooked. And so we should be able to find things like that. So if people are upset at me, they're like, oh, I know it's fake and you're not doing a good job with Dave at showing him, then Dave is willing to come back. So that's why we have that submission form. I should check that real quick. And maybe we'll do that next time. So that if we're going to claim something like that, we should be able to show evidence of that, right? So this is what the difference between the globe Earth and the flat Earth was. The flat Earth, we had a lot of, oh, it's definitely flat. Oh, it can't be a sphere. Oh, for sure. We know it's not, right? Okay, so those things all are not good evidence, and they turned out to be a bad collection of evidence to base your opinion on, because the globe Earth, on the other hand, measures every single sunrise and sunset, and the Earth has been mapped on a sphere and matches all observations. That alone is the end of the argument. So to keep going further, or to let the flat earthers kind of feel, and I said this to somebody the other day, and I'm not saying anything bad about globe earthers. I'm just saying that I don't even think flat earth should be in the conversation. And part of the problem is I think flat earthers think that they are in the conversation because, hey, you guys are letting them debate. You have a channel about it. Tune goes after it. So it actually seems like flat earth is on some sort of even playing field when it's not even close. It's like so far off the path. You've got one side that's making predictions, making calculations, that's able to show angles and show times and show everything that we observe matches the sphere Earth, and nothing we observe other than the ground looking flat and water seeming to find its level. Those are the only things that flat Earth has for it. So this is like the reverse, right? So we're on the moon landing now, and all of our evidence seems to me to appear like flat Earth evidence. It's always, well, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't look real. This seems like it should be this way to me. And then the other side has all the evidence. So I'm not saying that means that I'm sold on it yet, but it means that people who are very strong in their opinion of we faked the moon landing should not have a problem then going and putting together evidence of it. And I haven't just seen that myself.
I think an aspect as well is that you've got to look at it fairly open-minded, is analyzing how people react to things. And I think you're seeing that now in terms of the flat earth side. You're seeing the flat earth side where, when presented with an argument that goes against it, they either avoid explaining it at all, or they will try and twist it in a sort of in a certain way, in a very propaganda type way, which I think is what I would say about like the Bart Cybrell clip that we just looked at. He was very clever with how he presented it and put forward the narrative that he wanted and left out other details and didn't fully analyze it, and people just went straight in and buying it. Mm-hmm. And obviously last time we were talking about the film in the cameras, and I showed you the spy satellites that have had film in vacuums, used film in a vacuum, and they worked fine, and then they changed it to pressurized later on. And I mentioned about the Apollo detectives, right? So
they did a video.
The fact that so they talk about the later satellite, and they say this satellite is pressurized, therefore film can't work in a vacuum, ignoring the other ones. And they've done vacuum tests before, and I mentioned that, didn't I? That they'd done a vacuum test and they showed opposite sides of film. They showed the back side of one film and the front side of another film. We talked about that on the live stream. They did a video in response to that, trying to call me out for it. They made no reference to the spy satellites because it just blows their argument out of the water. And they tried making out that I was comparing, like I'd done comparisons of the back side of film to the front side of film, and it's clearly I don't know how film works. Like, you saw the video, you sent me the link to it, so you saw the way that they were presenting that argument, right?
Yeah, you were arguing against that.
Okay. Yeah. So I've screen shared. If you could just bring that up.
I see just a strip, but I'll bring it up. I don't know what is happening, but I just see a white strip.
Is it off center? Oh, what is going on with this thing?
I don't know.
Hang on.
There we go. I saw it. I saw film.
Yeah, it's. I'll just do it again.
There we go. Now we see it.
There we go. Okay, so I'd said that they'd redacted, they'd taken out part of the article. This is a screenshot that I've just pulled up from the video that I did called "Debunking Gary Fong and Apollo Detectives," and I literally showed a complete screen grab of the entire article, and this is the photo that I was referring to. So this is from their article. It says down here about where it says they're developing with Kodak Ektachrome. Their own caption says, changes to the film strips are visually apparent. Here, the vacuum exposed film is on the left. The film has lost its sheen and has shifted to a brownish hue. Right?
Right.
So that's their analysis of it. But if you actually look at it, they've wrote on the film, this writing is the wrong way round because they've put the back of it. They've put this one face down. They've put this one face up.
And then they're
and if you look at the film, yeah. So they're the ones that have put the vacuum filmed face down and the non-vacuum filmed face up. They've drawn an analysis and said the vacuum has made it lose its sheen.
Right, but we can't even see.
And then when I call them out on it, they then say, oh no, I'm comparing the back side of the film to the front side. And obviously one side's shiny, one side's dull. And for me, it's stuff like that. You think, why would they need to be
deceptive?
There's a reason I nickname them the Apollo Deceptives. It's because every time I have a conversation with them, or I've had engagements with them, or talked about them, their version of the conversation that we had always gets manipulated. And you think, why would you need to manipulate stuff like this and try and sort of, you know, attack my character like I'm doing something wrong when I'm just referencing you,
right?
If you're not trying to hide something. So anyway,
that's great though. Because I think when you pointed out to me, I was like, oh yeah, I saw that they were completely misrepresenting the conversation because I didn't think they seemed to understand what we were doing. But then when you described it, I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's just deceptive because they're actually claiming you're looking at the. Thank you, got it. You know, they're claiming that you're comparing the backside of film with the front side, and obviously it's different. But it's like, yeah, that's.
I just talked about the analysis that they did, and then they tried flipping it onto me. But the fact that normally, whenever they make a video, they will make like a 30-minute long video. The one they did in response to me was only 7 minutes, and the whole thing that I was bringing up was their main argument is film in a vacuum. I showed examples where they were using film in a vacuum pre-Apollo. Their argument falls to pieces. They wouldn't even address it. And Bart Cybrell did the exact same thing. I made 2 videos showing, doing that analysis like I've just done, showing how none of it works. Bart commented on both videos, not actually addressing any of the points in the videos whatsoever.
This is getting sad for me because now I see what's going on everywhere. And it's this whole problem that what these guys are doing is they recognize that they are presenting to conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists do not look at the other side of an argument. So if you have an audience of conspiracy theorists, your best bet is to, when somebody says something against you, to make a video where you repeat your talking points and you just confuse the audience to the point where nobody's going to go watch Dave's video because they're conspiracy theorists. They don't want to hear that the moon landing is real. They already know it's fake. So therefore, the only person they're listening to is the Apollo Detectives, or they're listening to Bart Cybrell. And so those guys know that. And I think that's what's obvious is that they know it now. So what they do is they always present what their audience wants to hear, which is them answer the complaint or, you know, the challenge. They just answer it. But the truth of the matter is not important. The real truth of the situation. So these conversations are great for me because I'm learning a lot about the group of people I used to think were honest versus the group of people I used to think were not. And those roles are switching. And so that becomes a pretty tall task to relook at a lot of things that you took one way and now might see it a different way. So anybody who doesn't think these are good I don't really care much because it's good for me, and that's the whole point of the channel, is to help me find the truth. And whether people will like the truth I found, obviously they don't. I've seen that, but I do appreciate it, Dave, because this stuff is eye-opening, and the way you present it is enough that I'm able to think about it, and then when people approach me, I've got better answers for them. And let me just see real quick. I just want to make sure I keep talking about that. But I haven't looked to make sure that we have no major things on to have anybody submitted. Even if there's a bunch, we can do them next time. Maybe do one more of these.
I was going to say I've got quite a few comments here. Some are
Sure.
Some are sort of pointing to you. So
I don't mind reading this. Go ahead. You go ahead and give it to me.
Okay, so I've got Present 99 says, ask him why he's so afraid to accept the fact that we plain humans did it, all of it. Be proud for once.
No, I think if we did do it, it is the most impressive thing that man has ever done. I think it's beyond impressive. I think it's borderline science fiction. So I think that the problem with accepting it is that if you've gone for a long period of time with a certain narrative, like I did with Flat Earth or whatever, it does take something that kind of removes that mental block. And this is just one that is slowly coming away. I'm starting to see things. I still think that there really is no good excuse for not going back, other than if you say, well, there's no reason to, but then you're like, well, wouldn't there be a strategic position there? I would think that whoever the country is that's there kind of owns the world in a way. Also, I think let's say that we believe everything that NASA says. So there's meteoroids, there's asteroids flying around. So the human race could literally end at any time. And so having somebody on the moon would preserve that. Not having anybody on the moon could be the end of the human race because NASA is inept, which is kind of ridiculous. Like we are at this point, if we have the capability to put people on the moon, there should be a permanent presence on the moon, which would just protect humanity from extinction. So to me, it seems like so much more important than they make it seem. Go ahead.
If I may, I meant to address that point actually, Jeran, and just that idea in general. So in terms of the why haven't we gone back bit,
Mm-hmm.
I think you give too much credit to how competent politicians can actually be, because they are fucking morons when it comes to this kind of thing. And NASA aren't the one who said NASA would go back to the moon tomorrow, but the problem is they're a government agency, which means they need the government approval, and they need Congress and whoever else to approve the budgets to do the thing. So them scrapping SLS isn't because they're wanting to scrap SLS. It's basically because politicians are making them do it, which is what happened with the Constellation program back when Bush said we're going back to the moon, make Constellation. Then Obama comes in and goes, this project's behind schedule and it's too expensive. Start again and come up with something that we can do it with. And this is the difference in mentality. Is nowadays, back in the 60s, Kennedy just went to NASA and literally said, what can we do where we have a decent chance of beating the Soviets?
Right.
Name it. And NASA were the one that said, they've got us beat in low Earth orbit. They're way ahead of us for low Earth orbit. If you want any chance of beating them with anything, it's going to have to be the moon, because then we're both starting from scratch. And Kennedy just said, here's a blank check, pay whatever it needs to, whatever it costs, just take the money to do it.
Right.
Nowadays, the politician's mindset is, we don't want to be spending a load of money to go and do something like this that we've already done. It's we have to try and justify it. In terms of your ideas of whoever owns the moon owns the world, doesn't really work that way, because the moon is a 3-day trip away. There's literally there's no benefit. You've seen how little detail you can see of the moon from the Earth, right? Mm-hmm. You're not going to see a huge amount of detail of what's going on the Earth from the moon.
So it's not like you could launch a bomb from there or something, you're saying?
No, not that it would make any, if they were going to launch anything, they've already got ICBMs that can do it anyway.
Right.
They've already got spy satellites only a few hundred miles above their opponents, not a quarter of a million miles away.
So that's why, I mean,
and in terms of
go ahead.
And in terms of preserving the human race, it wouldn't preserve it for very long, because a base on the moon has no oxygen supply, has no food. So everything is it's no different than if the Earth were to end tomorrow. The people on the ISS could survive for a short amount of time until their supplies ran out, and then they're fucked like everybody else.
Right.
And it would be no different than the moon. Right. That's why Musk has turned around and said we need to go for Mars, because Mars, you at least have the option of there's an atmosphere, you could try and terraform it and make a civilization there. So yeah, in terms of going back to the moon, there's not as much benefit. That's why now that they're looking at going back, they're aiming for the poles, because they're trying to see if there's water or other deposits and stuff on there. But again, it's a case of justifying the cost, which is why SLS is built so heavily around the space shuttle components, because they were basically going, how can you do this cheap, reuse the tech you've already got, even if it's not actually the best stuff for the job. So yeah.
Yeah, there's three things here for you. I just read this first one. Somebody says, if you have to reach almost 18,000 miles per hour to escape Earth's gravity, which I think it's even higher than that, but let's just say that, would you not have to reach 3,000 plus miles to escape the moon's gravity? Seeing the lunar lander take off from the moon seems like it would never reach an exit velocity to get away from the moon.
So the lunar lander never left the lunar orbit. The lander was pretty much like a taxi to get it into lunar orbit.
Right, they mean whatever took off from the little pod that went up and connected back with the command module.
Yeah. So the ascent stage.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Left the moon and docked back with the command module. They transferred everything that they needed to keep from the ascent stage back into the command module. Then they ditched the lunar module before then returning back to Earth. So when they were returning back to Earth, they were only propelling the weight of the command and service module, whereas when they were getting to the moon, they were having to stop, or not even stop, they were having to slow down service module, command module, and both stages of the lunar module as well.
So does the little craft that takes off from the moon, does it have to get going a certain speed to escape moon gravity?
So it's not that it's escaping the moon's gravity. It needs enough speed to be able to get into an orbit around the moon. You've got no air resistance, so it's easier to do it, and you've got less gravity trying to pull you back down as well. But they have to get up to, I think it's a 60-mile orbit, roughly, is where the command module was sitting. So it's not even like trying to reach the height of the space station.
Right. Only 60 miles.
Yeah.
But so there is an escape velocity that you need to reach, though, to get away from the moon's pull.
Yes.
Okay.
There is, but as I was saying before, the escape velocity to get away from the moon is nowhere near as much as it is to get away from Earth, because the moon's gravity is so much weaker.
Okay. Makes sense.
So you are...
Would it be 1/6?
You have to be...
Would it be 1/6 of the speed?
It's 1/6 on the surface. I think once you're up and away from it, it's something like an 80th of Earth's in terms of how much impact it actually has. So if they're traveling sort of, say, 250,000 miles, they're most of the way to the moon before they are being impacted more by the moon's gravity than the Earth's.
Gotcha.
They have to be so much further away from the Earth to escape to be more under the influence of the moon. Whereas coming back the other way, they only have to get that small that distance back again before they're then being more dragged in by the Earth than slowed down by the moon.
So you're saying if you're like a third of the way to the moon and you hit your thruster, now you're going fast. Immediately at the end of that thrust, you're going to be going slower because you're going to be being pulled back to the Earth because you're not being pulled by the moon yet.
Yeah. So the moment your engines stop at that point, if you're say even closer to the Earth than the moon, if you're within about 3/4 of the way, I think it is, you're being slowed down by the Earth. It's only once you get within I think a few 10,000 miles of the moon that you're then being sped back up again towards the moon.
Gotcha. Okay, and then somebody asked about your feelings on my take on the inverse square law when it comes to the moon. So I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about that. I haven't talked about it in a long time, but just taking a known or an idea of the brightness of the moon and then pulling it back to where the Earth would be. I think we were able to show that 1,000 miles away, the moon should be 56,000 times as bright, I believe, as from Earth. And wouldn't that be, blinding to anybody 1,000 miles from the moon? Have you ever looked into that at all?
Yeah, I've done a video on it.
Okay.
The issue is the inverse square law is for a point source of light, whereas obviously the moon's not a point; it's a big ball. So as you're getting closer to it, you're also seeing less of it.
Yeah, that's why we stopped at 1,000 miles, because from 1,000 miles away, you'd be able to see the full circle, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially, I think, in that idea of if traveling further away from something would, if traveling closer to something made it brighter like that, then that means if you were in a plane at 40,000 feet,
right, and
you looked out of the window and you saw how bright the ground was, and then you dropped 40,000 feet to it, the ground should then be multiple times brighter.
Okay. Oh, I do remember your video. You were showing a little light thing that had a certain amount of. I remember.
Yeah,
seeing
it was that panel.
Yeah. And then you zoomed in. Okay, I remember that. I actually will watch that.
Yeah.
Again.
So if I put that really close, like, I'll probably blind everybody in the process of doing it.
That's right. They don't need to see
if I put that up really close,
right?
That one bulb is that bright. It's still the same brightness when you're all the way back there. You've just now got more bulbs shining at you as well.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha on that one. Okay, and let me see here a couple last thing. So then somebody gave me a link to a certain image and said, let me see if I understand what they said. They said Apollo 17 image AS 17 135 2680. AI suggested this image is the best to show prior movement of a rock. What? I don't know what that means. Prior movement of a rock. Okay, let's see. I don't know. Let me put this image in here. AS20680. Things drive me crazy. Flickr wants me to sign in or something. Come on, just where's login? Login from here. All right. There we go. Login. Password, thank you. Let me see this image. Paste. I don't know what they're talking about with the prior movement of a rock.
I don't know. I think maybe we should put a pin in it and
we'll get that next time.
The next time, because we're already managed to go way over.
Yeah, the other one is just a video, so we'll look at that next time. So don't worry, I'll get to those next time. I'll put them down right now. Okay. Anything else for me?
Yeah, I've got a few. So I've got two from Jack Fetter. First one, he says, why a guy who denied the globe Earth for 10 years doesn't now realize he's a conspiracy theorist and his judgment is suspect at best is beyond me. Then followed up by,
well, I do realize that, but it doesn't mean anything. So anyway.
This is a grift in my opinion. Jeran is milking the good will he received. What conspiracy have you ever seen proven, Jeran? Do you even question yourself?
Tons. That's a ridiculous question. Everything is a conspiracy. So, every two people colluding to get one over on you is what happens throughout life every day. So I don't really know how you can say that. Now, is this a larger one? Yes. Is it indicative of a government that lies and can hold lies for a long time? Yes. That's why it's important. But to think I'm grifting is a joke. And it just tells me that you guys are not any smarter than you think flat earthers are, because you make the same kind of dumb assessments. My views have gone down by, I get like 1/5 of the views. I get no donations. I get no support. I've lost all my VIPs. So you don't know how to assess that evidence, and I certainly don't look to you for the truth because you just made something up. Just your opinion. You're doing the same thing you're accusing me of doing. Just so you know, it's completely obvious. So it's pretty sad when you guys pretend like you're the guys that don't do that, and then you just do it. Identical to what flat earthers are doing, you're doing, and you're like thinking it's fine because you're on the side that's right. Which again, that's why you're lucky, because you're just. You aren't good at assessing situations either, or looking at evidence. You just say whatever you feel. You're not looking at evidence. So you are just like flat earthers. You just happen to believe the Earth's a ball. So congratulations.
Yeah, I'll if I can chime in on this one as well, because I'll be honest, I used to think you were a grifter, Jeran, and I did do a video about it because I didn't think it was possible that you could prove the globe that many times and not realize it without it being a grift.
You do realize now, though, that they misrepresented that experiment, right? I mean, has Toon told you that? Have you read some of the evidence of that?
I mean, I know you've said it. I don't know the exact ins and outs of it or
Right.
anything, but I mean, just things like the ISS transits and stuff, all that kind of thing. But
Yep.
either which way, I used to have the opinion that you were,
Mhm.
but obviously then having met you, chatted with you, and more the fact that you were open to having the conversations and actually trying to understand the concepts. Even when we were in Punta Arenas before we went to Antarctica, I got that impression from you that you were genuinely trying to work these things out and trying to wrap your head around everything. Obviously, then to completely upend your opinion of the world the way you did, I don't think it's a grift in the slightest. And in terms of the people who think that just because you were wrong about the Earth means that you should automatically assume the moon landings, I can see why you wouldn't. You've spent as longer looking at moon landings, and they're completely unrelated.
Right.
I mean, every flat earther by default has to assume that the moon landings didn't happen because you see the Earth as a globe. But not everybody who thinks that the moon landings didn't happen is a flat earther, and they're not sort of mutually exclusive to each other in the sense that you can think the Earth's a globe and also not think we landed on the moon. But the fact that you're having these conversations with me, and I was concerned when you first started doing the streams, like when we first started talking about doing this, and you were talking about it to your audience, and the tone of your conversation, the tones of what you were saying to your audience did sound very conspiratorial and did sound very close-minded at things, like you still had a lot of confirmation bias.
Mm-hmm.
And I was concerned that maybe you would stay close-minded, but the tone from this conversation and the one before, and the fact that you do seem to be coming around to it all now, does tell me that it is just you're not just going to drop everything because you were wrong about one thing. Doesn't automatically mean you were wrong about everything. You wanted the answers, but you are at least being open to listening to the answers and trying to understand them, which I admire. So
yeah, and I think it's good for
there is
people. It's good for people that are in the same boat as me. I think this is what there's a general misunderstanding or a disconnect, because you guys aren't conspiracy theorists. So I always hear people say, "I can't imagine why you thought this," or "I can't imagine how you wouldn't recognize this." It's because you have a different mindset. It's just a different. Now, have I learned that my mindset is going to lead you to the wrong answer? Probably more than you would like. Yes. But it still is not. If I were to just say what you want me to say, which is, "Oh, I was wrong about this, so I'm everything else is now true," just so you know that would just immediately dismiss to any conspiracy theorist that I'm being honest, that I'm being serious, because they're going to look at that and they're going to think there's no way that just because you were wrong about this means that you were wrong about the moon landing or that kind of thing. And I understand their predicament because it's not the way our minds work. So my mind certainly isn't to the point where it's like, "Oh, I was wrong about that. Oh, everything else is." No, the only thing that's chipped away is, okay, you were wrong about that. Yeah, you didn't look at evidence right. Yeah, you were biased. Okay, let's look at things again and take both sides in and really think about it and not just jump to conclusions. So you're asking me to jump to conclusions. You're saying, don't look at evidence. Don't ask questions. Do as you're told. And that is the thing that makes people conspiracy theorists, is that we don't want to be like you. I don't want to be like you who comes on channels and says, "Oh, just you're a dum-dum. You should just believe everything that you're told now." I'll never be that way. So we're just different people. And I'm trying to help other people. Your method is not helping anybody. Whereas my method, in my opinion, is going to help some people see things more clearly. Even if they don't change their belief about things, they're going to start to see a way to work through problems and not just do what they don't want to do, which is what you guys do, which is sometimes just you've assigned your beliefs to somebody else. You don't even have to think about anything. And I get that. I understand that tomorrow I could be a science believer and I could give up on ever having to worry about anything again. I don't have to worry about research. I don't have to worry about study. I don't have to worry about anything. I can just defer to science and call people dummies. And that's what I think of those people. I think you have even less than I think of people that are wrong, but who are looking into things, because they're putting forth an effort. It takes no effort to sit around and tell somebody else that they're dumb because you follow science and they don't. It's not impressive to me. And that's just me being honest, whether I'm right or not. That is the kind of thing that makes people conspiracy theorists. If you watch my conversation with that guy, I can't remember his name now, the guy that was on the other day with like 5 hours, he reminded me of why a lot of people are conspiracy theorists, because he really just was so frustrated that we didn't just believe what we're told. And to me, I think that opens people up to a possibility of being lied to on a massive level. Now, has it happened? Or, I mean, I guess a few things have, but no, it's probably a bigger worry than it needs to be. However, the method that you're suggesting is just not going to work for most conspiracy theorists. And in fact, it's going to turn many of them even stronger in their position, because what you're basically saying is, no, don't look at evidence, just accept. And I get it. You would be right about the earth. If you told me, Jeran, just believe the earth's a ball, don't look into evidence, don't look into anything, because you know what? You would have been right. And I could have saved a lot of time by doing that. So I understand the sentiment behind it, but I'm just telling you, to a conspiracy theorist, that's not going to get it done. So maybe I'm one of the people that's in a unique position that I know what flat earthers think like. I know how they believe about, I know how they think about certain elements of the earth. So I have an idea of how to help them, whereas I also have ideas of how to never help them. And it's being like MC Toon, or it's being like, calling people names, these kind of things. It's just not going to work. It's just not going to do it. So I get it. I get what you want from me, but I would rather see somebody actually convert or to change their beliefs in real time, because they're really looking into something and really giving you their honest opinion. But I'm realizing more and more that that's not what people on YouTube want to see. Nobody wants to see you be honest. They want to see you do as you're told, or to continue to push their beliefs so that they can feel reconfirmed about them. And that's a sad state of affairs. That's not going to bode well for the future of humanity, because what YouTube is creating is a team's environment to where if you're a flat earther, you better preach the flat earth words, and you better not change your thing. You better not listen to any hoax information. You better, or not any debunker information, because you've got a flat earth narrative to push. And if you're a globe earther, you better never admit that there's any issues with the flat earth, with the globe earth. You better never say that we see too far. You better never say any of that, because you will be called a flat earther. So what you're creating is these two teams that are both very set in their positions, and that makes for bad conversations. So anyway, I appreciate Dave, because at least he'll have the conversation with me. He may think like you do in his head, but he's actually smart enough to say, well, I'm going to keep that to myself, because it's probably not the best method to pull somebody to the other side. So Dave, I do appreciate your method. It's going to definitely, what do they say, kill more flies with honey than vinegar, right? Something like that. Okay, so we're going to do these ones next time. And then did you have any other super chats you need to read, or I've just got a couple here?
Yeah, I mean, I've got loads, but
Okay.
some are sort of specific to you, and others just somewhat unrelated. So I'll get the ones to you out the way first. So Joe Cool says, points out that 5 separate countries have photographed the lunar landing sites. Val says they wouldn't be surprised if it takes 100 years to get back to the moon, because back in the 60s and the 70s, they didn't have the risk assessments telling you how to hold a screwdriver without stabbing yourself, which is actually quite a good point. That, bear in mind that when NASA were first going to the moon, it was all new, but nothing majorly wrong had occurred. Obviously, Apollo 1. But since then, you've had like a 13 going wrong and 1 going wrong were drivers as to why the program got cut short, because it should have been up to Apollo 20. But then NASA switched to the shuttle, and they had both Challenger and Columbia go due to what they openly say was their own fuck-ups, basically. So, and that those led to the space shuttle program being scrapped. So I think that there is a thing now of they're not wanting to repeat stuff, which is why Artemis is taking so long, because they want to do it in as fewer launches as possible and make sure everything gets sorted between the launches, whereas you've got like SpaceX that are just trying to fire off rockets like starships every couple of months and just, we'll blow up a rocket and we'll sit and then we'll work out what went wrong, which is more the mindset that NASA had in the 60s and not now.
I don't really see any. Somebody says my two favorite YouTubers. I don't know. Isn't that weird? If somebody's favorite two YouTubers are me and you, that'd be weird. It'd be meet that person. They're a little strange. Just throwing a little more support your way. Thank you very much. Yet here we are, watching on McKeegan stream this time around. Just wanted to throw in some support. Thank you very much. Addicted to Globing. I think you call him Addicted to Gaming like I do, but his name is Addicted to Globing.
The problem is that the OBS only shows me the first. It only shows me Addicted to G, and then I'm just guessing. Present 99 says NASA did go back just unmanned orbits, but we went back before Trump came all over NASA's budget.
Is that what he did?
So, yeah.
Hopefully, there's no.
It is in terms of the politics, Jeran, and just how ridiculous it is. I don't know what kind of things happen in the US, but just in the UK, two prime examples for me, right, as to how fucking stupid politicians can be in terms of pissing away money. The UK decided, because currently all our hospitals are within the National Health Service, but none of the computers can talk to each other. Like my missus is a doctor, right? And every time she goes and changes to a new hospital, she has to get new passwords, new logins. They can't get records from one system to another. They're not all integrated. I used to work for a car hire company. We could access any computer system, like any of the details from any branch across the entire country. The NHS can't manage that.
We don't have any connection between states for child protection service. So if you are being terrible parent to your kids in California, just move to another state and they don't know.
Right. So, right, but they got stuff like that, right? Yeah. So I don't know, about a decade ago, or 15 years ago, our government had the bright idea: let's have a brand new, completely integrated computer system. Okay. They forked out millions to a company to make it, who managed to do nothing but fuck it all up. And then the next government came in and said, nah, we'll scrap that and not bother with it. Right. So we just pissed away like £100 million on a computer system we don't have. Right. Then another government decides, let's have HS2, high-speed rail to connect London to the other major cities up north.
Sounds a good idea.
Right? Spends hundreds of millions planning it all out, buying up all the land to knock out, to build the track. Next government comes in, your project's too far behind schedule, it's costing too much money, it's gone over budget, we're just scrapping the lot. Exactly as they've done with Apollo, we've got with train tracks now.
Wow.
That's how freaking stupid governments can be, because they just come in and they go, the last government, we need to make changes because the last government were doing things wrong. Where can we cut money? So they look at a project and they go, this is over budget and this is behind schedule, we're getting rid of it. But the reason that it's behind schedule and under budget is because the only reason that the contractors could win the contract in the first place was by over-promising what they could actually achieve.
I wonder how you get around that, how you fix that. It's just never going to be fixed when you have too big a government like that. It's just too easy to scrap things because you just have the money coming in the next, right? You and I can't do that because we don't have endless dollars. So when we make a decision, we have to actually stand by it sometimes. You can't just say, well, luckily I've got another $1 billion coming in tomorrow, so scrap that one. Let's do this way this time. It's crazy.
I did, strangely, I did a computer science degree. Well, I went to university and did computer science. Mm-hmm. And one thing I remember specifically is the computer science teacher telling us about a company or a practice that companies employ where they overpromise a contract and then they intentionally make a computer system that is full of problems so that they can continue charging the companies to go in and fix the problems.
Yeah, that's what happens with these jobs programs. It's why I say that these landers that they're doing, they build something for Mars and they say, oh, it's going to last 3 years, but it always lasts like 10 or 15. It's like, I think that they're building them to last that long because they can keep asking for money. They're like, hey, it's still on Mars. What do you want us to do with it? Like, just give us $1 billion to keep it going.
Yeah, the thing's going to be is as it's now moving more into the private sector.
Yeah,
as it's moving more into the private sector, and they're having fights with each other.
Yeah.
I think that'll help push things along. So
we certainly hope
I think
so.
We'll get there. But
a lot of the money comes from government. That's the thing, right? I mean, looking at what Elon Musk has done with SpaceX, he's already out of the money that he's been given to be on the moon. He's supposed to be on the moon. He's not there yet.
Yeah,
he hasn't even gone into orbit. So, I'm talking about with Starship. Okay, yeah, I think that's all that I have for super chats. I'll read the rest of them after. So I appreciate you being here. I know we went longer than we wanted to, but just I think that what I would want your audience to hear is that if you are secure in your position, which you probably should be, then you shouldn't worry so much about me getting there. It should be you should be excited to see the progress. Now, if I get to the point where I say, no, I think that the moon landing is 100% fake, and then if you have a complaint at that time, then it makes sense to me. Until then, your complaint doesn't make sense to me. So to just want complete and total subjugation to a government that is known to have fabricated events and things and lies, I think I don't understand it. It's not going to help your position any. You already are firm where you're at. So it almost calls into question whether you feel comfortable in your belief, because if you did, then I wouldn't mind. Like for me, now that I know the Earth's a sphere, it doesn't really bother me that people are flat earthers. It doesn't I need to go troll them on their channels and do things like that. I don't do any of that because if they actually care about the truth and they look at the evidence, they'll eventually come to it. So I don't know. I think that that's the way your position should be, not the. And let me just say, Toon is somebody who, when I talked to him for the year before we went on the trip, he was somebody who never did that, right? Never said, oh, you're dumb, you this. He just would let me talk things out. He would kind of give me the mainstream opinion, and that's it. He wouldn't force it on me. He wouldn't even care if I said I don't believe that. It's the planting of seeds. Over time, some of those things started to make sense to me, and they started to ring true. And celestial navigation and understanding how the Earth has already been mapped. So you can just verify it by going anywhere and checking if it matches Google Earth. And if it does, then you know where you live. So some of the things are very easy concepts. I get that. But the technique used to get somebody to see those is not always, the force is not the best method. So anyway, I know I'm just pontificating at this point. That's about it.
Right. I think one last one that I'm seeing is not even a question. It's just a message. Derek the Dollard just says, just a quick message for Jeran. Thank you for being honest to yourself and your community following TFE. You must have taken serious guts to do that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call it guts. It's just being honest. And I think people have a hard time with that. They just don't, because often being honest is going to subject you to, people thinking you're dumb or think, whatever the thing might be. So you tend to not be honest with people, and you create this front or this idea of who you are, and that's who you are. And that's just not me. I'm who I am in real life, on the computer, on streams. And are some of my beliefs different than yours? Yep. But I still think we should get along. And the only way I'm going to see the error of my ways is to kind of hear it out a couple times. It's just the way it works. Again, it's definitely fascinating to see what I see now, because I see it in other people, and I'm trying to figure out ways to work it in. So either I'm going to have something miraculous happen in the next month or so, or I won't be here anymore. So at least you won't have to worry much about me. But in the future, I would just say to others that come along like me, the name calling has never worked one time at all. In fact, the more you call somebody, and I've already noticed this, and I made the mistake, right? If I started calling flat earthers names, they just completely dismiss me. And I've realized, oh no, the one-on-one conversations are the only ones I've even had any benefit to, because people listen to you, they hear you out, they're like, but then they come back a couple days later. Oh, I get it. People are starting to understand scale better simply because of my videos. I've had people tell me that me going over GeoGebra and showing the scale of the Earth and how water does lie level everywhere and how we build things level everywhere. I mean, those things are helping people. And I think that I could detriment that if I were to say, oh, I believe in the moon now, moon landings now, because people who have been watching me for 10 years know that that's not how my mind works. So it would be very obvious to them. So anyway, just, I'm hearing a lot of comments like that too. All the people that message me on Telegram to tell me my support is right around the corner when I believe in the moon landings, probably will delay me in getting to that truth if that's the truth I come to be honest with you. So anyway, I do appreciate it, Dave.
My pleasure.
Remember Melodome, tinyurl.com/melodome1 if you want to help with that telescope. The great thing is if you give $3, $5, you get to enjoy the benefit of having time-lapse footage stuff loaded almost every day for $3 or $4 or $5. So that's the power in numbers that we don't utilize much at all. And I get it. I get that you don't want to support ex-flat earthers, but I think that we are some of the people that have the best chance of converting people because, I was a flat earther for 10 years. So if somebody's going to listen to anybody, it's probably going to be me before Toon or me before Dave. So anyway, I hope to continue doing this. I think that it is a good thing to try and get some of these people that are stuck in there out. But I realize now it's a cult. I realize that those people are not there by their own will. They have been, mind effed into thinking that everything they're told is true. And I'll take how much time I can to tell them that it's not. So that is it.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you another couple of weeks. I'll let you know. We'll plan another Friday coming up here.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right. Thank you much, sir. Talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
Later. All right. That was Dave McKeegan. His channel is Dave McKeegan on YouTube. Let me see if I've got anything that I wanted to show you real quick here. Let me get something up on the screen there. That's going to drive me crazy. So, I do still feel that I want to look at a couple other things. I've got a whole bunch of notes here. I guess my feeling is if the moon landing is fake, then we should have some evidence that is pretty concrete. I do still feel that if they wanted to hide something, they could. But I think what Dave brought up today about, for instance, that lens on that particular camera that somebody used is a pretty good, debunking of that. If that person took a bunch of angles and said, no, this isn't possible, but then with the lens, it actually fits perfect. Now, again, I didn't see that work, so I would have to ask Dave to see that exactly. See if there's anything else I wrote in here that we need to look at. I do agree with Dave when he says that we can't look at Neil Armstrong speaking a certain way and say that means they didn't go to the moon. I think it has to be part of the conclusion, but not, we shouldn't look at one thing and just say, unless it's a absolute debunking or an absolute kind of disqualifier, then that's fine. But as far as, because he's right. We brought up the signing of the Bible or the swearing on the Bible. He is right. Some of the astronauts did swear on the Bible, right? So that is kind of, if we're going to take one as meaning, oh, these guys didn't sign, so therefore they didn't go, then the ones that did sign, so I say sign, swear, does that mean that they did go because they did swear? I don't know. I thought that the debunking of the Bar Cybrel was pretty good. When I'd have to go back and listen to myself explain it to people, but usually it has to do with that window being too bright. It looks like they're close to the Earth there, but I think that's something I can practice. I can show, right? I can take an f-stop and change it a full, bottom to top, and see if, say the moon's outside here, this window, if it does give me a bright light engulfing that full window. If it doesn't, then I start to have evidence that I can bring forward. So that's kind of the evidence I'm looking for. We'll get to the people who put their evidence in the form by next time. So that was the Bart Cybrel thought was good. I still have the same questions about the mountains. Again, if it comes down to that's my last bit of evidence, I don't think it's enough evidence to call it a hoax anymore. So luckily I have other stuff we have to go through. But I'm just saying that just because it doesn't look like a mountain that's as high as it is, because, and people should know which one I'm talking about. I think I have an image of it right here. Actually, I put it on the thumbnail, didn't I? Oh, no, I put it on the, yeah, there's thumbnail. Let me show you this, and you tell me what you think. We want to go add image. So let's go over here. Not there. Browser, yes, that'll work. And image, and hopefully it's right here. I think I didn't put it. No. Is it on the other computer? No, it's right here. All right, so, Yeah, I've shown this image before. This is the same one you've already seen, but I can bring up here we go. So this, here, okay, is a, can I make this smaller? Yeah, so I just have, there's pictures that have a clear image of this, but I mean, you can see little rocks on this hill up along, can you see my mouse? No. You can see rocks up along that hill there and over on the other side, but see where that black line is of the shadow? God, I hate that you can't use your cursor. Can I go properties? Is there unload image, apply alpha? No option, just show it my cursor. That distance right there between us and that black line of the shadow of that big tall mountain is 8 miles. Okay. Which is tiny. Which make everything over there tiny. So then that mountain is 13,000 feet tall. Let me show you a view of a mountain that is like that. Let me see if we go here. And just to show you, it looks so vastly different. Now, again, would it be different? Yes, because you're talking about two different atmospheres, or one atmosphere and one that doesn't even exist. Let's see if we can get down here and show you this. No, I want to show Mount. So we saw Mount Shasta is about that same height, so it's a good one to look at. Let's see here. And then I'll show you the Apollo 11 real quick, the image that has issues there. So this is Mount Shasta. Where's the mount? Is it? Okay. So Mount Shasta, I'm going to pull my mouse away 8 miles here and go show this. Let's go drop down to level. Right in there somewhere. Okay. So this is 8 miles away, a 13,000 foot high mountain. Where did you go? And I'm on the street and I can't see it now. Where did the mountain go? Oh, there. Nope. Is that it? Yeah, let me go back this way. Hold on. I'm behind some trees. This is not very good. Can you see this? Over here. Do you see that or no? Let me see. Nope. This side? Weird. I wonder. Oh, I see what I did wrong. This is what's wrong. You got to do that. There we go. Okay. So now we've got. Yes. So I'm just trying to show. Let's pull back here and see where Mount Shasta is. Oh, I lost it. Okay. So there's Mount Shasta, and we were trying to look at it from about 8 miles. Okay. So where's my miles thing? It's 4, 6, 7. Here's 8 here. Trying to find somewhere there's a path of good view. 8 over here. It looks like it might be okay. Let's see if we can find a spot down in that region. How far is this? That looks too close. Somewhere in here would be about 8. I keep putting myself in that it puts me a bunch of trees and I can't even see the mountain anymore. I didn't want to see it. See, I keep getting this. This is not helpful. Thank you. We need to find somewhere. And here's the other thing about it is that I didn't even think about this. If we put the height difference, it's not even going to be close because on the moon, for some reason, they have that thing. Everything's level, and then it just sprouts out huge. Whereas this, look how gradual this is, right? So if I go to a path and then do show elevation profile, and I pull, it's going to be, my guess is it's going to be a gradual move no matter which direction we go. So see this gradual nature of the, see how it gradually moves up? That's nothing like the moon. The moon would show flat, way up high. And we can see that, I believe if we, let me see, can we actually go there now? I don't know if I can move it in the middle of this moon. And then we're going to go to Apollo 16. Now I can't remember which one we're looking at. Well, Apollo 16. Go. Is it 16 or 17? I'll know when I see it. It is not 16. It is definitely 17. Apollo 17? Or is it 15? Guess we'll find out. Okay, let's see. Apollo 17's got that. And I believe this is it. Let me see if we get, where's the craft? Or the little, oh, it's this way. Okay, there we go. This way. And this way. hold on. Let me see it. Maybe I'm on the wrong Apollo. I've been looking at so many of these, I don't remember which one's which anymore. 15. Okay, this is it. So what we're looking at is this mountain here. And we're down here. Okay. So you son of a buck. Okay, so we're looking at this mountain here. Okay, so if we draw a line from there to, where did I go? Here. So, okay, this is another thing. So something is wrong because if you look here, it's showing that we are 1,200 feet high here. And as we move forward, we're getting to, and that's just the base, right? 1,200 to 2082. Hold on. This thing is all jacked up. On the Earth one, it'll actually draw your line and show you exactly where you're at, but it's not doing that very well. Watch, if I take this over the top of this mountain, you can just tell, I don't know if they didn't ever program it or something, but look, you can just tell it's just like not working. What is this? So it's showing we're here, we're starting at 1,500 feet high, then there's 2,100 feet high. That's showing that there's no change when it actually is going over a 13,000 foot mountain. So again, what does that show? Does that mean it's fake? No, but it means that they don't have the right profiles in there. And if I brought that up to somebody and said, hey, look at this, this is showing multiple pieces. If I showed somebody that, the worst case scenario, I mean, NASA could just go in and fix it. I mean, right? So, I mean, like, there's no real, what can I release? Because look, if you notice down here, notice the, can you see this right where it says, come on, elevation right here? Yeah. So watch that elevation. If we go from where this craft is here, and you'll see we are at negative 6129 or so, 6100. Okay, so negative 6100. So then as we start going towards that mountain, you'll notice that we stay about the same. Now we're at 62, 63, 61, 62, and then it starts going up huge. Now we are at 500 feet, and if we keep going, we are at 5,000 feet. So you'll notice that that is a change from 6,500 to 5,500, about 13,000 feet. So it means that this mountain is 13,000 feet high, higher than the position of these guys down here. So then if you do a one of these and go path, where's my little button over there? Yep, and show elevation profile, then you should be able to draw that. You're going from here across these mountains to here, and we should see that. You see how it was there for a second and then it disappeared? So like either Google Moon is broken or something. But I mean, that's part of the problem with, you can't even do any real research now. How can I really research this? I can't even show you that there's the an issue here with the size. I mean, we could go to here, see what that does. See, what's weird is I actually see it down there. It's actually showing me, see that? That is the real thing. So that's what I want to see. I want to see that profile on the bottom. But as soon as I let go of this, it's going to switch it to something that doesn't make any sense. Even that makes more sense. The kind of gradual nature of this makes more sense. See down there, you can see where they start and then it just disappears. So again, none of these things mean anything other than it seems like it's done on purpose. I mean, well, why have this whole thing down here if you're not going to make it work? And it's probably because nobody cares, right? But if we go instead and do, well, again, like I said, we can just look right here, look at the bottom. Oops, let's get rid of this. That's right here. So if we look at this number here, when I'm down here, we're at negative 61, 65, negative 68. And then if we move towards them, the mountain's actually over this way. Sorry, this way. Clear that. Over here, clear. And so if we go back here and go from here, come on. Get up there. Okay. And if we go through Mons Hadley, see here, now just, what is that? It's not even close. It's not even talking about the same area. Where is it getting 30 to 2,100 feet, 1,300 feet? It has nothing to do with what we're looking at. The place is supposed to start here at 6,000. Again, look right above here. That's the elevation, negative 6,200. And then we should go this way and see that between there and there, Let me see if we can see this again by moving this way. So it's just weird because you can't really study it. And it doesn't match, to me at least, what I'm seeing other mountains look like. The only thing I can compare it to, because if we go to, I'll show you after this. Let's get down here. Move a little bit left. Down here. So if this is a 13,000 foot mountain that is 8 miles away from, let's see if we go 8. Stop doing that. Clear. Okay. And we're going to measure from here on path. Yes. So from here. Come on. Oh boy. I didn't know it would make that my first mark. Clear. Okay. Try it again. Mark, ready, go. From here to here. Okay. So that shouldn't be much of a change. We can actually test that. We're just going to go there because we can't use this elevation profile. It's wrong. Wait. No. See, this says it's at 2,300 feet to start, and so that just makes me question things like, is that the truth of what is going on? And they just, I don't know. So if you see here, we're at negative 60, 63. So between there and there, we have a change of negative 52.70. So 60 and 52.70. So it's about 6,000 to 58 negative. So we're gaining. So it's going uphill, only 20 feet. We're 200. Nothing, right? There's no big change there. We're going from 60, 64 to 58, 54, whatever. Even if it's 54, that's not much of a change. If it's 52, not much of a change. Okay, so I mean, it's what? 1,000 feet, 60 to 53, 700 feet. Okay, so 700 feet all uphill. And then it just ramps up extremely fast from here being at 47.51 to here being at 69.19 positive. So between here, negative 56 to here, negative or positive 7 is 13,000 feet. So you're talking about a 13,000 foot here. Okay. Okay. That's not impossible. But what's baffling is that when you go back and look at these images, then you can just get in here and actually pull up. Let's grab one of these. Oops, stop that. Clear that. And I want to go click one of these. Turn off that stupid thing there. And trying to look at some of the, okay, here we go. These are better because these are their actual real images. And you'll get a better picture than we see from Google Earth or Google Moon. Okay, so as we turn around here, we're going to see, was it this Mons Hadley over there? Okay, this is it from this angle. I don't like this angle as much. Let me go. I see, to me, and again, I know that people are crazy, but none of these seem like real photographs to me. They just don't. I want to get by where's the rover at? Or the lander. That's over here. Okay, let's go there. What's going on here? Click that camera. Thank you. It's a nice landing. It's all sideways. Okay, so this is the Apollo 15 here. Okay, so Mount Hadley, yes. So again, this distance here is 8 miles. And then from here up is 13,000 feet quickly. So at 8 miles, if you go look up something from 8 miles away, look up the Burj Khalifa from 8 miles away. What that means is that, so it's about 1/6, I think is what we figured out, 1/5, I mean. So it means that the Burj Khalifa, the largest building that there is, would be about as tall as this hand. Right there. The tallest building that there is in the world would be about this hand from this distance away. But we can zoom in. Come on. We can see craters here. We can see actual individual like rocks. This is not as far away as they say. What you see this crater here? These craters, like how big are they? It's 8 miles away. So the Burj Khalifa would be as big as that hand was back here. So then those craters are also that size. I mean, so we measure this crater here with the little tool. It should come out to like 8,000 feet. Let me see. If we go line. I mean, sorry, 2,300 feet. Because that's, oops. And it does this weird thing. See how it does this weird thing where it's like, it always does that to me. Come on, let me go over there. Thank you. But we were looking over here at some craters from 8 miles away, and those are actually photographs. So it's not like we can. They're seeing them now. I don't see them out here. Where do we see them? Can see them from far back. I don't see them now. I think that one. So that shows. Let's look at feet. So that shows that's 200 feet. So I mean, again, if the Burj Khalifa would be just so tiny, but then that's 200 feet. So I was trying to do this morning too, and I was just getting pissed because there's nothing makes any sense to me, at least as far as distances. And it, again, if we go real quick, I want to show you. We'll go back to Google Earth. Not there. Here. Earth. I just want to show you real quick because you've all seen the Mount Rossman, and I think we can get good numbers from there because we know where the sun was on that day or those couple days where it went in the south. Okay, so this is Mount Rossman here. Okay, so you'll notice at the bottom of the screen, look at the very bottom, we see 38. I can't read that number from here. 3840 something. Okay, so 3842. That's what I see. 3842, somewhere in there. 37. Okay, so let's say 3842. And we were right here, region, right about here. And that is at 2519, 2500. Looks like all 2500 in this region, right? So 2500. So that's only 1300 feet high. And if we're looking distance, and just to show you how I know where we were, if we zoom in, this is the path that you take. Where's that little path there? I think it's this one. This is like a road. See this? It's hard to tell, but it's kind of like a paved section. And you go down. It looks like it ends here, but if you zoom in, you can actually see that the road turns this way. And then you start. I don't know why they have it blocked out. It looks like they have it blocked out. It looks like it's blurry on purpose. But if you go to the end of that road, that's going to be right where, if you remember, Dave and I and Toon were riding bikes. It was right at that turn. And you can see it's still coming. See it's still coming. Looks like it turns about there. Right. So then this is there's the camp. Okay. So, this is kind of the entrance to the camp. You can tell this picture was taken during an off season, or they're not there anymore. Just got a couple, the tents aren't there. Anyway, we were here when we were, there we go, at the close camp. So we can see the measurement from there to the top of Rossman is, let's see here, miles, 1.82. Okay, so 1.82 miles. Let's do that in feet just for the... So that feet is 97 feet. Okay. So now if we go to an angular size calculator, I just want to see what does it tell us that angle should be. Where's the save? And okay. All right, so we know we're only looking 97 feet, and we're looking at 1,300 foot peak. Right? I believe so. So if we're going to go to here, this one, and we're going to change this real quick to angular size calculator. Angular size calculator. Okay. And we're going with, what do you want to solve? We want to solve the angle. And we know the distance is 97. And we know the height is 1,300. These are just approximate, by the way. We're not going too exact. Can you see that? It's off the screen. Sorry. How'd that move? There we go. Okay, and we are going to calculate. Okay, so it shows 7 degrees, which does not seem correct. 7 degrees? So, I mean, it would have to be 15 degrees. I mean, because that's the height. Well, maybe 14 degrees I would take. I just want to see what numbers do I have to massage till I get 14 degrees. So if the size of the mountain was more like 2,000, does that lower it? That makes it go higher. What if it's 3,000? 17 degrees is too high. 2,500. Oops, that was good. 2,500. Okay, so that looks about right. So then the mountain would have to be 2,500 feet at 9. What did we say it was? Miles? 1.82 miles. So that's, I don't even know how to handle that. That's just what is wrong there. The math doesn't work out with what we see. Let's get down here and show you what we actually are talking about. If we get down here, oh, you can't, it's not really going to work because it's not going to put a person there. I mean, it is, but it's not going to be a true size. Well, that kind of looks pretty real. So that's what you see with Mount Rossman. And again, it didn't work out correctly because we know that the sun swept down here and it goes about here-ish, right above the top of it. And we know that the sun on that day was about 14 degrees. So that means that the top of this mountain is 14 degrees. And just thinking in my head. So maybe it'd be a little less, 13 degrees probably, because if the sun is 14, I could even see it being 12, really. Let me see if we change that. So if we go to, what does this say size 3 for? Weird. So we go 2,200. Calculate. It's 13 degrees. And then to go 1,000, 5 degrees. Okay, so if we do 1,300 feet, calculate, gives us 7.7, and we change it to 2,200. Now we get 13. Okay, so that's just neither here nor there. I'm just kind of showing you the difference. So when we look at some images, and then we're just going to compare it to what we see. So the best place, I love Flickr because you get some of the best quality images that you never get in Google. Over there, let's go Flickr, Flickr. Okay. So let me pull this over. Can you see that? I don't know what she's seeing. Good enough. And we're looking for Mount Rossman. And we'll see some images of it here. It's better to put in Union Glacier, I guess. Union Glacier. Okay. So all these images here are going to be Rossman mostly. This is one. It's from a plane. Here's one from the ground. This is one from the ground. Now, obviously, this is much bigger because we're way up high. But that's what we just were basically drawing, this angle here. See if we find a better picture. I just am trying to compare the site because I can remember seeing it. And I just want to see how that compares to that mountain. And then also put it on the angular size calculator and see if it calculates out. So just seeing if there's a better, oops, it's beautiful right there. That's from ground level. So this is, looking towards Mount Rossman. This is from kind of the back of the camp or the front of the camp. So the sun's about 15 degrees. We're going to give this 14, 13, somewhere in there. And it did look close, but it was close. It was 1.82 miles. So now we have to imagine if we move this back, how far away would it be to still remain this high, right? Which you could just do with the angular size calculator because you just keep adjusting by, I'm assuming it's linear. I'm not really sure. I guess it would be. So, you don't want to be here. Get out. Where is the, what's going on? Oh, there's the angle size. Okay, so that mountain that we know on the moon is 13,000 size. 13,000 size, okay? And we're going to calculate that out and just see what that, so that's a huge degree, 68 degrees. And then the distance is 8 miles. 8 times 5, we'll give it a 41,000. Calculate is 18 degrees. 18 degrees. That's 8,000. That's 8 miles. Oh, but that's not, that's to the front. I wonder what the distance, oh shit, I already closed that. I can't remember. Oh, we're not looking at this anymore. Let me look at the distance real quick. One more time. Moon. Nope. This one. Moon. No. Not Mars. I did hit Moon. Okay, and we're going back to Apollo 15. Okay, so now we're trying to get the distance to the peak of that mountain, which is going to be about here. Okay. So if I want to go from here to here, why did that thing do that? It's weird. 41,585 feet. So that's what we had. 41,585. Let's go back here. 41. That's a pretty good guess by me. 585. And calculate at a height of 13,000 feet. And we get 18 degrees. So it should be about what we saw with Mount Rossman. I mean, it should be a little taller. Let me see. We'll go over here. Let's get down here. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels so different for me. It just feels very different. It doesn't look like that at all. But again, I can't really assess it. I've never been somewhere with no atmosphere. I mean, I wonder how much the atmosphere is compared to like Antarctica, because Antarctica is pretty thin. I mean, there's no moisture. You could see further, I could tell. But where are those drawings here? Okay. I just want to look at a couple of these just to see if we get a good image. I really think that Google Earth should call me so I can fix some of their stupid programming errors or their UI errors. Let's look at this one. This is right where we're at. Right. Okay. So this is just another, I mean, it just doesn't work for me. I don't know why. Again, because we can zoom in here and we can see things. Well, that time I guess we really can't. This one we don't see anything. Just like opaque. Yeah, just to me, it just doesn't seem like that mountain, especially when you look at the images that you have on. Again, cool thing to do is go to Flickr and bring up. That's probably what we should have done earlier. Go to Flickr and bring up Apollo 15. Oops, I should just go to the surface. I mean, the record that they have, because this is going to bring me all kinds of shit. Well, that's pretty good. We'll actually find a good view of it from here. So I don't know if that's it. I should have gone to the Surface Journal report. That's kind of cool. So there's just so much footage in here that that's probably the most. And I mean, I don't think a lot of it is totally convincing because a lot of it looks funny to me, but it's a lot. I'll give you that much. Is this a full? Over there. Just trying to find the best image I can of it, just to get an idea. That's pretty good right there. So that's kind of the direct angle we were just looking at. Again, that's 13,000 feet. The Burj Khalifa is going to be about this tall, at 8 miles away. Just think about that. Think of the detail on a Burj Khalifa that is reduced to the size of this little mouse cursor here. You wouldn't see anything, but yet we see like features on here. We see things in here. I just think that wouldn't that mean they're like enormous? Just let me zoom in. Also, on all these images, if you ever get in there and kind of scroll through these, there'll always be like this, like somebody took a paintbrush and is fading. Let me show you if we can find one. So let's actually like the place better. If we go to the, where's that journal? Did I put it over here? Angular size, we'll close that. I thought I had, hold on. I thought I had that already open for me. This one. Yeah, there we go. That's easier for me. I'm going to bring this over because it's already got the right pages up for the what? Okay. Whatever. All right. So this is the Project Apollo Flickr. yeah, this is a good collection here. And it goes in order so we can find right here. This is Apollo 17. So you want to watch me? All right, that's what we're looking at now. And we're looking for, and I'll show you what I mean by the mountains here, but I want to get to Apollo. So we'll just keep going back this way. So we're 75, page 75 is Apollo 17 still. So we're going to go back beyond that. But I mean, people should go through this stuff and just, some of this stuff I think would be very difficult to fake if it is faked, because like he was showing, that this ball Earth is rotating in real time, seems to match. I guess it could be a big giant painted ball that's moving. So if somebody can check clouds and see if there's any movement in one cloud versus the other, that'd be big. Let's go here to Apollo. So we're going to go to, can't enter the page. What is this one? Nope, 72. How do I get to like pages in the URL? Yeah. Go to page 40. And that's Apollo, still 17. Page 20. Apollo 7. What? Are they not in order? Page 30. Apollo 9. I thought these went in order. ASO 9. What was that? The moon got a tattoo over the weekend. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's pretty nice. It's all right. I tend to not get tattoos because you don't put bumper stickers on Rolls Royces, but to the moon, to its own. So again, I think that you would be able to find errors in here. It just takes somebody time. You got to go through and see, do these actually match up with what we should see? AS9 again. Apollo 9 would have just been an Earth only. Oh no, I guess they did go to the moon. So some of these, I mean, let's see if this looks real to me. One of the things that they said that I think is just terrible evidence that they keep bringing up is the 5 countries have shown photos of it. Nobody's shown a photo of the landing sites that's anywhere near decent. Plus, there's no atmosphere there. So guess what? They can orbit it 10 miles above the moon, but they just choose not to. So every chance that they have to kind of do something, they don't. Everybody just assumes that it's proof. How is that proof? It's proof of nothing is what it is. It's a very strange image just because of the angle that all of them are ovals like that. So a lot of this stuff worries me because we've seen a guy laying on the ground painting the fake moon many times. So it looks exactly like some of these pictures do not look real. These pictures do not look real to me at all. This does not look real. Now this tends to look real, right? These tend to make sense to me where I'm like, okay, I could see that being the ground of the moon. But I can't, that bright white, fake looking motif that they use. Let me show you if we go to another page. It's terrible. I mean, I don't think it looks, this one, it looks like it's just, this one, totally computer generated. It looks like, again, I'm not saying that they even had that then, but some things look legit. Like this looks real to me, a lot more real than this. These ones, right? They don't look real. These ones don't look, they look like it's a painted paper mache or something. Again, doesn't mean it's fake, just means it doesn't do it for me. And that should be your goal in life, is do it for Jeran. Whatever he wants, I'm going to do it that way. And I don't know why people can't just see that. How good the world would work if that was the case. See, these ones don't look real at all. This does not look anywhere near anything real to me. There's no shadowing. It's just terrible. I don't like it. But we're not finding what we're looking for either. What is Apollo? This is 17. All right, what are we gonna? Do they have like about albums? There we go. There we go, Jeran. All right, so we're looking for Apollo 15, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 magazine, 15 magazine, 15 magazine, 15, 15. Let's go here. Yeah, so I mean, that's that mountain a lot of times here. So again, I mean, the Burj Khalifa would be only as tall as maybe my mouse right here. Does that seem like it would be the case that we can see detail back behind it? I don't know. Very peculiar to me. Let's keep going through here. So again, you can see that the pictures are going in order. This person is spinning, taking images off their chest. Seems to match where they were supposed to be at the time. Seems to match the video of what they're doing at the time. So those are important points. Although I do think if you're going to hoax it, that's what you're going to do. You're going to go to a location and you're going to do it in real time. I've heard a lot of claims about some of these images. Some people think that they're miniatures. I don't see that. They're like posable figures. I'm like, I don't think so. I think that looks like people moving around to me. I'd be interested to know this crater right here. You can actually see a crater in front of us, right? Right here. You can see we're going across a crater right here. I wonder how far that is on here. It's probably, probably one of these. Let's get down there and see. Because this is the path of the cart here. Let's go this way. We're looking up. Nope. Which way is this one looking? So that was looking right at the Haley, whatever that's called. Go back here. Move this over. And swing around this way. Maybe this one. Could that be the crater? Let's look. Ah. Just trying to compare things here, seeing if I can figure out anything. Okay. We're certainly not on this side. We're on this side of this. It doesn't look like it could be over there. It's got to be this way. Yeah, I don't see where that. Maybe it's this one. Kind of looks like it could be that one. But again, I was just looking at the distances and see. Because I just have a hard time believing that this is even. Where's my measuring tool? I lost it. So from here to here is that's 9 miles. That's crazy distance. So how far is 1 mile? 1 mile is there. So yeah, it's hard to tell. This is what I mean by the mathematics of it, is that this mountain is going to be whatever they need it to be, right? So for instance, if I wanted this mountain to be taller, I just move it further. If I wanted it to be further, I just make it shorter. So it doesn't seem like there's really a lot that you're going to be able to show anybody with that, other than Dave saying that, maybe if you found a rock that doesn't seem to be legit, or what is this distance here? Oh, I hate how this does this. Makes me go over here every time. Line path back. Okay. What is going on? Clear. Measurement tool. All right. I was just trying to see here. So like this over here is how far? Oh, I swear to goodness. Why do you work now? It's weird. It's like hidden behind the mountain. Google Earth, can you please fix your moon? Like we're Google Earth. Oh. Anyway, I was just trying to figure out what that distance is, but it's not letting me do it on the mountain. Over here, get over here. Over here. Over here. Let me do this. Unbelievable. Oh, there we go. We got something. That is yeah, that's crazy. That's 2,500 feet. Half a mile spaced crater. I don't know. But really, I mean, the graphics on here are as good as the graphics of the moon landing, right? Which is just a computer program, but they kind of look like this if you get close. And what's that line right there? You see that line? It's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think there's a lot of compelling evidence that he gave today. I mean, I do think that the bag being thrown in the air is very difficult to debunk. I don't know how you would debunk that, really. If we think that the footage is sped up or slowed down when you move it to the point that you think it looks real on Earth, the people's movements are totally unrealistic. So it's very difficult. This meeting has ended after 40 minutes of idle time. Oh, I thought it was because I wasn't a member. I was like, what? I'm a member. So I think that I just want to do some research on that because I don't know really how to show that there's problems with it. I mean, I think that it doesn't look like a mountain to me. This looks, all these pictures, if you go to any of these pictures, let's go to one of these here, station 4. Okay, so if we go here, like when I look at these pictures, this does not look legit to me. The foreground does. The foreground looks legit. So if we just went straight down here and we're like, oops, what'll happen? Why did it rob me of that? I was doing something. 2 and 4. Give me that picture again. There. Go. Let it go. I won't rush it. And we're in. Okay. And we're good. So this area you can see here kind of, looks real. I don't think that looks fake. But then when you start getting back here, if I can zoom into some of these mountains, this seems painted. This line, something's going on here with the stair stepper. These lines, these look very fabricated. What's going on here? You have no idea why there's that fade there. This shouldn't be there. It makes no sense. So what is this? This is shadow, and this mountain continues back here. Looks like it's been brushed over with a brush tool. Look at it. You can see the line on top of that. Like something's wrong here. Oh, you can't see it on your screen. I can see it from mine. Something weird about the background here. See all this all blocked out? Can you not see that? Wow, you can't. Let me see if I can flip this to the other. If I go properties, yeah, let's go with DGX Windows. Nope, that's gonna make it better. Windows 10. Does that look better or worse? Windows 10 is actually brighter. I'll leave it there. Okay, let's move that over. Now can you see this? Yeah, you can kind of see there's like a dome here. You see, I don't know if you can see it. It goes this way, almost like there's a dome of blackness there. Dome of blackness. It's got to be a new soundbite. Oh, no, not the dome of blackness. I don't know if you can see there's lots of little splotches in here, little spills. Then there's a straight horizontal line right here. So anyway, every image I go through, I see these kind of issues. And let's go real quick just so I can show you the problem with Apollo 1. That, again, this is one of the examples of, even if it is not Apollo 11, even if it is an anomaly or something, it's never going to be admitted because they can just change it. So if you remember, there's a photograph taken from right about, let's see if we get down here. Where's the flag? Okay, so flag's there. So the video, I'm sorry, the photo is like this position. Let's get down here. Go this way. Okay. Okay, so the photo is like from about this position, it's looking back this way, and the module, can't see it, sorry. The module's shadow goes to the horizon, which should be, I don't know what the horizon would be. I'm going to say it's 2 miles, and it might be a mile, might be even less. I'm not really sure. I wonder what it would be. Because we know it's 29 inches per mile squared. So that would only tell us how far you could see. No, I don't know how you figure out what the horizon would be. But if you look here now, look at the bottom of the screen. I hate when you can't see it. Move it up so you can. You don't see this at all? Nope. It's below the render to the right here. Wait. What's going on here? I'm trying to get this on screen for you. Come on. This way. All right, now we see it down there. Okay, so now look at the elevation, and you'll see that we're at 6312. But look at it. No matter where I go, 6312, 6313, 6312. So, I mean, this is just a completely flat land according to them. But then we only see the horizon start about here. And Dave McKeegan said it's because there's a ridge after there that falls off, and that's why it gets dark. But there's no evidence of that. If we draw a line here in a path with the, so here, I'm just going to put this line out here like this. That line is of, oh, see, this is good right here. What is this showing? Wait, what is this showing? How funny. Look at this is the opposite now. Now this is working. This is showing it, but where does it start? Usually you can move your mouse like this and it moves to where you're at. Hello, I'm trying to do something here. Move to here. So then this going uphill. Okay, so this is showing a difference of, what does it show here? 1682 at the height and 1592, like a downhill or something. But if we get down here, we don't see any of that. So look at the, let me get rid of this. Oh, you can still see it. So look at 6311 is the whole thing. 6311, 6313, 6335, 6358, 6332. So, and then look at across these, this has to be a reduction, right? See where we're at. 6305, 6325, 6355. So that's like a 25 foot. So that's working. That shows up. Let's look at this one. We're at 6339. We should see 63. Good. 20, 80, 20. So 6339 to 20 is 20 foot high crater. Makes sense to me. So you're telling me that this, then the profile does work here? I want to try something else here. Nope, I already lost it. How weird was that? Now it's not showing it. Where's that ridge? Let me clear this. Clear. So hopefully people know what I'm saying. I mean, there's that image that shows the craft's shadows right up against the horizon line. The only thing that would make sense is if there is some sort of ridge. And I get it could be an uphill to a ridge, and then you have a ridge or something. But I think he said it was a crater. But again, we are talking about how far would you be able to see. Please stop it. So we go this way. That is how far? The distance. It's 7? Did you say 7 point? That's 7 miles? Oops, that's too far. Can't see that far. Pull back to like 3 miles. That's 3 miles. So that's even too far. I bet you would only be able to see like 2 at the most. So there's 2 miles. So this ridge, if this exists, where's this at? See, that goes down to 1500 from 1581. 1681. Hold on. 1681. Yeah, so where is this ridge at? I thought you used to be able to click on this. Let me get down here like this and see if it does it. So if we get all the way down in here, usually you can click on it and it will take you to where it's talking about. So where's the low point? You are absolutely no help. The high point. Yeah, it's just nonsense. This doesn't work. It works on Google Earth, but it's not working here. So this seems to show, I can't even tell which way I'm starting from. Let me actually do it again because I'll be able to tell by doing it that way. So I'm starting at the craft. Move. Starting at the craft and we're moving away. So moving away from the craft, starting here. So we have an uphill, ridge, super far crater. I mean, it's so funny. It's like showing that's a clear crater, but there's no crater here. Because this goes this way. So basically what they're saying is there's a giant crater here where we don't see it. Right? Because you're going this way. So, oh wait, so it'd be about, 3/4 of the way down. There should be the low point. 3/4 of the way down would be here. Why is that the low point? There's no dip. So I mean, it doesn't even seem like they're drawing the real. I don't even know how are you supposed to research that. Which one's right? What am I basing everything off? This chart, this map, and again, it doesn't even feel like if you found anything that it would count for anything because people would just say NASA would be able to go and go, oh, we never did the profile on here. Actually, this is this different. And, oh, well now, okay, great, now it works. So I have a problem with that because I would like to research this stuff to at least put it to bed, but if they can't give us accurate numbers, I mean, this is wrong. 63.23 to 63.22, it never dipped. This is a clear crater. So again, who am I complaining at? Nobody. It's just weird that it's so scientific. Look at all this data they've given us, but we can't even get elevation profile. Did they ever see the Surveyor 5 when they were there? I don't even know the true story about that. What is these white things here? Is that the cross? Is that the Church of Tranquility Base? Probably. Let's see about this big crater here. We got 57.33, drops to 57, 57.50. Seems that one works. And then, this is weird too. They have this great detail of the Apollo 11 site, but not outside that, right? So then it kind of gets questionable out here. So I don't expect numbers to work out there, but I'm assuming you would have all the numbers of the place that you went. So obviously, Sabine, don't tell me she got a thing named after her. Those are peculiar anyway. The Rimmer Reader, Dionysus. All right, I'm done for now. I've seen enough. Again, that's a very good trivia question. Oh, doctor, I've seen enough to know that I've seen too much. What movie is that from? For the prize of being called cool. What movie is that from? All right, let me check Super Chats. I want to say thank you guys to the people that supported. If you're out there and you want to support the channel because you want to see me stay around doing this stuff, I love doing it. I love being able to work my own schedule, to be there for people when they want to talk, to conversate. But I've lost pretty much everything because all my clients, as far as couples, as far as guys, as far as I would do consultations for streaming or for OBS because those were all flat earthers. That has all gone away. So I lost all that, which again is my own doing, and I don't regret it at all. The alternative was to be a liar and to push lies and make money off of lies or something like that. So it is what it is. But if you could and you want to support on Cash App, just so you know, I have a feeling maybe this is just me, but that when I say things like that, maybe people are thinking, oh, I'm sure he gets a lot of support. I don't need to support him. So in April and May, which we're talking 30 plus 16, so 46 days, the last month and a half, there was one person who donated $10 twice, and that's it. So if you think that I'm getting, or when I say that, you're like, haven't I heard Jeran say that before? Nobody actually listens or isn't interested in supporting the channel, which again, if that's the case, then please don't, because that's what will tell me it's time to go. But when I tell people like, oh, I might be leaving there, everybody's all upset. Oh, you're the best. And you're the best at debunking it. And you're the only one that's going to get flat. So they all have all these feelings, but I'm like telling them, oh, well, without support, I can't do it. Just can't. I wish I was rich. If somebody wants to donate $60,000 to pay for me for the next year, then I won't have to work and I can just do this for the next year. Of course, that's not going to happen. So and again, Globers are not fans of me. They're not going to come for OBS consultation. They're not going to come for relationship help because they think that they are, they follow science. So, the most knowledgeable people ever. So that's, and again, I should have seen this coming. I should have known, oh, I see what's going to happen if I do this. I really didn't. I think I thought that things would work themselves out as they usually do. And if you're honest, that's the best method. In YouTube land, I'll tell you right now, if you are an aspiring YouTuber, being honest is the worst thing you can do. It's the absolute death nail to your channel. And I will go up against anybody who claims that that's not the case because they would just be completely misinformed. If you think there's somebody out there being honest to his audience, I beg to differ. I think that they are all placating to the audience. They are giving the audience what the audience wants. That's the way that you keep a engaged community. That's the way you keep donations rolling in. That's the way you keep people supporting your endeavors. I mean, I saw it with the GoFundMe. Every GoFundMe I ever supported, and there wasn't that many, but there was a few, all were funded very quickly. And, Flat Earthers were great for that. If there was something that we saw a community need for, or some contest or test or something that we wanted to do, that was always funded right away. The first one we do as a Glober for Nathan Thompson, which is something that is a good expenditure from a community standpoint, in my opinion. It's only 35 people, and we've been talking about it for a month. Again, I say only 35. I'm very happy with those 35, but it's just telling me something that I didn't see coming. And so what I've done is I've completely cannibalized my channel and created the most niche category of all time, which is a truther who's actually looking for the truth, despite where that may lead. Now, you would think that sounds like all truthers. It's not. They are lying to themselves and lying to you. They actually hate you for telling the truth. They will call you names. They will just show up in your DMs and call you a sellout and a shill and death threats, you name it. Because they are very vengeful, very hateful, and they feel like you have turned your back on them. When in actuality, I mean, imagine what that does to the truth community. Now, if you're a truther out there and you come across some truth that maybe something that truthers don't believe is not true, maybe an event that people thought was fake is actually real, you must refrain from saying it. And if you think that that's being a truther, you are out of your mind. That's what we've been given. We now have a group of people who call themselves truthers who are afraid to do anything but repeat the party mantra, okay? Which is everything's fake. We've been lied to about everything. Everything NASA does is fake. Dave Weiss is an upstanding person, never lies. And, it's just these narratives that they push are just wrong. They're just wrong. And I feel for people that are stuck in there because a person, I'm not even going to name names, anybody that you can think of, in order for them to tell the truth, they must look at what happened to me and say, I want that to happen to me. And there's nobody who wants that. So it just shows you how many people in this world have actual heart, have actual balls, who have actual integrity. And that number is very, very, very low. Extremely low. Because it takes losing a part of you to display that to others. It takes being a target of jokes or a target of ridicule and laughter. So what's more fun, hanging out and being a flat earther and making fun of Globers and calling anybody who switches sides a dumb globetard, or to actually stand up for what's right and for what's true and what's real and take all that abuse on the chin? Clearly one of those is more fun than the other. And people are not going to subject themselves to what I did. They're just not. So am I saying I'm better than everybody on YouTube? Yes. No. I'm saying that I've made my bed. I got to lay in it. It's the way it goes. So I was talking about the radio station. The radio station has been canceled. It will be no more for numerous reasons, but the number one reason is a lack of people to host shows. So I wasn't even able to fill a day's schedule, let alone a week. So you can't do that on your own. And of course, I've got no friends, so who's going to really host a show? There was very few, and a couple that said they would, then backed out last second. And it was just to the point where it's like, I'm not going to stress over that. If people don't want to host a show on radio, then I'm not going to worry about it. So my kind of last ditch effort, it's going to be multifaceted, I guess. But I'll just have to decide over the next week or so. I'll really decide what I want to do. But your vote of confidence in one way or the other would help in that situation. If it's something you want to see me continue doing, consider a Cash App donation. Consider becoming a member. We do get-togethers every first and third Saturday of the month. By the way, this coming Saturday, Tamada is the third Saturday of the month. That means we're having another VIP hangout, and the guest of honor will be the one and only Rose 777. Rose will be with us, and she is prepared to answer all your questions. For those who may have questions about her beliefs about whether the Earth is flat or whether it is a sphere, you can find that out at VIP tomorrow. She will not be holding back. She'll tell you exactly how she feels and what she thinks of both the Flat Earth community and the Globe Earth community, her opinion of people in the community, whether it's Dave Weiss, myself, Austin Whitsitt. She'll give you all that information. You know, Rose, she's very open and frank, and I think she's been kind of in the corners or kind of hiding out a little bit since TFE. She's been on a couple shows, but this will be a chance for her to answer questions if you have questions. So it's always a fun time. Who did we do last week? Last time we had, was it Tune? Yeah, Tune last time. And I believe next time, which will be the first Saturday of March, sorry, the first Saturday of June will be Conspiracy Cats. So that'll be a fun one as well. But we got, I almost said a real name. We have Rose tomorrow. That's at 12 noon Pacific. If you want to be a member, there's 2 ways to do it. Make sure you understand the difference between the two. The best way to do that is probably go to my community tab. Let's close down this one and discard. Because I think I listed it pretty good there. If you go to YouTube and then go to, let's see here. If we go to Jeranism. It's the typing sound. Don't worry about it. All right, so if we go here, and then we're going to go to community, which is here. Or, sorry, posts. Post is what it's called. You can't see again. Unbelievable. Let me move this over. There we go. And move this one over. Okay. So if we go here, I put, is this the best place? Read more? No. Oh, this is for VIPs. That's why you can't see that. I don't think any of these links matter now. Let's see. Read more. Yeah, this is a good post here. So it's just basically saying, is this for everybody? Is it public? I don't know how to tell if that's public or not. I think it is. Where does it say who it went to? Here? I don't know. All right. I think it's public. So this just talks about all the people that we've had do the do the VIPs. So we had a lot of people in the Flat Earth before Flat Earth was in our rearview mirror. But we had Dave Weiss, we had Rose, we had Austin from Melodome, Sav, Conspiracy Music Guru, all quality people. Yeah, right. Don Dussault, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, Karen B., Steve Falconer, Alex Stein, Will Duffy, Sean Hibbler, Alan from Space Audits, Lisbeth Acosta, Mark Herman, Dave Murphy, Dan the Waterman, Nick Havoc, Dave McKeegan, FTFE, and Tune. I've now been the entire list. So this just tells you to become VIP, you have 2 choices. Both are a bit different. You can go to wap.com/Jeranism and sign up today. You get so many benefits, some of which are listed below. That's if you have Telegram. And even if you don't have Telegram, you should get Telegram. It's free. And all the stuff is there. So all my videos are uploaded there. All the audios are uploaded there, usually by the next day. There's private groups there, crypto group, a health and fitness group. There's a singles group. All those are on Telegram. So that's the first option. The second option is simply become a channel member on the YouTube at the VIP level. But they're both quite different of what you get. And that's why this is below are just some of the included benefits. Please note the following, and each benefit may be for one type of VIP for the best bang for your buck. And mine, WAP is the answer. Of course, WAP doesn't take the 30% that Google does when you become a member. Also, it makes it much easier because you just get everything automatically. That's how it works. The channel members have to, there's a couple of extra steps, which is just basically go to the community tab and find your links there. But, a private chat is for the WAP people only. So you see here, W is for WAP. VIP only would be, WAP VIP only is W. YouTube only is Y, and both would be B. So every first and third Saturday, we have a VIP only Zoom hangout with a special guest. So that's for both. So tomorrow, the people on Telegram will just get a post. They'll see the link. They can go there to Zoom and hang out. The people on YouTube will have to go to the membership tab, and you will see the post there about a half hour before noon tomorrow. Or it should come as a notification, but I heard some people didn't get notified. So that is a Zoom hangout with a special guest, right? Private singles chat is for only the WAP. Special emoji used only during the live streams is only for YouTube. Access to member-only videos and streams on YouTube would be Y, YouTube only. But again, that's actually both, but all those videos would be on the WAP side under the category videos or under the category whatever it might be, audio. So private singles chat is WAP only. Special emoji, we did that one. Access every every video I do, including member-only streams on Telegram, which would be WAP. Get paid to recruit new VIPs. That's at WAP only. If you're a WAP, you can get your link, and then you make I forgot what it is, 10 or 13% for anybody that you sign up. So far, we've had 0 people ever sign up somebody else. So just so you know. Private health and fitness chat is WAP only. Jeran responds quickly to your messages by placing all VIPs in a separate folder, WAP only. Every video available on Telegram, WAP only. Every video I do in MP3 format, WAP only. Cryptoism private chat, WAP only. Lifetime access to the Jeranism PDF library. That is WAP automatically. YouTube, if you want it, you have to reach out to me and I will send it to you. But it is a Telegram link. So if it's Telegram and you have Telegram, you should have signed up at WAP anyway. What are you doing? 70 plus back classes of the Cryptoism group classes. That's on WAP only because it's on Telegram. First Friday of the month, crypto class, WAP only. 50% off my consultations, both, but you need to ask if you're on YouTube because you don't have the link. And the first Saturday of the month, members Q&A session is for both. So that's basically it. WAP.com/Jeranism. If you go there, it'll bring up your WAP dashboard. There you go. And you can sign up there if you like. And you get crypto plus truth. Monthly crypto code, audio, everything, all video, monthly hangout. All right, good. That's good. So that's how you can become a VIP. That's the best way to support me. Big thank you to those people that are still left there. Thank you for the support. I hope that we can continue this. I've enjoyed these Saturdays with you. So hopefully those can continue. Tomorrow's will happen automatically. We've got Rose 777 for that one. Please support Melodome if you can. Melodome, tinyurl.com/Melodome1. I will make a call out. No, I don't need to save money. Let's go to tinyurl. I'm going to try something real quick and just let's see if this gets me shut down. I think it got taken down. If I type in tinyurl.com, don't be what I think it is. Get out of there quick. Oh, good. Somebody thought they were funny and made a tinyurl.com/Jeranism, and it was not a picture that anybody wants to see. And luckily it got taken down because it was rude. tinyurl.com/MELLOWDOME1. Make sure you put the 1 in there. Melodome 1. What do we got? All right. Nice job, guys. I'm fucking stoked. Thank you. We're at 2317 now. We are moving on up. Let's see who we got to thank. We've got Callum. What the hell? Callum, stop donating. I did not ask for that much. You that means you're like half of it. Callum, $412. That is huge. Got some overtime, and I'm putting it to this scope. Good luck, Austin. Can't wait to see the results. Austin will do it for you specifically. We have Anonymous, $52. Thank you very much. Clark, thank you very much. Must be from Dave's stream. I haven't seen him before. And then Leland Corbin. Thank you very much. David Conklin, thank you very much. Let's see, we got the rest of these supporters. Donna Stewart, thank you very much. DP Debunks, like we said. Great cause, good person. Plus, I just want to see more cool sun stuff. That's my case, too. GE Phil, thank you very much. We've got Sawala. Thank you. Callum, what the hell's going on with you? You need to stop. Stop now, or else just buy the telescope for yourself, and then you supply the stuff. Randy Schizler. Awesome. Thank you very much, Randy. We've got Bill Hudson. Thank you very much. $29. Very nice. Steve Winfield. Elizabeth Schneider. Can't wait to see what the equipment can do. It's going to be pretty awesome. David Kircher. Thank you very much. Huge donation. Appreciate that. Josh Peterson. Thank you very much. Steve from Winehaven. Thank you very much. Very cool to see what he's doing. Going after Mr. Weiss. In the name of Joe Black for Daniel Castile. Thank you very much. Thank you, Megan. Very nice of you. Sorry, can't give more. No, like I said, if everybody gave $1, that'd be very exciting, and we would get funded quickly. So, is there another page? Second page, we've got Scoundrel. Thank you very much for that. Anonymous, very kind of you. Yamawa, for the real truthers that actually want to do the work. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Austin's definitely one of those. Excited to see the difference with this scope. Thank you, Claire. Daniel, thank you very much. Jay Saucy, thank you very much for $5. Evans, hope you reached the goal. Us too. Ken Push, thank you very much. Human Being, good guy. $5, thank you very much. NPE also supports $21. Thank you very much. Peter, thank you so much. One of the great supporters of my channel. Anonymous, $26. Ryan Heiser, thank you very much. Says the sun is key. Your observations helped me too. And maybe that's why I'm so partial to him. I could have fallen down the trap of the sun's apparent and everything's apparent. It's a focal point of light and it's an inverted reflection off of a superfluid dome. Could have gotten under there, but it was quite clear. The sun is a physical item. Shelly, thank you very much. Can't wait to hear what you learn. Oh my God. If I see your name one more time, that's it. Mike Cloutier, is that what it says? Thank you for the hard work. I know it ain't easy to juggle, but it's actually science. Yes. Thank you, Jeran, very much for your support on that one as well. And Anonymous. Oh, the Anonymous is the people that donated before we moved the page. So this is actually about 5 people. So thank you guys very much. If you could support, even if you have $5, if you were ever a flat earther and you watched Austin give away $25,000 to people in need, I think that's worth $5. I think pop over there and say, hey, here's $5 for your telescope. But many people feel differently, and they want a lot of things for free, I guess. That's what I guess. So I feel like supporting the people doing the good work, and I will always do that. So that's pretty much it. Let me just check the super chats one last time, and we'll be out of here. But I appreciate you guys being here. I know it was a long show, and we'll do it again in a couple weeks. Remember, I'm going to be on hiatus for a little while, trying to figure out what the hell I'm going to do. I warn you guys, if you're a flat earther, they do not call you for jobs. Now, granted, you're not going to have your name on the internet like I do. But so far, I've gotten 0 phone calls, and even went in for an interview and thought these people love me. No call. So something happens. Some part of the ball is being dropped somewhere. In my opinion, it's very simple. They do one search of my name on the internet, see it a bunch of times, and say nope. And that's very easy to see why. As a store manager of a drugstore, if I was looking to hire somebody, just thinking back, and I had 2 people, which one do I want to go with? I would never go with the one with more social media involvement, because there's no good that can come of that. Never are you going to hire somebody and then go, oh, and he's got a bunch of social media stuff going on, and that's going to help our business. It's never going to help the business. It only has, now, will it probably cause nothing? Sure. But to them, they see it as a potential issue, right? If there's something there that they're like, we don't want to be a part of that. So, by the way, I also contacted a company and said, hey, could you look into my situation and tell me how much it would be to clean up my internet presence? And they said $23,000. So obviously I told them to kiss my white ass, and we went from there. So I'm not going to do that. And then they even said like, oh, and we won't be able to get rid of most of the stuff because it's news articles. I'm like, great. What am I paying you for? So just to let you know, that is much more involved than you think. People do not want to hire somebody who they think could potentially cause them future issues. So I think it's different, that somebody should look at what I've done and say, oh man, this guy's maintained a channel for 10 years, has an audience, that kind of thing. But they don't look at it that way. So, and it's not even, I'm not even going for jobs that would have anything to do with social media, or that they would have anything involved in it at all. Trying to get away from that just so that that's even more chance I have, but no. And I knew that when I went for I was going to become a chat service agent at Exodus, and went through all the interview process, and they loved me. I mean, they were telling me everything, like, oh, you did better on that test than anybody's done. And then they even said, you'll meet tomorrow with the team, and then they'll get back to you. Met with the team. They're like, okay, great. Well, then I didn't get a call for a week, so I finally called back that recruiter later, and she's like, oh, we've decided to go in another direction. I'm like, what does that mean? You were hiring for a customer service rep, so you went in a different direction? And she's like, well, I'm not really supposed to say, but I'm like, you could just tell me. And she's like, well, it's your other internet activity. So I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to be a chat rep. So it's going to say under my name, chat rep. So nobody in the chat room is going to say, hey, I'm having a problem with my Exodus wallet. And by the way, are you that guy who went to Antarctica? It's not going to happen. Yet they just dismissed it for that reason. So they're just like, nope, other internet activity. So again, I've been removed from Venmo and been removed from Amazon as an affiliate, been removed from PayPal. So all those things happen because these companies sever relationships with you. Wasn't allowed to be an affiliate for fast growing trees. Nope, they don't like conspiracy theorists. Should call them back and be like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist anymore, but I actually have to give them a middle finger. So, by the way, did I tell you we have budding apples on both trees now? So that's, we had apples with no fruit last year. Both of them have fruits starting to grow. The peach trees look fantastic. We did a little pruning. We are ready to go. Mandarin oranges, fantastic. 2 types of peach, 2 types of apples, and a miracle berry, and a moringa. So we're doing pretty well in the backyard here. Was I saying something? Oh, just deciding exactly what direction to go in. I think I have an idea what I want to do, and it will be one of those things where we'll find out whether people want that or not. And if they don't, then that's good. That's good that I find out now and get off the internets. Because I do think that the internet is a haven for scammers, and I think that's a lot of what the internet is. And I've just noticed that recently everything on TikTok is a lie, a grift, if you will. Not everything, I don't want to say that. Some people put up good stuff, but the stuff that does well is usually a blatant disregard for truth at all. So what we have in front of us. If you think that the world will be becoming more knowledgeable with truth and getting closer to the truth, you are so far off. You are beyond off. It is the opposite. You should expect a devolution, if you will, a de-evolution, a crumbling because of what has been set up by these tech giants, right? YouTube is absolutely creating shitty people by putting people into teams. And this happens in any camp, whether it's Muslims against Christians, whether it's Christians against atheists. There is no middle ground. And if there is, YouTube makes sure that there isn't. And the way that they do that is that if you are a creator and you expect or want to make any tips or any money or do this full time, you will quickly realize that there is no table for you at the middle ground. There's only tables for you at one end of the spectrum or the other. Either you're a staunch atheist and hate Christianity and hate Jesus and want to talk about Spaghetti Monster and praise the amazing atheist all day, or you are a full-blown Christian and you believe in the Christian movement and it's a Christian cosmology and that Jay Dyer's the greatest human that ever lived and not Nathan. What's that guy's name? Dustin, the Jew hater guy. You think he's good at research or something. So that's the difference, is that you're on one end of this. There's no middle ground. You'll be in the middle for a certain amount of time, and then you are forced to get out of there, which is kind of where I'm at, is that I can't be in the middle because there's nothing there. There's no views. There's no support. It's just not the place to be. Even though it's me being honest, it's not the place to be. So I see that now, and I recognize what YouTube's doing. And this is, look at the world. Why do we have the left versus the right and such a hateful, vengeful, my position's right, yours, it's YouTube. I hope you realize that. YouTube and the internet has forced people to join a side and fight for it regardless of the points being fought for. It's no longer about your opinion of things. People no longer even think you can have a different opinion and still exist. What do you think does that? It's YouTube. It's YouTube. And what happens on YouTube is YouTube has become a place where you have an option. You can research and present what you research, or you can watch other people, call them names, make fun of them, and your people will follow along and dance with you and hate the people that you hate, and you'll do good numbers because you're a shit talker. You're a critic. You do nothing of any relevance. You do nothing of any importance. You do nothing of any daring nature. You are a pimple on the ass of humanity. And that's what that's what does well here. So there is no more glory in doing a good, well-researched documentary and releasing it on YouTube. It just is not going to ever be, the return on investment is not there. If you're honest. Now, again, if you want to do a good documentary about how flat the earth is, Dave Weiss will promote it. They'll all post it on their channels. It will be shared all over. You'll get plenty of views and you'll get plenty of donations and you'll be happy. But you are telling a lie. That's the problem. And the Globe Earth has no problem promoting anybody who they see celebrates what they already believe. So if you question any part of science, they're not supporting you. In fact, they'll email you about it. They'll write you on Telegram and call you a dum-dum and say that the support will come when you get in line with the belief that they want you to have. So those people can suck a dick because it's never going to happen to me. I'd rather be doing anything else than doing things for your money, as far as, I got to believe this if I want, then I believe that. It's just not me. I think it's gay. So not gay like, heterosexual. Homosexual. You can have homosexual feelings if you want. It's gay as in looks weird and is funny and is gay. Okay. Very different things. Well, they're kind of the same, but different. Is that it? Yeah. So your support helps. Be a VIP. Support on Cash App if you can, in some way or another. Or not. Either way, I'm okay. There's plenty of people out there that will carry this torch. There's plenty of people who will continue. And I think it'll be better for me mentally, to be honest with you. It gets pretty upsetting to see people that you used to think were good people or good researchers or good individuals, and they just now have gone to this world where like you can't be the same person as you were. You must be paid off. And again, here's one of the problems with being honest, right? Because I was honest the whole time, people saw that in me and they're like, oh, Jeran's honest. So when I come back and say, oh, now I believe the Earth's a globe, they think, well, he cannot be being honest. So he must be paid off. That's the mind of a conspiracy theorist. There's no way to them that they can be wrong. There was no way for 9 years that the Earth wasn't flat. It was flat. I knew that. I knew it for a fact. And it's because you build up your own little protection racket, if you will, your own mafia in your head that just gets rid of, eliminates anybody speaking anything different than you believe. So did I watch MC Toon? Did I watch Dave McKeegan? Did I watch Simon Dan? Hell no. Who did I watch? I watched the people that believe what I did. So if you think that's the best way out of your echo chamber, hate to tell you, you're going to be stuck there a while. You're going to be stuck there a long time. And you're going to call other people names, and you're going to reach out to them in chats and tell them that they're garbage, and you're going to listen. I mean, think about that. I'm in this situation now where flat earth content creators know that they can call me anything that they want, say anything that they want about me, and their audience will believe it. That's the position that we're in. So that's something I didn't foresee, where I'm like, oh, how can you combat that? I can't. Literally, I would be going around telling people things aren't true, people that hate you, people that would rather it be true. So you have literally zero chance of convincing anybody that what they're saying is false and what you're saying is true. Just zero. So just warning you. And again, I'm warning you almost like to watch out for what you view on YouTube more than if you're a creator, but I'm kind of using it as a euphemism because you need to be aware of that every single channel that you're watching, you need to figure out for yourself, is this person willing to admit when they're wrong if it will cost them views? Okay. If they're not, then you shouldn't be following them because they're lying to you and you're believing that they're a truth seeker and they're not. Okay. I'm not going to give any names of anybody. I don't want to do that. Maybe at the VIP tomorrow, I'll give a couple, but there is many people in this community that I used to look at as being honest and true and upstanding. And they're people that you probably think are honest and true and upstanding. And now I see right through them. Some major names in the truther sphere that I know for a fact now are people who cater their audience on purpose. It's now so obvious to me when I see it. I'm like, oh boy, this is, okay, I see what you're doing here. So once they get a little following saying a certain thing, they're not going to change. They're just not. They would rather do anything but change. They would rather do anything but admit they were wrong. And there's some that I always thought were good people and that would never do that. And they have done it. They've fallen in line. They used to have a problem with Dave Weiss's app. The second that they find out, the people that are pro flat earth are on Dave Weiss's side, then they went straight into promoting him and promoting shows that promote him and without a care in the world. So they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about you. Just so you know. When I was still a flat earther and I was told about Dave Weiss's app, I'm on the phone with him. I'm messaging him. I'm working my ass off over here because I care about flat earthers. Okay. If you think anybody's advocating for you over there now, you're dead wrong. Nobody's talking to Dave Weiss. Nobody's telling him that his app still leaks. Nobody gives a shit. Quality people over there. You become a better person though when you become a flat earther. You become a better person and you call everybody a liar that disagrees with you and say they sold out. And Robbie Davidson's actually a Satanist and Patricia Steer was a plant. Get it? Steer. She's here to steer you, that kind of thing. These people actually exist and are severely mentally damaged. And I feel partially responsible for it, but I'm done feeling responsible. Those days are over. I did my series. I've told you the way that you can tell for yourself the shape of the earth. The rest is on you. You got to figure it out. You can keep following people you think are telling you the truth, but just look at how much truth you actually know now. And the answer is very, 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 very little. If you believe in superfluid ceilings and domed glass enclosures, if you believe that the sun down in the south is a reflection or an apparent sun, if you believe in the apparent sun, if if you think that the earth is rising up, any of those things, you are being lied to, and you need to remove yourself from the people doing that because they're not going to tell you. I've already explained it this way. I told you, Nachiketa and Z have been told why the upward moving earth cannot be tenable. It is completely debunked. It's over. But rather than them, they will just continue it. Why? Because their audience likes it. They've been telling their audience for a while that the earth rises up. So they can't now say it doesn't. They'll lose their views and they'll be gone. You can't do that. You cannot tell your audience something that they believe is not true. I've learned the hardest way. Support me if you could. If not, c'est la vie, c'est la so. Adios, muchacho. Y dame dinero. Por favor. All right. Much love to you guys. I'm out of here. Did I get everything? I think so. That was on the screen the whole time? My bad. Very loser. Very loser, Bill. All right. This has been Dave McKeegan and Jeran discuss the Apollo moon missions again. And I would say if I had to put myself on a teeter-totter, I'd say I'm right in the middle of the teeter-totter, which is the furthest I've ever been towards the dark side of the teeter-totter. But I would say that I am, at this point, going to go back to the drawing board, pull some more evidence together, trying to do these prelim shows kind of to get a feel for what maybe something that could kind of turn Dave or make him see the point. But so far, most of his dismissals, and I say most, not all, but most of them have been with merit. I mean, could you easily be a moon denier and just say, oh, that's not true? Yeah, but this is the problem, is that if you look in the truth community, it is so much of just bravado, people going around saying this is true and this isn't true, and they know it, but none of them have any data. And if you don't realize the importance of that, then I don't know what to tell you. I have a girl who reaches out to me almost every other day to tell me some new proof she has of the flat earth. Yet every time, if I ask her for photos, she says she doesn't have any. If I ask for the math, doesn't have any. Distance, doesn't have it. It's just her words. Oh, Jeran, I saw a boat today. It was 22 miles away across the bay. Oh, how tall up were you? I don't know. I was right on the beach, but my tripod was probably a foot high. Okay, you cannot see 20 miles across any bay from a foot high. So you're lying. What are you saying? You don't believe me? You think I'm lying to you about it? Well, I'm saying where were you at? Where's the photograph? Oh, I don't have a camera. Okay, then just stop talking to me. This is not sufficient to get somebody to believe. Now, it might be works for flat earthers. Maybe it works for flat earth if he tells me the earth's flat. Like, I don't think so. I saw across 20 Mile Bay the other day. I saw a boat, and you shouldn't be able to see that the curvature formula says this. You might convince a person to go, oh, I do believe the earth's flat. But that's never going to work for me, because I'm actually looking for the evidence that would show us. And I thought the South was a lie. Turned out it's not. The South is the opposite of the North, which means we live on a sphere. So in order for you to change my mind at this point, it's going to take evidence, not words. Not, I did see this far. And that's like nothing. You saw 20 miles when you're supposed to see 14. Big deal. That doesn't make the earth flat. The earth is 25,000 miles around. It has an atmosphere. Atmosphere magnifies things. We know this. Therefore, you will always see further. This is the difference between me and a glober. What does a glober say? We never see too far. Me, we always see too far. There's an atmosphere. It magnifies things. Geometrically speaking, you will always see further than that. The difference is called refraction, and it is calculable, and it is measurable, especially when you get off the ground. So make observations from higher up, and you'll notice that all of a sudden you start to conform to the shape of the earth. If you take them from too low, you're getting that refraction. The black swan, for example. Do you know that that's like a 1 out of a year or 1 out of 6 months observation? Why is it? I thought if the earth is flat, shouldn't that be the observation all the time? Nope. Once every 6 months or so, because it is an extreme refraction. You're not actually seeing, they say the horizon, we're seeing it behind it. No, you're seeing the water that's level on the ground behind it lifted up due to refraction. Now you can say that's not true. Go watch Melodome. Melodome and I were talking one night, and we just got this idea. We're like, oh, put a thumbtack on the backside of a globe ball, use your camera, zoom in, then put a lens in front of it and watch. Sure enough, it pulls things that are behind the curve of the earth right up to where you can see them. You got Dave Weiss telling everybody, like, look, these lights, we can see them from 8 miles away and 10 miles away and 12 miles away. And you have to believe that the refraction brings the lights up right to your horizon line. Yes, that's correct. Why? Because you're actually seeing the ground You're just seeing further. So where would it be? Would it be in the sky? No, it's the ground. You're looking at the ground. Is it further than the geometric position that you'd be able to see? Yes. Why? Because it's refracted up. So all these things make sense. You just have to be able to think through them and not, again, the whole thing with Richard Byrd. One more person messages me and says, "Oh, but Richard, what about Admiral Byrd?" I'm like, did you listen to what he said? Go listen to him. We'll do a very quick on the way out here. Admiral Byrd, what was it, like long jeans or something? Long jeans. Get your long jeans here at Long Jeans. Let's see here. Let's listen to what he had to say. And you tell me it makes more sense when you actually listen to it now.
You've been to both the extremities of Earth. Are these expeditions to such far-off places, are they getting easier?
Respondent. And
is there any unexplored land left?
Okay, so make sure you understand. Richard Byrd, or Admiral Byrd, where did he think we lived? On a flat Earth or a ball Earth? Ball Earth. Okay? These guys are asking him, hey, about the bottom of the world. So if he believes in other land and outstretched lands, then he would say, actually, it's not the bottom of the world, guy. There's continents. He doesn't say anything like that. It's not him being cryptic. He's saying the truth of what he knows. And if you listen to it, it makes all the sense in the world. This is
our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
So is there any unexplored land on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young explorers?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by...
So if he believed in extra land, wouldn't there be tons of areas bigger than the United States? Oh, there's tons of continents out there that have never been seen. He's talking about one place that is as big as the United States that no one's ever seen.
Human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
This is a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Well, it's not simple, but again, this is the problem with flat earthers, is that they don't want the real truth, because this will be pushed still in every meme. It'll be pushed on every TikTok video, and it's all lies, because I just told you the truth. You can tell somebody the truth. If they wanted the truth, they would say, oh, you know what, Admiral Byrd wasn't talking what we thought he was. Let's not talk about him anymore, because clearly he's talking about something else. He's talking about, get out of here. Antarctica is here. If you didn't know, the South Pole is not in the middle of the land of Antarctica. It is at the 90-degree marker, or 90 degrees south. Notice it's off to the side here. So this part here, excuse me. Okay. Middle America is where? Over here. And he says, there is, on the other side of the South Pole, land as big as the United States that has never seen human eyes. If you notice here, how big is this distance? 2,500. How big is the United States? From here to here, 2,500. So what do you know? There is a place on the other side of the South Pole that is as big as the United States that has never seen human exploration. So it's very simple. It's very simple. He's talking about this because remember, they only had planes. They went here, they landed here or over here, wherever. And then they were flying to the interior to like this, taking surveys, flying back. Fly here, take surveys, fly back. So then when they got to the South Pole, they had never gone over here. America didn't tour around over here and then say, okay, now we're going to investigate here. No, they were doing Middle America and this region here. Okay. That's where they were doing their work. So they had only gotten here and they knew that on the other side was an area as big as the United States that had never been explored. So it's things like that where if you're a flat earther, one evening with me and I would eliminate everything that you believe because I've had to go back and look into these things and say, what about this? Oh man, I didn't even think about, oh man, that. And we're just learning that a lot of the things that we believed are just wrong. Simple explanations for things that flat earthers think are good explanations are not. The moon being upside down in the south is not a good explanation for put a circle on your ceiling, right? What happens to that circle on the ceiling when you walk to the other side of the room? Is it still a circle? Nope. It became an oval. It became an ellipse. right? So why do we not see that? I don't see the moon become an ellipse when I walk away from it. The moon is always a sphere. It's round from no matter where you are. So therefore, we can't expect to see an A and a B, and when you walk to the other side, you flip it. That's not the way that we know what the sky means. We've just given it away. We stopped believing in our own eyes, and now there's people that go around and say the moon doesn't look like a sphere. The moon doesn't look like it's a physical thing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The moon clearly is a physical thing. Could it be a projection? Could it be what do people think it is, a hologram or something? I guess. How often do we have holograms in the sky that move at perfect time periods, setting, rising perfectly? It wouldn't even make sense. Where is it being projected from? God on top of the dome, he's doing it? Well, that's a possibility. So you're right. I just don't usually put God into the role of deceptor by my favorite theory that I've heard before. Somebody said the moon used to be a sun. I like that idea. It does kind of seem like a burnt out thing out there. Same size and everything. All right. Anyway. So is that pretty much it that I have to talk about? There's lots more of these things that flat earthers used to say that just aren't the case. But they all say them, Somebody told me the other day, can you explain to me why meteors are never seen going upwards? Like, what do you mean? There's like, out in space, they're always going down. They don't ever go up. And I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, I do remember hearing that before. I'm like, wait, what is the answer to that? And then it hit me. What are micrometeoroids, and what are they? When we see a shooting star, what is a shooting star? They say it's a bit of rock or ice entering the atmosphere, right? If something's entering our atmosphere, is it falling up or down? Down? There's your answer. So you just have to think through things and not jump to conclusions because flat earthers say it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Why don't they ever go up? Oh, yeah, I'm going to go ask everybody about that. Well, it's because nothing goes up. Things go down. Everything that you see coming into the atmosphere is falling down. So you should not expect to see something flying upwards. That would be weird. Everything is falling down. That's what shooting stars are. They're not stars flying through space, getting from point A to point B. So anyway, there's tons more like that. And I am out of here. 7:00. Perfect timing. It is Friday. It's a good thing. It is a good thing in this house. I'll tell you that much. We love Friday evenings. Much love to you guys. I do appreciate all the help and support. I'm going to let you go, and I got to go as well. If you want to reach out, Telegram, t.me/Jeranism. See you tomorrow at 12 noon if you want to be a VIP and come hang out with us. That'll be at 12 noon Pacific, and you can become a member at www.whop.com/Jeranism or become a YouTube channel member through the VIP sector. I want to see if there's anything else that I've got here in my list. I don't think so. Oh, you know what I did? Hold on. I did type something out in my Notion, but I didn't check it. Notion. What did I say here? I put some notes. What is the notes here? Okay, we did that one. Oh, yeah, I was going to do that. I didn't do that. I'll do that next time. I wanted to show them some scenes from my movie. Okay, I didn't mention that. Swear on the Bible we got. Melodome we got. All right. That's it. All right. I love you guys. Talk to you soon. Let's listen to the intro one more time on the outro, just because I like the song. It was well done by the AI. Starting to really like AI and hate everything that's not. Isn't that sad? If I hear music that's not, like that Kanye West song, Hail Hitler, is absolute and total dog shit. It is the worst song I've ever heard. And not even the content matter. I'm talking about what happened to like a good beat and a good rap voice, and it's horrendous. And people are talking about it like it's decent. I'm like, what? I'll make a better rap song right now, me and AI. Give me 15 minutes. Give me 15. Okay. We are out of here, I believe. Did Enrique have anything to say today? I don't think so. Enrique, you have anything to say? I know you worked quietly, which I appreciate.
Oh, sorry, Jefe.
Yeah.
I was busy thinking about my ex. Now I sad and fired.
Yep, now you're sad and fired. I agree. Much love to you guys. I remind you to do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You most certainly can. And tell Dave Weiss he's a dirtball. More lies from Dave Weiss. Wait a minute, should we play that video real quick? It's a funny video. Yeah, we'll play that on the way out there. It's funnier. We don't need to hear the song. We already heard that. Let's play this song. Where am I going to find it? I'm going to find it here, and 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 I'm going to find it here. Let's watch this from Landry Chamberlain. It's a good, fun
3
song.
Bitcoins for 1 globe.
Enjoy,
proof.
guys. Peace.
2 Bitcoins. Claim your Bitcoin. Free Bitcoin. 1 Bitcoin. 2 Bitcoins. 6. 100 Bitcoins.
I can't stop already.
You guys have Bitcoin in China? 2 Bitcoins.
I gotta
Okay?
start over. It's too funny.
9 Bitcoins. I'm offering 100 Bitcoins. 3 Bitcoins. Get your shit straight, man. I could say, make it 5,000 Bitcoins.
Oh God, it's too funny. I got it wrong. It's too funny. Oh boy, Dave, you are a piece of work. Absolute piece of work. All right, let's start over. Landry, too funny. Good stuff. Till next time, guys. Peace.
3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. 2 Bitcoins. Claim your Bitcoin. Free Bitcoin. 1 Bitcoin. 2 Bitcoins. 6. 100 Bitcoins. You know what Bitcoin is? You guys have Bitcoin in China? 2 Bitcoins. Okay? 9 Bitcoins. I'm offering 100 Bitcoin. 3 Bitcoins. Get your shit straight, man. I could say, make it 5,000 Bitcoins. Make it, $100 million. But that's not a real bet because I couldn't come up with it. I could make it 100 Bitcoins. I don't have 100 Bitcoins, but it doesn't matter. There's no proof of the globe. Go down there and film the 24-hour sun and prove the Earth is globe. Once you go flat, you don't go back.
David Way, stop the lies. We saw the sun circle the sky. You told us to.
Wait, I want this song. I picked the wrong thing. I thought this was. Oh, is this not the song here?
Of course the Earth is a globe. I think you're right. Flat Earthers know that they don't know a lot of things. Ball versus flat. It's the highest rated app in the store on both of them. My app froze. Do you have my app? Do you know what Bitcoin is? You guys have Bitcoin in China? Because I'm insane. I'm an idiot. And if you still think the Earth is flat, send me your reason and you win 2 Bitcoins. 9 Bitcoins. I'm offering 100 Bitcoin. And as always, I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 proof the Earth is flat. I mean, the Earth is a globe. Sorry. I almost lost 3 Bitcoins. I don't even know what day of the week it is today, to be honest. There's no proof of flat Earth, and there's tons of globe Earth. 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. 2 Bitcoins, okay? 2 Bitcoins. 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. 2 Bitcoins. Claim your Bitcoin. Free Bitcoin. 1 Bitcoin. 2 Bitcoins. 6. 100 Bitcoins. And I'll give you a Bitcoin or 100 ounces of silver. I'll give you 3 Bitcoins or 3,000 ounces of silver, which is about the same. You can get 300,000 fiat dollars. Once you go flat, you don't go back. Ego is the protector of belief. 3 Bitcoins. Get your shit straight, man. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever. Do not believe me. 6 years later, I'm offering 100 Bitcoins if somebody could find me something dumber than the globe model. I could say, make it 5,000 Bitcoins, make it, $100 million, but that's not a real bet because I couldn't come up with it. So it's easy to argue with anybody. When you're right, it's like, I don't go in nervous anymore. I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 proof of the globe and I have 0. I could make it 100 Bitcoins. I don't have 100 Bitcoins, but it doesn't matter. There's no proof of the globe. But if somebody sees a circling sun in Antarctica, it just means we don't understand what the sky is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. One small step, one giant leap. But this song ain't complete without that famous NASA beat. That land of please. It's an arts and crafts mess. Curtain rods, duct tape, and full past the test. No blast crater, no dust kicked up. And yet that rover riding like a Tonka truck. Astronauts floating, but their voice is steady. Mics don't shake while the whole suit's heavy. How did they handle cold and stepped into the heat? If they lied, then we paraded liars through the streets. We called liars heroes, gave them gifts and praise. While they played pretend in Nevada for days. They gave the Dutch a rock, nah, it was a fossil. Petrified wood from earth that's colossal. So either NASA lied or they can't tell stone. Either way, I don't trust what they flown.
Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
They say we crossed the Van Allen belts, but the suits couldn't block that radiation melt. Even NASA now says it's a problem today. So what changed back then? They had luck along the way. Soviets were watching with their scopes on max. If it was fake, they would have dropped those facts. Unless Cold War chess had them both on script, sharing secrets like cigars in a guilt trip. Flags waving with no air to be found. Shadows pointing all ways on that shaky ground. Press conference, moon crew looking beat and broken, like they saw a ghost or some dark truth unspoken.
Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the truth feels just out of reaching.
Hoax or legit, did they go or had to fake it? If we went, then that shit is truly amazing. But many think NASA has never gone to space, while others would say that's absurd on its face.
Walking through a Hollywood haze, bouncing around in those wireframe plays. No stars, no curve, no truth on deck, but they planted that flag and cashed the check. Still asking, still reaching, but damn, this dream keeps bleaching.
Why'd they lose the tapes? Why's the telemetry gone? Why can't modern tech redo what was done? Why do the Rover's tracks just stop? Why does Buzz punch people who ask him to talk? Moon rocks missing all over the globe. Black budget cash got the truth in a chokehold. Cool brick rumors, camera tricks, front projection, slow-mo flicks. 1,000 questions, no real reply. Just more CGI and suits who lie. So I ain't saying nobody flew that far. I'm just saying that the story got more holes than stars. We went 250,000 miles, a half century back. Now we go 250 and that's 1,000 of that. Grissom, White, and Chaffee met the demise. A capsule filled with oxygen and they burned him alive. Thomas Ronald Barron, he ended up dead. His report caused NASA drive a train over his head. Liars gonna lie, haters gonna hate, but do we trust the president who was behind Watergate? The astronauts wouldn't swear on the book. This is not advised, as it's not a good look. Aldrin found a bottle, Neil was a recluse. Collins saw no star while he orbited the moon. Where they halfway to the moon or in low Earth orbit. It's about time we looked at evidence and soaked the moon.
Moonwalking or just faking the dance, with not one return trip, not even a glance. 55 years and they still playing dumb, but we see through the script, the hoax has come undone. Moonwalking or just faking the dance, with not one return trip, not even a glance. 55 years and they still playing dumb, but we see through the script, the hoax has come undone. Moonwalking through a film set sky, tell me baby why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back, kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
Thanks, guys. 55 years, we ain't been back. Just saying. Just asking, not preaching. But the truth seems out of reaching.